This is the WebEx moderator. We will begin the meeting shortly. Thank you for your patience.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christian Lotta, the chair of the Committee on Professional Conduct. Today, we will begin our May 16th, 2024 Committee on Professional Conduct meeting. The CBA has provided the opportunity for the public to participate via the WebEx platform. When we take public comments, we will begin by taking public comment from those individuals attending the meeting at the Sacramento location. I will then ask the moderator to open up the lines for public comment. You will be allotted up to 3 minutes for public comment. Ms. Reed, can you please establish quorum?
Christian Lotta.
Present.
Dan Jacobson.
Here.
Nancy Corrigan.
Nancy Corrigan, present.
Teresa Thompson.
Here.
Yen Tu.
Here.
And Evangeline Ward.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. I will now read our mission statement into the record. The CBA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. Now let's move on to our first agenda item. Item 1, public comments for items not on the agenda. Do we have any public comment here in Sacramento on item 1? Seeing none, moderator, please open the Q&A for public comment.
Thank you. This is the moderator. We've opened up the WebEx public comment features. If you'd like to make a comment, you can look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, or you can look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment into the text box, and click send. If you're on a mobile device, these features might be on behind the 3-dot other options button, and if you are a call-in users, you can Press *3 to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning will be given. Are there any comments for items not on the agenda? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please close the Q&A, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
We will move on to agenda item number 2, approve minutes of the March 21st, 2024 Committee on Professional Conduct meeting. Do I have a motion from the board members? Ms. Thompson?
Motion to approve the meeting minutes.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Ms. Ward? Thank you. Do I have any additional board comments? Any public comment here in Sacramento on item 2? Seeing none, moderator, please open the Q&A for public comment.
Thank you. This is the moderator. If anyone has any public comment on agenda item 2, you may raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon, or you may look for the question mark icon, type the word comment, and click send. If you are a call-in user, you may press *3 to raise your hand. Any comments on the minutes? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, thank you, moderator.
You're welcome.
Ms. Reed, please call for the vote.
Nancy Corrigan,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Abstain.
Christian Lotta,
Yes?
Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
Yin Tu,
Yes.
and Evangeline Ward.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. We will now be moving on to agenda item 3, information on the licensure experience requirement, which will be presented by Jennifer Huddy, the manager of our licensing division.
Thank you, Chair Lotta. My name is Jennifer Huddy, and I'm the manager of the initial licensing unit. This agenda item is intended to provide members an overview of the experience requirement for CPA licensure and the responsibilities of licensee supervisors in documenting applicants' qualifying experience. Thank you. At a meeting earlier this year, a CBA member requested discussion of this topic and whether other pathways to attest licensure could be considered. The CBA established a task force at its November 2021 meeting to provide recommendations and input on the attest experience requirement. When it concluded its business in January 2023, the consideration of the CPA experience requirement task force recommended to the CBA that the current attest experience requirement should remain in place because it is necessary and sufficient for consumer protection. CPA license applicants in California can obtain licensure with or without the authority to sign reports on attest engagements, excuse me. At minimum, all applicants must complete 1 year of qualifying general accounting experience in public accounting, private industry, government, or academia. This experience can include providing any type of service or advice involving the use of accounting, attest, compilation, management advisory, financial advisory, tax, or consulting skills. Applicants are not required to earn experience in all outlined areas, but all work must be performed in accordance with applicable professional standards. Qualifying experience must be supervised by a person holding a valid active license or comparable authority to practice public accounting and must have been reviewed and evaluated by the supervisor on a routine and recurring basis. A licensee supervisor must have authority and oversight over the applicant. To demonstrate satisfactory completion of the general accounting experience requirement, applicants have their supervisor complete and sign a certificate of general experience and submit the form to the CBA. Supervisors provide the dates of employment to document completion of the experience, but it's important to note that they do not express an opinion on the applicant's understanding of applicable standards. Issuance of a license with general accounting experience allows the holder to perform the full scope of public accounting activities, except for signing reports on attest engagements. A licensee who completed the general accounting experience requirement may, later, seek to convert their license to one with attest authority by satisfying the attest experience requirement. To be authorized to sign reports on attest engagements, applicants must document a minimum of 500 hours in attest services satisfactory to the CBA. The 500 hours must include work performed in the 5 areas listed on page 3 of your item. The licensee supervisor must complete and sign a certificate of attest experience, which is submitted to the CBA. Completion of this form includes providing an opinion on whether the applicant has satisfactory knowledge of each attest function. The requirement of supervisors to opine on the applicant's understanding of attest work differs from the general accounting experience requirement, which again does not include the supervisor's opinion on the work performed. Once the applicant has submitted their license application documents, staff review the experience form, first by verifying the supervisor's license and then calculating the duration of experience. Any periods during which the supervisor's license was not active and valid are excluded from the calculation of qualifying experience. When reviewing a certificate of attest experience, staff check that all questions are answered affirmatively, indicating that all areas of attest functions have been completed, and in the supervisor's opinion, the applicant demonstrates satisfactory knowledge. Hours documented for any attest functions not reflecting affirmative answers are excluded from total attest hours completed. In cases where an applicant informs the CBA that their supervisor is refusing to sign an experience form, staff will contact the licensee to explain their responsibility to document experience under California Code of Regulations, Section 69. If the licensee continues to refuse or fails to submit an experience form, they may be referred to the Qualifications Committee, or QC. The QC is an advisory committee that conducts interviews with licensees and work paper reviews with applicants. Licensees may be called to appear for a Section 69 review for a variety of reasons, with the most common reasons being unduly short periods of experience or potentially false or incorrect experience, often hours that appear to be averaged. Referrals for supervisors who fail or refuse to submit experience forms or disagreements about documented experience happen infrequently. Section 69 reviews are intended for the QC to determine whether the supervisor understands the attest experience requirement and their responsibility to document the experience completed under their supervision. In cases where a supervisor has failed to submit an experience form, or where an alleged dispute exists between the applicant and supervisor about work performed, the QC will interview the licensee and/or applicant separately to understand why the form was not submitted or why it was completed the way it was. Personal appearances may take place to substantiate whether an applicant's attest experience meets the requirements of Business and Professions Code Section 5095 and California Code of Regulations Section 12.5. Attest experience obtained outside the United States results in a mandatory QC appearance. After Section 69 reviews and personal appearances, the QC makes a recommendation to the CBA on how to proceed. In instances where a licensee continues to refuse submission of an experience form after discussions with staff and a QC appearance, they may be referred to the CBA's Enforcement Division. After investigation, the matter may be referred to the Attorney General's office, potentially resulting in formal disciplinary action. The CBA provides many helpful resources for licensure applicants and supervisors to better understand the experience requirements. Among these, the CPA Licensure Experience Requirements page on the CBA website provides comprehensive explanation of qualifying experience, including who qualifies as a supervisor and what type of work satisfies the requirement. Next, the license lookup feature allows applicants to view the status of their supervisor's California CPA license. This allows applicants to understand whether their supervisor will be allowed to sign the experience form. CBA's update newsletter recently included an article about supervisors' responsibilities in documenting experience that included a discussion of the requirement for active licensure, defining who qualifies as a supervisor, a description of how to determine whether work completed qualifies, and a licensee's requirement to explain in writing or in person the experience they documented. While staff does not have a recommendation on this item, members are welcome to provide feedback on additional informational steps they would like staff to take. This concludes my presentation. I will now turn the discussions back over to Chair Latta, and I will do my best to answer any member questions.
Thank you, Ms. Huddy. Ms. Tu.
Thank you, Chair Latta. When you're talking about supervisor, the 500 hours, do you have to have the same supervisor for that 500 hours? Or let's say if you move jobs, are you allowed to continue with another supervisor?
Ms. Huddy.
Thank you. Yes, an applicant for licensure can use experience completed under multiple supervisors under multiple employers.
Any additional board questions or comments? Ms. Ward?
Hi, I do have a question. Listening to what you're saying, I understand what's happening, but since the supervisor, their responsibility is to fill the form out, but they can't say if they're good or bad per se. But at the beginning of this relationship, is it established that you will be my supervisor and I expect you to fill this form out? Is there some type of agreement at the beginning of this process?
Ms. Huddy?
Thank you. A California licensee who supervises experience is required to respond to that request for experience documentation. There's no requirement that an agreement be established at the beginning of employment.
But it's a given. It's like a given thing. If you be employed with someone that supervises you, that's the format. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not a CPA. I'm trying to understand this process of like, is it automatically I'm employed here? I'm trying to get my CPA license. So it's an understanding, I guess.
We encourage applicants to have those discussions with their potential employers before they accept a position, especially if they intend to use that experience to get their license. So part of that is having that discussion with your supervisor and checking their license on license lookup to make sure they have an active license.
I'll just go briefly, Ms. Tu, because it relates to Ms. Ward. So am I understanding, Ms. Huddy, correctly that if they have supervised and they are actively licensed and there wasn't a prior discussion, since that's not required, that CPA would still be required to fill out the experience form?
They're required to respond to the request. So if they did supervise the work, they should be submitting that form and documenting it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Franzella?
Just quickly, I think there's a reasonable assumption if you're gaining your experience in public accounting and you go to be hired and you're hired by a firm in the public accounting environment, that you're being supervised by an active CPA, and that process that you're kind of referring to is kind of a given, as Ms. Huddy had explained. The asking and the engaging is definitely something we encourage individuals to do, that private industry and government side, where there may be less of that understanding. But again, as Ms. Huddy had pointed out, if they're asked to sign off on that experience, they have to respond. They can respond in that they don't sign off, and here's why. They're not compelled to actually say that the person met the experience requirement, but they do have to respond to it.
Thank you, Mr. Franzella. Ms. Tu?
You again. So, excuse me. So when I know staff has no recommendation on this item at this point, and it's for discussion. I'm wondering, in terms of data, do you see, have you experienced, CBA has experienced any breakdown in the process? It sounds like it's pretty well documented and very well spelled out. But human beings being human beings, have you gotten any kind of experience of any kind of possible breakdown where you experience some conflicts between the supervisor and licensee?
It happens infrequently, as I mentioned in the item, and that,
Infrequently. Very infrequently.
very infrequently, maybe a couple times a year at most, and that's what we have the qualifications committee for. That's the process that we use to navigate that friction.
Ms. Corrigan?
Kind of add to that, it's in the best interest of the firm to bring that person along and help them with the certification process. And I've been doing this a long time. It's really understood in the firms. You know, it's really understood. It is kind of a given. I think sometimes there can be difficulties when you have changes in firms, people coming, people going, can't identify, can't locate the supervisor, et cetera, et cetera. So in my firm, we always just, when they get there, make it happen, get it submitted. And so the candidate really needs to kind of make that happen too. It's like, okay, let's get this form in, because things do happen in life. But there is also the remedy of contacting the board and saying, you know, I'm just not, this isn't happening. Can you help me? Can you encourage it to happen? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corrigan. I just had one question on page 8, the second to last paragraph. It reads, experience must be supervised by a person holding a valid active license or comparable authority. Can you elaborate on what comparable authority would be?
Absolutely. So that's a reference to experience that may be obtained in public accounting under a supervisor who's licensed outside of the United States. So chartered accountant, that kind of thing. And we verify that, that the license is active and valid.
Okay, thank you so much. Any additional board comments or questions on this item or informational feedback for the staff? Seeing none, any public comments in Sacramento? We have Jason Fox from Cal CPA approaching the table.
Jason Fox of the California Society of CPAs. I would agree this is infrequent, but I would say it does come up, and this might be one of those opportunities in the board's kind of communication, education, particularly on the supervisors, understanding, you know, if I'm supervising a candidate, what are the requirements are. The candidates tend to understand the requirements pretty well, but sometimes the supervisors don't always understand if it's, you know, they're not doing often or if there's been changes. So this might be an opportunity for communication, education, kind of fitting with pipeline efforts as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Ms. Tu?
Mr. Fox, I'm assuming the firm have an understanding that they need to have some kind of process for that to happen, for them to continue to have CPAs in the business, as well as just what Nancy Corrigan was talking about. I mean, it's probably part of their performance evaluation to supervise an employee or something.
Oh, Mr. Fox, did you want to respond?
I would say it varies from firm to firm and the size of the firm and the different, you know, folks. So I would say a lot of firms do have that, but again, you know, some smaller firms may not have as kind of built-in systems. And so I think just it's always good to educate of, you know, here's what your expectations are from a licensure standpoint as a supervisor, and kind of understanding that, and when, you know, the thought process when you're reviewing somebody's experience. I think that's always good to be ahead and kind of explain that to folks.
Ms. Corrigan?
Within the larger firms, there are definite tracking mechanisms for that, exactly for that, just like tracking their continuing education, you know, tracking their experience. Smaller firms would be a less formal system, but nevertheless a system to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional board comments? And I had one to follow up. Are we explicitly stating in our CPA licensure experience requirements document that the responsibility is on the licensee to verify that whoever is supervising them has an active license?
I don't know offhand right now. I'll have to take a look at the website, and I can confirm that for you later.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Huddy. Any additional comments here in Sacramento from the public? Seeing none, moderator, please open Q&A for public comment.
Thank you. We've opened up the public comment features for this question, the presentation. If you would like to make a comment, you can look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, or you may look for the question mark icon, type the word comment in that text box and click send. If you are a call-in user, you can press *3 to raise your hand. Are there any comments on the presentation? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, moderator, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, that was our final item on the agenda. So our Committee on Professional Conduct meeting for today is adjourned.
Good morning, everybody. Again, my name is Yen Tu. I'm the chair of the Legislative Committee, and we're here on our Legislative Committee meeting for May 16, 2024. The CPA has provided the opportunity for the public to participate via the WebEx platform. When we take public comment, we will begin by taking public comments from those individuals attending the meeting at the Sacramento location. I will then ask the moderator to open up the line for public comments. You will be allotted up to 3 minutes for public comment. At this point, Ms. Reed, could you call the roll?
Patricia Batchelor. Here. Nancy Dong. Present. Dan Jacobson.
Here.
Christian Lotta.
Present.
Tony Lin.
Here.
Katrina Salazar.
Present.
And Yen Tu.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. So next, I would like to read the mission statement for the record. The CPA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licenses practice public accountancy in accordance with the established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. All right, so thank you very much. Now we go to our first agenda item, which is public comment for item not on the agenda. Does anybody on the board and or the public here have any item not on the agenda to add? Seeing none, Ms. Moderator, could you open up WebEx for the public comment there?
Certainly. If anyone would like to suggest a topic that is not on the agenda, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment in the text box and click send. If you are a call-in user, you may press *3 to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning. Are there any comments on items not on the agenda? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, thank you, moderator.
You're
All
welcome.
right, so we're going on to the next item, which is approval of the minutes of March 21st, 2024 Legislative Committee meeting. Anybody would like to make a motion? Mr. Lin, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minute of the March 21st, 2024 Legislative Committee meeting.
Thank you. Any second? Anybody? Ms. Katrina?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Salazar. Ms. Reed, could you call the roll? Thank you very much for that. Any public comment in Sacramento? Seeing none, Ms. Moderator, could you open WebEx for public comment, please?
Certainly. If anyone has any comments on the meeting minutes, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, or you may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment, and click send. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning. If you are a call-in user, you may press *3 to raise your hand. Any comments on the meeting minutes from March 21st, 2024? And I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please. Thank you, moderator.
You're welcome.
All right, so now we're up to item 3, California Board of Accountancy 2024 Legislative Tracking Chart. And 3. Oh. Okay, now, Ms. Reed, could you call for the vote?
Patricia Batchelor? Yes. Nancy Dong?
Yes.
Dan Jacobson?
Abstain.
Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Tony Lin?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
And Yen Tu?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. It does take a village, especially with me. All right, so we're on now on item number 3, which is a written report only, but California Board of Accountancy 2024 Legislative Tracking Chart, and consider for taking position on the legislation. Does anybody on the board have any comments or questions? Seeing none, do we see anybody from the Sacramento location? Seeing none, Ms. Moderator, could you open up WebEx for comment?
Certainly. If there are any comments on the legislative tracking chart or calendar, you may look for the question mark icon and click that to raise and then type the word comment into the text box and click send, or you may raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon, and our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hand. Any comments on the legislative calendar? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, Thank you very much, moderator.
Welcome.
Right, we're moving on to number 4 on the item, discussion and possible approval of proposed changes to Business and Professional Code, Section 5076, regarding peer review contained in the Sunset Review Report, and Mr. Hemhill is here to give us a report.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, Chair 2. Good morning, members. Good to see all of you. In its 2022 Sunset Review Report, the CBA offered a number of legislative proposals, one of these ensuring that the CBA maintains proper oversight of California licensed firms through the peer review process. After the CBA's submission of the proposed language in the Sunset Review Report, the CBA received feedback from the American Institute of CPAs, or AICPA, indicating it believes the proposed statutory language in Business and Professions Code Section 5076, that original language is in Attachment 2, needed additional specificity to require or mandate firms participate in the Facilitated State Board Access FSBA system. The new revised language incorporating AICPA's recommendation is provided as Attachment 1. Staff recommends the Legislative Committee approve the revised proposed language for Business and Professions Code, Section 5076, as contained in Attachment 1 for submission and possible inclusion in Assembly Bill 3251, which is the CBA's 2024 Sunset Review legislation. So I will hand it back to you, Chair 2, but I am happy to answer any questions the members may have.
Does anybody have any questions, comments? Yes, Ms. Salazar.
In the new language, I see that there is the word required and also shall. And so was there any consideration as to why shall wasn't used consistently across the board? Just curious about the difference between those phrasings.
So shall was in the original language, and then the new language that was added in is required. So I think that's why they took that to the next level. To add in, to revise it. Do we feel there's some inconsistency there that?
Well, that was kind of my question,
Yeah.
Because from a board perspective, I would think our board wants access. How it gets into the system
Sure.
is, I guess, maybe a different question. So I think that's the proposal, is baking it into ours versus it being on the AICPA side, or I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that, the board recognized peer review provider side, which is the side. So that was just an observation I made, but I was curious about the difference in the language between the two statements.
Yeah. Well, I think it's certainly in your purview to suggest, if you want them both to, read how you want. I think we could entertain that.
Definitely, I think being consistent would be helpful.
Yeah. Only because our language was shall, and so that was my question is, does it constructively change it if its firms shall participate in the secure web-based application, because that's very consistent with the language previously approved.
I think it's a great idea. Do we need to actually make a motion for that, or could we? It's more of a language.
You would include new language in your motion.
Okay.
And it sounds like there is no difference in the legal definition. So I guess my motion is to revise the proposed language in M1 to replace the word required with shall in the statement firms shall participate in the secure web-based application. So I think that's a motion.
That is the motion
that I would make.
Yes. So approving this as with the correction on the language. Mr. Jacobson.
I second that. A point of order, Michael Connotes, legal counsel. Included in the motion is approving the proposal. I did not hear that when you
That
proposed your
is an
motion.
excellent point. So yes, I would expand upon my motion to include the approval of the proposed language with the modification of the word required to shall.
And I
Concur.
understand my second to be to that.
All right, thank you, Michael, for catching that, because I made an assumption. That's what Ms. Salazar was doing, making the motion, so thank you. Any comment from other board members or questions? Yes, Mr. Jacobson.
I spent much of my life interpreting statutes. I've published on it, and if there's a difference in wording, then there's supposed to be a reason for the difference. And if it's happenstance, well, that's fine, maybe. But consistency is really important if consistency is what was meant.
Mr. Jacobson, point well made. Any comment from the public? Mr. Fox, come on up.
Jason Fox of the California Society of CPAs. Not getting into legal interpretation of shall or required. I was prepared to kind of speak in support of the amended language. That's something that we've worked with AICPA, and I think there was an intentional purpose for using required versus shall from a policy standpoint. I think it accomplishes the same thing, but from a process standpoint of how a firm would go into the PREMA system of basically not having the choice of whether they opt in or opt out, but just you're in the system. I think that was kind of a processing standpoint. So I think that was kind of the rationale for some of the clarification language. But on the spot, I don't know if changing from shall required would raise other issues or not. I know the ASPA is, and we've had conversations with the board staff, looked at the proposed language here, does accomplish that, but I don't know if the amended language would raise other issues. So that's my only hesitation. So I would suggest perhaps if that's something the board is interested, maybe defer to the board staff to verify to make sure that the amended language does work from a process standpoint. So I'll pause there.
So Jason, Ms. Katrina Salazar, do we want to continue with the motion, or would you like to make the motion with the understanding staff look into the wording change and come back to us?
I guess maybe I would ask the question of our EO. I am assuming that staff have already kicked this one around, and might staff comment about the analysis that they have done regarding the proposed language, and just maybe opine on that before we, as a board, move on, because it was just a question. It sounds like it was intentional, and so, Dominic, would you? Yes, please.
So for all intents and purposes, I agree with the rationale in that shall and required, and conference with Mr. Connotes, they mean the same thing for our purposes. But I also agree with Mr. Fox in that the ICPA tends to take a very narrow approach to how they look at certain things, and I would lean towards leaving it as are required at this time, but give the staff the flexibility. If we speak with the AICPA and they're comfortable with the word shall as well, then we would make that replacement. And again, I agree with consistency. I agree with our own interpretation, but working with the AICPA on this particular piece is probably just as important as that.
My understanding, it sounds like what you're saying, we can continue with the motion with more clarification from Ms. Salazar.
So let's just make this easy. I'm hearing the answer I was looking for. Those words were thoughtful and selected with a purpose. The lack of consistency has no regulatory impact from our state perspective, from our board operations. And so I'm just going to suggest that I will remove my very complicated motion. And there's a word for retracting that motion. What is that word? Does someone? retract. I would like to retract my previously made motion. Do I need a second for that before I make an amended motion?
Michael Connotes, legal counsel. Technically, there's a motion on the floor, and
We conclude.
The proper procedure would be to then amend the motion. But if there's anyone, I don't know if the chair's comfortable with this, but at times what I do is I just ask if there's anyone that objects to that. So does anyone object to withdrawing the motion?
Anybody object to withdrawing, and then she will make another motion, clearer and concise? I don't see any objection, so Ms. Salazar.
Please do.
I thank you for the do-over. I appreciate the additional conversation. I would like to make a motion to, approve the revised amendments to the peer review language contained in Business Profession Code Section 5076 as outlined in Attachment 1.
Do I see a second? Mr. Jacobson, are you interested? Okay, thank you. We got a second. Any further discussion? But we did have some clarification. Our EO will know too. Okay, so any public discussion further in Sacramento?
We're supportive of that motion.
You started it. So thank you, Ms. Moderator. Could you open WebEx for any further public comment?
Certainly. If anyone has any comment on the motion, the current motion on the floor, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, or you may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment in the text box there and click send. And our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning. Are there any comments on the motion? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that public comment feature?
Yes, moderator, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Hamhill is still here for our second act. Oh, Ms. Reed, take a roll for the motion.
Yen Tu,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes, please.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Christian Lauda,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Nancy Dong,
Yes.
and Patricia Batchelor.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. All right, Mr. Hamhill, we're going to item number 5, update discussion and possible action on legislation which the California Board of Accountancy has taken a position.
Yes, and in this legislative session, that is just one bill at this point. The bill we were just referencing, that is Assembly Bill 3251. It is the CBA's sunset legislation. At the March meeting, the CBA adopted a support position. At that time, it simply contained placeholder language to remove obsolete provisions from 2011. But since it has been amended in the Assembly Business and Professions Committee during an April 23rd hearing, the bill now extends the authority for the CBA, as well as the authority for the CBA to appoint an executive officer to January 1st, 2029. The bill also includes most of the CBA's requested legislative proposals that were included as new issues in the Sunset Report, including number 1, the elimination of the mobility stakeholder group. Number 2, allowing a licensee with a permanent practice restriction to obtain a retired status license. Number 3, removal of references that require physical mailings to and from the CBA. Number 4, updating references for educational accreditation agencies that are consistent with the Code of Federal Regulations. And number 5, addressing the issue of accounting firms with ownership comprised solely of licensees who are not authorized to sign attest engagements. The only Sunset Report issue not included in the most recent amendments is the peer review issue, which we just discussed as addressed in the previous item. Assembly Bill 3251 passed out of the Assembly Business and Professions Committee. It is being heard today, actually, right this hour, at the Assembly Appropriations Committee suspense file. Assuming it passes, it will move next to the Assembly floor. Staff recommends the CBA maintain its support position on this bill, and no action is required. I will now hand it to Chair 2, but I am happy to answer any questions the members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hamhill. Well, I'm curious to know if we're going to exist for another 2029.
It's looking good so far.
It's looking good so far. Good. All right. Anybody on the board? Yes, Ms. Ada.
Thank you, Chair 2. Mr. Hempel, I just had a question on page 3 in the fiscal estimate. It says that there is also cost savings of approximately $70,000 each time the CBA needs to notify its licensees of regulatory change impacting the rules of professional conduct. I wasn't following how that would be a cost savings.
We're doing away with the physical mailings, so that's how much it costs to actually physically send all this out when we make those changes, as opposed to now notifying electronically.
Understood. Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none. Anybody from Sacramento location? Seeing none. Ms. Moderator, please open up WebEx.
Thank you. If there are any public comments on the issue, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, or you may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment in the text box and click send. And our calling users may press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on the issue? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please. Thank you, moderator. All right, item number, last item on the agenda, item number 6, review and consideration of possible position on legislation. The California Board of Accountancy is monitoring. Yes.
Monitoring.
Mr. Hemphill.
Yes, thanks again, Chair 2. So there are 6 bills working their way through the legislature that CBA staff are currently monitoring under this agenda item. Some of the bills which the CBA had previously been monitoring were amended and are no longer relevant to the CBA, so they were removed from this list. 3 out of the 6 are actually being heard today, 2 in the Assembly and 1 in the Senate. As bills continue moving through the legislature and evolve into legislation that may impact the practice of public accountancy or have an impact on the operations of the CBA, staff will prepare an analysis and the bill will be presented at a subsequent CBA meeting. That concludes my presentation. I will now hand it over to Chair 2.
Thank you, Mr. Hemphill. Anybody have any question on the board or comments? Seeing none. Anybody from Sacramento have any comments? Seeing none. Ms. Moderator, please open up WebEx for comments.
Thank you. If anyone would like to make a comment on the legislation mentioned, you may look for the question mark icon, click that and type the word comment and click send. You may look for the hand icon, click that to raise your hand, and our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on the upcoming legislation? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, moderator. Thank you very much.
You're
All
welcome.
right, with that item, we are now adjourned. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning. It is 10:01 and we will get started. My name is Evangeline Ward and I'm the chair for the Enforcement Program Oversight. For the Enforcement Program. Welcome to the May 16, 2024 Enforcement Program Oversight Meeting. The CBA has provided the opportunity for the public to participate via WebEx platform. When we take public comments, we will begin by taking public comments from those individuals attending the meeting at the Sacramento location, and I will then ask the moderator to open up the lines for the public comment. You will be allotted up to 3 minutes for public comment. I will now ask Ms. Reed to please take roll for quorum.
Nancy Corrigan,
Nancy Corrigan, present.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Present.
Tony Lynn,
Here.
Katrina Salazar,
Present.
Teresa Thompson,
Here.
and Evangeline Ward.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. I will now read the mission statement. The CBA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. We will now go to our agenda with agenda item number 1. Any public comments not listed on the agenda? Are there any public comments for items not on the agenda? I'm sorry. From our board. From the public here in Sacramento. I see no one coming. So moderator, can you please ask if we have any public comments?
Certainly.
Agenda item number 1.
Absolutely. If anyone would like to make a comment on an item that is not on the agenda, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon and click that. Type the word comment in the text box and click send. And our call-in users may press *3 to raise your hand. Note that if you are on a mobile device, these options might be behind the 3-dot other options feature on your mobile. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning. Are there any comments for items not on the agenda? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
For agenda item number 2, approve minutes of the January 25th, 2024 Enforcement Program Oversight Committee meeting. Do I have a member to make a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Yes, I'll second that motion.
Thank you so much. I will now take any public comments regarding agenda item number 2, the minutes for the last meeting in January 25th. I see no public comment here in Sacramento. Moderator, can you please open up the, I'm going blank now, questions, any questions or concerns?
You bet. If anyone has any comments on the meeting minutes from January, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment in the text box and click send. And our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on the minutes? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Ms. Reed, may you please take a vote for us?
Nancy Corrigan,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
and Evangeline Ward.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Moving on to agenda item number 3, discussion and possible action regarding updates to the enforcement handbook for licensees. We will have Ms. Shauna, I can't say your last name, I'm so sorry. Our manager for Enforcement Division will present this item for us.
Thank you. It's Palacios. I'm Shauna Palacios. Good morning, everybody. I'm the Enforcement Manager in the Compliance Unit. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide members with the proposed updates to the California Board of Accountancy Enforcement Handbook for Licensees, or the Handbook. The handbook is designed to serve as a resource and guide regarding the CBA's enforcement process for licensees. The revisions are identified by underline and strike through. I'll highlight some of the non-substantive proposed updates. However, I'm happy to answer any questions regarding any changes noted in the handbook attachment. In the handbook on page 2, we added the use of the CPA designation without a valid license and holding out using a name that is not registered with the CBA on social media platforms to the common complaints and referrals received and reviewed by the CBA section. In the handbook on page 9, we removed the tolling of probation for out-of-state residents in practice section, which is now an optional condition of probation. On page 11, we updated the Enforcement Division's petition contact email address to petitions@cba.ca.gov. In the handbook on pages 11 through 12, we updated the burden of proof and rehabilitation evidence sections to add missing information. And lastly, on pages 12 through 13 of the handbook, we updated the miscellaneous information section to add a new subsection related to license status and advertising requirements and information regarding updating an address of record through CBA Connect. There were other minor non-substantive changes made for accuracy of the information provided and to improve overall clarity. In addition to any edits members may have today, staff will be incorporating some non-substantive changes provided to us in advance of the meeting. This concludes my presentation, and at this time I'd like to turn it over to Chair Ward, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that members may have.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Any questions here? Yes.
One quick question. I see that the handbook was drafted or developed in 2016. How often do we review the handbook for necessary updates?
I'm going to direct that question over to Dominic.
It's the last time we did it was in 2017, so it's not something that's on our radar on a common occurrence. So we took this opportunity to take a look at it and kind of freshen it up a bit. So it's something we probably should be adding to our calendar on a recurring basis, and we'll be doing so.
Any other comments from our board members? Yes, Ms. Hines.
I just wanted to, on the record, just say that I think that it's really helpful that it includes more explanation and description of what is expected under rehabilitation for a licensee, just to make sure that the licensees understand that when they are coming for their hearings, or having their petitions heard, that they really understand and appreciate what we are looking, what kind of information we're looking to hear back when we're evaluating their petitions. I think it's helpful to have it laid out that way. So I just wanted to make note of that.
Any other board comments? Any public comment here in Sacramento regarding agenda item number 3? Moderator, can you please see if there's any comments online?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the handbook, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, or you may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment in the text box, and click send. And our calling users may press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on the updates to the handbook? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
And that was our last agenda item, and the meeting is now adjourned.
And this is the moderator. I'm happy to do a mic check for Laura Ross. I have promoted your computer connection so that you may mute and unmute yourself. If you prefer to use your phone connection, just raise your hand on your phone or mobile device. And similarly, Kathy Johnson, I have promoted you to panelist, so you are free to unmute yourself as you need to.
Yeah, can you please use the phone?
Certainly.
I'll have the video on the I'll have the video on the computer, but the audio on the phone.
Okay, all right, fantastic. And it seems like things, I was able to hear that, so that's fine. Did you want to test the audio from your phone?
Okay, here I am. This is Laura.
All right, wonderful. It's a little bit quiet, but it is certainly understandable.
Okay, yeah, it's my computer isn't good for the audio.
Okay.
So and I couldn't get the video on my phone. So
Exactly. All right.
all right.
Technology is wonderful, but
Yeah,
okay.
but so I will have the video on the computer and just the audio on the phone if I can use them both at the same time.
Perfect. All
Okay.
right. Thank you. And for our attendees, we will be on a break until approximately 10:25 when we will start the board meeting. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, good morning. My name is Joe Rosenbaum, and I'd like to welcome you to the May 16, 2024 CBA meeting. First, let me read into the record some notes about public comment. The CBA has provided the opportunity for the public to participate via the WebEx platform. When we take public comments, we will begin by taking public comment from those individuals attending the meeting at the Sacramento location. I will then ask the moderator to open up the lines for public comment. You will be allotted up to 3 minutes for public comment. Ms. Reed, can you take roll to establish a quorum?
Patricia Batchelor.
Here.
Nancy Corrigan.
Nancy Corrigan, present.
Nancy Dong.
Present.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines.
Present.
Dan Jacobson.
Here.
Christian Lotta.
Present.
Tony Lynn.
Here.
Joe Rosenbaum.
Here.
Katrina Salazar.
Present.
Teresa Thompson.
Here.
Yin Tu.
Here.
And Evangeline Ward.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to read into the record the CBA's mission statement. The CBA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that the protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. So I'd like to begin the meeting today with the first item on our agenda, which is public comments for items not on the agenda. So I'd like to ask anyone in the public here in Sacramento, any public comments for items not on the agenda? Seeing none, moderator, would you please open the lines to see if we have any public comment for items not on the agenda?
Certainly. If anyone would like to mention a comment, make a comment on something that is not on the agenda, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon and click that. Type the word comment into the text box, then click send. And our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning. Are there any comments for items not on the agenda? I do not see any requests for comment. Ms. Johnson, I believe you might want to put yourself, thank you very much, on mute. All right. We do not have any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, let's move on to agenda item number 2, report of the president. The first item under agenda item 2 is the AICPA committee interest for the 25-26 volunteer year. So this item provides members with information regarding opportunities to participate on committees within the AICPA. The AICPA announced on June 1, 2024, it will begin accepting applications for the 2025-26 volunteer year. Those interested in serving on a committee for the 25-26 volunteer year should complete the online committee interest application no later than this October 1, 2024. Also attached is an overview of the AICPA volunteer environment provided as an attachment. To ensure that the staff track CBA members' interest, please email Rebecca Reed, the CBA Board Relations Analyst, when you submit an application and provide the committees that you're seeking to be appointed to. If you have any questions regarding AICPA committees, please also contact Rebecca Reed. So please take a look at that, and to the extent that you have any interest, go ahead, check it out. Sign the, you'll see the form you'll need to sign, but just keep us posted. Okay, next item on the agenda is item B. the update on the California Board of Accountancy's sunset review. So Deanne Pierce, would you please provide us with that update?
Thank you so much. The CBA Sunset Bill, Assembly Bill 3251, is proceeding through the legislature. As you may recall from the March meeting, the CBA reviewed and approved responses to 13 issues identified by the legislature in a background paper. The responses were submitted to the legislature at the end of April. On April 23rd, Executive Officer Dominic Franzella did another great job providing testimony on the bill during the Assembly Business and Professions Committee hearing. It passed out of the committee and was amended to include all but one of the CBA's requested statutory changes. The bill now includes extending the sunset date on the CBA to January 1, 2029, remove references that require physical mailings to and from the CBA, address the issue of accounting firms with ownership comprised solely of licensees who are not authorized to sign attest engagements, allow licensees with a permanent practice restriction to obtain a retired status license, update references for educational accreditation agencies consistent with the Code of Federal Regulations, and eliminate the authority for the mobility stakeholder group. The last item related to peer review documentation will be discussed during the legislative committee report. If the proposed new language on peer review documentation is approved by the board, staff will provide the language to the legislature for consideration to be amended into the bill. I'd like to extend a thank you to Cal CPA, who issued a letter of support to the Assembly BNP Committee for the CBA Sunset Bill. The bill is presently pending in the Assembly Appropriations Committee at this moment, so we should have an update later today. And then I'll turn it back to President Rosenbaum, and I'm happy to answer any questions the members may have.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from anyone on the board? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on. Item number C in the President's report, C 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are going to be postponed until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, where we will hear from various individuals from various stakeholders. But we'll now move to item number D, the Department of Consumer Affairs Director's Report on Departmental Activities. Judy Buccarelli will provide that. Thank you, Ms. Buccarelli.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Judy Buccarelli from the Department of Consumer Affairs, and it's great to be with you again. On behalf of the department, I'd like to thank the members of the California Board of Accountancy for your service and dedication to protect the consumers of California. To begin the update, May 5th through 11th was Public Service Recognition Week, and DCA honored the 3,000 departmental, board, and bureau employees dedicated to protecting California consumers. DCA would like to thank all employees for their service and contributions to consumer protection. Is there an echo, or is it?
No echo here on WebEx.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Next, on April 30th, DCA hosted an in-person meeting with Agency Secretary Tamika Moss and executive leadership. The meeting served as an opportunity for DCA leaders to meet our new secretary and hear her vision and priorities for the Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency and the department. Moving on, DCA has learned of a recent increase in scams targeting licensees. Though the nature of the scams varies, they are similar in that they involve individuals falsely identifying themselves as board employees and telling the licensee they are under investigation. The scammers attempt to gather personal and/or financial information and may even demand payment. Boards are urged to be vigilant and proactive in providing licensees with tips on avoiding scams. Next, I have a diversity, equity, and inclusion update. On April 5th, DCA's DEI Steering Committee held its quarterly meeting. The committee reviewed and discussed the member application process, establishing subcommittees, and solicited input from committee members on how to expand language access, workforce development, and advance DEI activities in 2024. The next committee meeting will be held on July 26th. If you have any ideas you would like the committee to consider, please share them with your executive officer. As a reminder, DCA's learning management system has many DEI-related training courses available. Moving on, I have an outreach update. Last month, DCA's Office of Public Affairs staff participated in 2 Facebook Live events hosted by the Consulate of Mexico's Sacramento and Fresno offices during its Financial Education Week. Staff presented Get to Know DCA in Spanish and shared a broad overview of consumer and licensing information. In addition, DCA joined an in-person resource event with the Consulate of Mexico in Sacramento. Another Get to Know DCA virtual event was held with the Consulate of Mexico in San Bernardino on May 14th. The consulates have expressed interest in future event partnerships to share even more licensing and consumer resources. In the coming months, DCA will be developing workforce development outreach opportunities for all boards and bureaus to participate in. I look forward to sharing more information with you soon. Next, as the fiscal year comes to an end, please submit your travel expense claims as soon as possible and no later than Wednesday, June 7th. Claims submitted after this date will still be processed. However, the State Controller's Office will not issue payments until after July 5th, 2024. All travel expenses and advances submitted for travel on or after July 1 will be processed for payment after the budget is signed. For any questions regarding travel claims, please contact Board and Bureau Relations. As a reminder, board members must complete BMOT within 1 year of their appointment or reappointment. This training will be offered virtually on June 18th and again on October 22nd, 2024. Members can register for BMOT training via the Learning Management System. And finally, now that the annual Form 700 filing period has ended, DCA and BBR would like to thank all board members and executive officers for helping us achieve nearly 100% compliance. This concludes the DCA update, and if further information or assistance is needed with any of the items that I've shared with you today, please feel free to reach out to Board and Bureau Relations. At this time, I'll turn it back to President Rosenbaum, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you very much for that. At this time, do you have any questions from anyone on the board? So I'd also like to ask for public comment for any of the items in the President's report, so items 2A, 2B, and 2D. Do we have any public comment here in Sacramento? Seeing none, moderator, could you open up the lines to see if we have any comments on agenda item 2A, B, and D?
Thank you. If anyone would like to make a comment on the referenced items, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment in the text box and click send. And our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hands. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments on the items discussed? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'd now like to turn it over to item number 3, report of the Vice President, Ms. Tu.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. This item is to recommend the appointment of Laura Ross, CPA, to the Enforcement Advisory Committee. The Enforcement Advisory Committee assists the CPA in advisory capacity with enforcement activities. This includes reviewing closed investigation files, provide technical guidance on open investigations, and participating in investigative hearings. I have conferred with the CPA executive officer to verify that Ms. Ross has met the appropriate requirement for license renewal and has demonstrated the skills and knowledge to serve as a member of the Enforcement Advisory Committee. Ms. Ross is currently on the Peer Review Oversight Committee, where she is serving as chair and has previously served as vice chair. I would like to make a motion to appoint Laura Ross, CPA, through May 31st, 2026. I would like to return this to the president to finish the motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Ms. Ward, thank you. Ms. Reed, can you call? First, I'd like to see if we have any public comment regarding Ms. Ross's reappointment. Anything in Sacramento? Moderator, could you please open the lines to see if we have any public comment via WebEx?
Certainly. If anyone has any comment on the reappointment for the Enforcement Advisory Committee Chair, you may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment, and click send. You may look for the hand icon, click that to raise your hand, or our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on the EAC reappointment? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Ms. Reed, can you please take a vote?
Patricia Batchelor?
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Nancy Dong?
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines?
Yes.
Dan Jacobson?
Yes.
Christian Lauda?
Yes.
Tony Lynn?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Teresa Thompson?
Yes.
Yen Tu?
Yes.
And Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 4, the report of the Secretary Treasurer, Ms. Lauda.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. Provided for your review is the third quarter financial report for fiscal year 2023-24. For the current fiscal year, the CBA's budget authority remains set at $19,734,000. The CBA's proposed budget for next fiscal year is $19,863,000. Additional information on this will be provided at the July CBA meeting. CBA revenues, which are reflected on page 2 of the report, totaled over $15.5 million for the period beginning July 1st through March 31st, 2024. Projected revenues are anticipated to be over $18.5 million by the end of the fiscal year. The fiscal month 9 financial statement located on page 3 reflects actual expenditures and encumbrances as of March 31st, 2024, and totaled nearly $13.1 million. The CBA is presently projected to have a budget surplus of approximately 6%. The fund condition statement, which is included on page 9, identifies that the CBA is projected to have 11.3 months in reserve at the conclusion of the fiscal year, and that the CBA's loan to the general fund is scheduled for repayment this fiscal year, along with interest of approximately $204,000. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions and have staff available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your report. Do any of the board members have any questions or comments? Mr. Jacobson.
Kristen, maybe this is best addressed to Dominic. Given the state of the financial affairs in the general fund, has there been any rumblings about the governor or anyone requesting a loan from us?
Ms. Pierce, could you answer that?
Sure. There hasn't been anything about loans mentioned. The only thing that has been mentioned that will impact us is 2 provisions in the May revise. One is a reduction of 7.95% of our budget, or for all departments, not just the board, and then elimination of vacant positions. We're still waiting for information from the Department of Finance and the Department of Consumer Affairs on how that's going to be implemented. But as of right now, those are the only, not only, but those are the 2 provisions that impact us.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Tu.
Stan, how many vacant positions do we have currently that is going to be eliminated?
Right now we have, sorry, I have to pull it up. Right now, we have 11 vacancies, but that fluctuates, from week to week because we're, on a hiring recruitment all the time. Last time there was a reduction in positions where we had some eliminated. There were some nuances to it. There were some that didn't necessarily had to be eliminated because they were difficult to fill, those kind of things. So until we get the guidance from the Department of Finance and DCA on how that's going to be implemented, I wouldn't look at our vacant positions now and think that those are all going to be gone. So there's more work that needs to be done. So once we get that additional guidance, then we can follow up with the board and kind of let you know where we're at.
And I'm assuming some critical position may not be involved into the elimination.
Yeah, I would hope they wouldn't be. But as soon as we get more information, we'll share that with the board.
Do you have any other? Oh, Ms. Ward.
I do have a question, and I don't know why I'm asking the question, but I'm just curious. For the budget that's found on page 3 of 10, for the insurance, which I see there's no line item for the governor's budget part of $143, what type of insurance is that? I'm just curious. What is that?
Again, I think Ms. Pierce is probably better suited to answer that question.
Sorry, I'm pulling it up.
I mean, it's only 143. I'm just curious of what insurance and why is it not a line item if it's something that we need to have once I know what kind of insurance it is.
I have that. This actually came up. Can I follow up with you a little bit later today, and I can let you know what that information is?
Yeah, I'm just being nosy. It's probably none of my business at all. I'm just asking.
I will follow up with you. I do have the answer to that because that came up recently, but I'll follow up with you and the rest of the board with that information.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from members of the board? Are there any public comments from anyone here in the Sacramento location? Seeing none, could I ask the moderator to please open it up to see if we have any comments from WebEx?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the financial report, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment in the text box and click send. Or our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hands. Are there any comments on the financial report? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's move on to item number 5, report on our various committees, the Enforcement Advisory Committee, the Qualifications Committee, and the Peer Review Oversight Committee. The first item is item 5A, the Enforcement Advisory Committee, and I'd like to turn it over to Kathy Johnson, our chair, who is on WebEx. Is there a mute button problem?
Hey, I think I found it. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about the delay. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Kathy Johnson, and I am the Enforcement Advisory Committee Chair. The EAC held its meeting in person on May 2nd, 2024 at the Los Angeles Marriott Burbank Hotel. At the meeting, members focused on reviewing 14 open investigative files. Members provided valuable insight and feedback to assist staff with the next steps in the investigative process itself. The EAC also held 4 investigative hearings. Now, our next EAC meeting will be held on July the 11th, 2024. And before I move to the next item, I'll be happy to answer any questions from the CBA members or questions that the public may have.
Sorry, maybe just continue with your report for item 2.
Thank you. And so item 2 consists of approval of the 2025 Enforcement Advisory Committee meeting dates. The EAC members approved the 2025 EAC meeting dates at the May 2nd, 2024 EAC meeting. The EAC has selected the dates to avoid major and religious holidays. So for your reference, attached is the 2025 calendar that reflects the proposed dates. The EAC recommends that the CBA adopt the proposed 2025 EAC meeting dates. And pending that adoption, this concludes my presentation. And now I will turn it back over to President Rosenbaum and be happy to answer any additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Okay, so we do have a request to approve the proposed meeting dates for the EAC. Those are in your binder. Do I have a motion to approve those meeting dates for 2025? Ms. Hines.
Move to approve.
Okay, do I have a second? Yes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Do you have any questions, comments, discussion from anyone on the board? Do we have any public comment from anyone in Sacramento regarding the report from the May 2nd Enforcement Advisory Committee or the approval of the 2025 meeting dates? Seeing none, moderator, could you open up the lines to see if we have any comments from WebEx on item number 5A?
Certainly. If anyone has any comments on the EAC committee report, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment, then click send. And our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. Any comments on the EAC material? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Reed, can you take a vote on the approval for the Enforcement Advisory Committee meeting dates for 2025?
Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
Yen Tu?
Yes.
Teresa Thompson?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Tony Lynn?
Yes.
Christian Lauda?
Yes.
Dan Jacobson?
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines?
Yes.
Nancy Dong?
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
And Patricia Batchelor?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, the next item on our agenda is 5B, the report of the Qualifications Committee, and here to present that is the chair of the Qualifications Committee, Michael Williams.
Good morning, President Rosenbaum, members of the board. I am Michael Williams, chair of the CBA's Qualification Committee. I'm happy to provide a report on the Qualification Committee's April 24th meeting, which was held virtually. First, I would like to thank Qualifications Committee liaison and CBA member Patricia Batchelor, CPA, for attending our meeting and providing an overview of the CBA's January and March 2024 CBA meetings. At our meeting, the QC discussed and approved the January 24th meeting minutes. Staff provided an update on the proposed changes to the CBA QC Procedures Manual, and the QC discussed and approved the changes with limited non-substantive changes. Since January 2024, the QC has convened 2 subcommittee meetings to conduct interviews with employers and applicants to review work papers of a test experience. In total, there were 5 Section 69 reviews, 4 applicants were recommended for approval, and 1 applicant was recommended for deferral. As background, the QC conducts Section 69 reviews when staff believes additional or clarifying information is needed from a California licensee who has signed a certificate of experience, or when a licensee fails to submit a certificate of experience or comply with a request for an explanation of experience. The next QC meeting will be held on July 24th, 2024. That concludes my report. At this time, I will turn it back to President Rosenbaum, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any questions from anyone here on the board? Seeing none, do we have any questions from the public in Sacramento? Moderator, could you please open the lines to see if we have any questions or comments from WebEx?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the Qualifications Committee report, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment in the text box and click send. And our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on the Qualifications Committee report? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Mr. Williams. Okay, next item on the agenda is 5C. Laura Ross, the chair of the Peer Review Oversight Committee, will present via WebEx.
Thank you. Good morning, President Rosenbaum. Members of the board, I am Laura Ross, chair of the CBA's Peer Review Oversight Committee. The PROC held its meeting at the CBA headquarters and on WebEx on May 10th. I would like to thank CBA liaison Tony Lynn for attending our meeting and providing an overview of the CBA activities from the March 21st CBA meeting. The PROC discussed, provided feedback, and approved February 16th, 2024 meeting minutes. PROC members attended 8 report acceptance body meetings since our last PROC meeting. PROC members reported that the report acceptance body meetings all met expectations. PROC members also reviewed 2 out-of-state administering entities, the Pennsylvania Institute of CPAs and Minnesota Society of CPAs. The Pennsylvania Institute of CPAs was specifically chosen for review because CalCPA has recently partnered with them to handle some of the administrative and technical work. Rich Simidian, the interim director of the CalCPA peer review program, shared that Pennsylvania is helping CalCPA with technical reviews and outreach to firms. It was determined that the Pennsylvania Institute of CPAs and the Minnesota Society of CPAs complied with the administrative procedures and standards in all material respects as established by the CBA. Lastly, the PROC discussed and approved changes to the annual site visit checklist, which I will present to the CBA in July. The PROC also chose 2 members to participate in the 2024 annual site visit to the California Society of CPAs. The next PROC meeting will be held on August 9th, 2024. I will now turn it back over to President Rosenbaum and would be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you very much for that report. Do we have any questions or comments from anyone here on the board? Do we have any questions or comments from anyone attending in Sacramento? Moderator, could you please open the lines to see if we have any questions or comments from anyone participating via WebEx?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the Peer Review Oversight Committee report, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment in the text box and click send. And our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on the PROC report? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Okay, now moving on, we've got to adopt and accept certain minutes here in agenda item number 6. The first one is agenda item 6A, which is our meeting minutes, the adoption of the March 21, 2024 California Board of Accountancy meeting minutes. Could I please get a motion to adopt those minutes, specifically agenda item 6A, but it includes non-substantive edits that were noted after the materials were received. Ms. Hines.
Point of information, can we adopt the minutes as a group, or do we have to go through them individually?
We're going to adopt, we need to adopt our minutes, but we accept the committee meeting minutes, which are the rest, and we'll do that as a group.
All right, so I move to adopt the March 21st, 2024 CBA meeting minutes.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Yes, we have a second, Ms. Lotta.
So moved.
Can we take the vote, Ms. Reed? Oh, sorry. Do we have any public comment on the minutes of the March 21, 2024 California Board of Accountancy meeting? Seeing none here in Sacramento, moderator, could you please open the lines to see if we have any comments from those on WebEx?
Certainly. If anyone has any comments on the March 21st CBA meeting minutes, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment in the text box and click send. And if you're a call-in user, you may press *3 to raise your hand. Any comments on the minutes? And I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please. Thank you. And now, Ms. Reed, can we take a vote?
Patricia Batchelor?
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Nancy Dong?
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines? Yes. Dan Jacobson?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, abstain.
Okay, Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Tony Lynn?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Teresa Thompson?
Yes.
Yin Tu?
Yes.
And Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you. Now moving on to agenda item number 6. B, C, D, E, F, and G. These are the various minutes of our committees, and we're asked to accept those minutes. So could I get a motion to accept these minutes, 6B through 6G, which include non-substantive edits that were noted after the materials were received?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Corrigan.
I will second that motion. Thank you.
Do we have any discussion from anyone on the board regarding the acceptance of those minutes? Do we have any public comment from those attending in Sacramento? Moderator, could you please open the lines to see if we have any public comment from those attending on WebEx?
Certainly. If anyone has any comment on any of the committee meeting minutes, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment, then click send. Or if our calling users may press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on any of the committee meetings in the motion? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please. Thank you. Ms. Reed, can we take a vote?
Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
Yin Tu?
Yes.
Teresa Thompson?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Tony Lynn?
Yes.
Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Dan Jacobson?
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines?
Yes.
Nancy Dong?
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
And Patricia Batchelor?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you. Moving right along, we are now at item number 7, other business. Item 7A is a report regarding meetings of the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. First item is 7A1, the report on meetings of the AICPA attended by a California Board of Accountancy representative. We have 2 of those presentations today, the first of which will be Ms. Salazar, who is on the Board of Examiners for the AICPA. Ms. Salazar.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. And I'll be brief. I will share that the Board of Examiners has held 2 meetings since our last CBA report at our last meeting. Those were well attended by the Board of Examiners meetings and also had observing representatives from NASBA as well as the Examination Review Board. So the focus of those meetings really was the discussion of the first quarter 2024 examination volumes. And I think the big takeaway is that the volumes were the volume for candidates taking the CPA exam was very close to what was anticipated. So I thought that was good news. And so that is helpful. I will share that discipline section scores, because remember there's discipline exams and core exams now. So the discipline scores were scheduled to be released back on April 23rd to NASBA. So hopefully our candidates have all received their scores. And the core section scores are scheduled to be released to NASBA or the State Boards of Accountancy, depending on instructions, on June 4th. So just wanted to let you know that that process that was expected during evolution and all of the run up to it has happened, and those examinations, happened and are moving forward as expected. I know candidates have been very anxious waiting to get information. So that process is continuing. So thank you with that. That's my report.
Thank you. We'll hold public comment until at least until the end of that section. The next item is 7A1B from Nancy Corrigan, who's on the State Board Committee of the AICPA.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The State Board Committee met on April 17th. That was via Zoom. And one of the topics, because we have a variety of jurisdictions represented on that committee, is State Board Hot Topics. And of course, we discussed pipeline and the 120 versus 150 units in general. And really the impact that artificial intelligence, those units differential being discussed, and compensation is having on the profession. So we all know that's kind of an ongoing national discussion. We did get an update on exams and the pipeline. Second quarter of the new exam is going smoothly. So far, things are progressing. And we had a report of the Board of Examiners meeting and information that Ms. Salazar just shared. One thing of note is that the AICPA and NASBA are working together and sending candidate targeted emails, such as notices to schedule, but also just helpful information to encourage scheduling for the exam. So putting as much of a positive spin as possible on what I'm sure is a challenge for these candidates. We always get kind of a standard setting update, and it was noted that, and I think this was all discussed in kind of looking at the makeup of the new exam, but that pointing out that the expectations of new CPAs were set and established in the minimum passing scores to kind of consider what a new CPA 1 to 3 year experience would need to know, so that they're being tested on what they need to know and not everything else that we do later in our careers. So ratings of it considering that, and that they again are being tested on the knowledge at that level. And that concludes that part of my report. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to do public comment at the end of item number 7, but do we have any questions from the board regarding either of the presentations from our attendees to the AICPA meetings? No. Well, let's move on then to 7B, the NASBA, the National Association of State Boards of Accountancy. And the first item on the agenda under item 7B is again Ms. Katrina Salazar, report of the National Committee, or the NASBA Director at Large.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. So the NASBA board meeting was held only a few short weeks ago. That was on April 26th. There was, of course, a lot of stuff happening. There were some fun highlights that I kind of wanted to share because I think they don't always make it to our attention, and sometimes folks don't have a chance to process the emails. But NASBA has a Center for Public Trust, and so the 2024 Ethics in Action video competition has concluded. So I would just remind folks that this is where the Center for Public Trust encourages students to submit ethics-based videos. There's a competition. So on April 25th, NASDA actually sent its members an email announcing the winners. And so there's some great links in there that you may want to check out. It's really great to see the creativity of students in business and accounting address ethic issues. And those are really great prompts, have been for folks in industry, in the profession, as well as students to kind of pick up and consider the responses to some of the questions posed in these videos. So it's a really fun resource. So I wanted to share with you that is one of the things happening, highlighting workplace ethics and supporting the industry and the profession's concerns about that. I will say that there was a lot of conversation about equivalent pathways to CPA licensures with the goal of maintaining substantial equivalency. So I know we do have an agenda item on this. Tomorrow at NASDA, though, there was focus on the challenges that are created by alternate pathways for mobility issues. And the Professional Licensure Task Force did report on the structured professional program that it was now working in concert with AICPA's NPAG through a new working group. And they answered more questions about the model. Specifically, there was a letter prepared by our board, submitted to NASDA, and that those questions were addressed in that meeting. So I believe the responses have come back to this board as well. I thought that was important to know. Our communications are being listened to and considered at the NASDA level. The possible model for SPP was talked about with a length of 2 years, and so that from the SPP program is a blended learning and experience program. And I know I asked, a question, several people asked questions about why 2 years, and one of the reasons was that eliminates concerns about double dipping a 30-hour education with a 1 year of experience. So again, just an approach, something to think about as you look at SPP. And there was some discussion about a possible model. Again, at that point in time, everything isn't fleshed out, but I thought it was interesting to learn that the concept is that there would be a uniform tracking system that would be created and maintained at no cost to boards or the candidates. I thought that was important. And that would house a learning rubric, apparently yet to be defined. And individuals, how it would work is the individual would apply for the exam. The education would be verified by boards of accountancy. An individual would obtain a unique identifier going through that exam application process, and that identification would be the same one used in this tracking program. And it would also allow the CPA supervisor who would be working with the candidate to log into the system, and that's the mechanism for which any learning would be tracked, and that takes a lot of the creation and the work off of the supervisors as well as the candidates. So again, I think that this is evolving. There was a lot of conversation from Stephanie Saunders as well as Dan Dustin about responses to individual board queries. And I think that this might just be context for the continued materials and discussions. I know we have even more in our handout, and there's a lot for tomorrow, but that's where things were several weeks ago. There's also a lot of other things happening. The CPE standards group with NASDA has created, through their working group, a subcommittee to look at instructional delivery methods. So they shared that they're looking at this is an evergreen process. Every couple of years, CPE standards are evaluated, and looking at it holistically, trying to reconsider the current methods and challenge what methods might look like in the future. So again, there will be some initial deliberations happening, but I thought that was kind of exciting to hear that there is that sort of interest in remaining current with the way learning is changing. The Ethics Committee and the Regulatory Review Board have submitted comments on 2 exposure drafts that came from IESBA, which is the International Ethics Standard Board. So communications have been sent out about that. I thought it was really interesting that the Peer Review Compliance Committee talked about the peer review board's exposure draft that recently came out. That exposure draft would permit peer reviewers that retire from public accountancy to continue serving as a team member for 18-month period. And the comment that was put forward by the NASBA committees was support for this change, but an expression of the belief that not only should that retired peer reviewer member be eligible for 18 months, but they should continue to remain licensed and current with their state boards. And so I thought that was an important addition in there. So I wanted just to share that with you as well. And last but not least, and I know that our regional director will talk a lot about events in her report and supplement it, but it would be important to mention that NASBA did select its new CEO, and that will be Dan Dustin. Everybody hopefully knows that the current CEO is retiring, and so that transition will happen on August 1st. So more changes happening at NASBA. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, I'll ask for questions from the board, and we'll hold public comment until the conclusion of item number 7. But are there any questions, comments from the board? If not, we'll move on to the report of activities of meetings of the NASBA, which were attended by a Board of Accountancy member. And first up is Ms. Corrigan again, who attended meetings of the Enforcement Resources Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Enforcement Resources Committee met via Zoom on April 22nd. Just a reminder of our goal or our mission in the ERC to promote effective, efficient, and where appropriate, uniform enforcement of professional standards by boards of accountancy. So that's our goal. And during that meeting, we discussed a upcoming summer edition newsletter articles, and so that was discussed. Holding an enforcement webinar with sources from the legal conference and trying to identify speakers for that for down the line. We discussed the NASBA Center for Public Trust Ethics course, and that our committee should continue to support that and consider it to be a valuable part of discipline, noting that California has applied it, which I let my committee members know that successfully, I believe, so far. We discussed how the ERC can help the Department of Labor Audit Deficiency Initiative. So we're looking into that and what more we can do to be supportive. We also discussed cheating on continuing education and or ethics courses. Terrible thing, but we know what happens. And one underscoring comment is that there certainly needs to be, we need to raise awareness, especially to the newer professionals, you know, to just, it's really in everything that we do and everything that we're taught, except somehow that awareness needs to be brought out. So they're not led by anybody that's been in the profession longer, that it's okay to cheat on continuing education. So we're hoping for a cultural shift. So we're looking at that. And that boards and firms need to continue to be educated on fraud, which we try to do, and stressing ethics. And I know we're pretty good about that in California. And one of the comments that was made was that for in-house continuing education, if we're finding that a firm just can't comply, then perhaps we temporarily, you know, a jurisdiction could temporarily ban them for a year, whatever the time period is, from holding in-house continuing education, if that's the source of cheating. So that was a consideration and an option, and that would really hurt a firm to have to pull back, you know, reel it in. So anyway, we have a lot in process, as you can tell, so these are all works in progress. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, and do we have any questions regarding the Enforcement Resources Committee presentation? If not, can I ask you to continue with your Relations with Member Boards Committee?
Yes, thank you. I certainly will. So as a part of the physical meeting in April when the board met, this committee meets the afternoon before, so that was April 25th. The meeting was in Las Vegas. At that time, we reviewed the February 24th regional conference call, which I presented to this board in March. And so we spent a significant amount of time in reviewing the agendas for the regional conferences, making assignments and just getting prepared for those. The Eastern Conference is June 4th to 6th in Louisville, Kentucky. The Western, which is what I will be a part of, is June 25th to 27th in Omaha, Nebraska. The regional directors are responsible for moderating, really the entire session. So that's kind of a big event for us. You know that we always have the opportunity to meet with the NASBA Executive Committee directly with our questions, even though they may be discussing them the next day at the full board meeting, but we can get a little insight. And so we talked about, of course, 120 versus 150 semester units and what is being heard by NASBA leaders. And we know that there's a collaboration in process and information is forthcoming. We know we're going to hear some of that tomorrow. So that's kind of always ongoing, like where is it, what are you guys hearing? So that's always happening. We talked about alternative ownership of CPA firms and how that's impacting the profession. Right now, NASBA is gathering more information on that. We know there was a presentation on April 30th. So kind of looking into what jurisdictions are doing in that regard. So a lot of that is going to be forthcoming. We also requested data on the credit relief initiative and anticipated outcomes of that. How are the jurisdictions doing, like in the first 100 days? What do we expect in 6 months, that kind of thing? Because the jurisdictions all handle that differently, and California kind of does their own thing in that process. NASBA didn't really have that result. So I think that's something that, again, will be coming down the line when more information is compiled. And that completes my report, and I turn it back to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I just would ask, can you just explain what the credit relief initiative is for some of the newer board members?
And I'm going to defer to Mr. Franzella, but it really gives kind of an extension of time, so I'll defer.
Please.
Thank you. So the Credit Relief Initiative was a idea that was brought up by NASBA and leadership to consider having state boards reinstate, or reinstate is probably the best choice of words there, reinstate expired credits for people who had lost credits during the kind of the pandemic and the financial crisis that kind of followed there, to see if we could get individuals back into that pipeline, get back to testing. And in California, the board did it en masse. So anybody who lost credit between a particular period of time, I believe it was somewhere in January 2020 through the end of last year, if they had expired credits, got those reinstated and were notified. And I want to say there was around 30 or 40 individuals. In doing so, they actually ended up passing the exam. So they were able to start their licensure process.
Thank you very much. Yes.
And so that initiative was kind of, I guess, in a small way and in any way that we can help the pipeline, it helped. And to, I guess, maybe be fair to those folks that, their whole process was interrupted, perhaps by COVID. Some jurisdictions decided to look, candidate by candidate by candidate, which would be a lot of work for California and the volume. And so this board voted to do that en masse, as Mr. Franzella mentioned, within certain time frames. And that has served its purpose well for quite a few candidates, hopefully more. And some states, a few, I think a handful maybe, decided not to do that because they already had certain leniencies built into their rules and regulations. So thank you.
Thank you, and I'm glad to hear that that was a successful effort on all of our parts. Next, we'll turn it over to Yen Tu, who's going to talk about experience with the NASBA Communications Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee meet in Las Vegas, and at the last minute, I was unable to attend even virtually. So, and I have not received the minutes of the meeting. So I will report back if once I have a chance to see that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, for moving on within our NASBA reports, item number 4 is a report by Dominic Franzella of the March 25-27 Annual Conference for Executive Directors and Board Staff.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. So in your materials, there is the agenda for the Executive Director and State Board staff meeting that was held in Nashville back the week after our March board meeting. The primary topic on there, and I won't belabor it, it was the update on the Professional Licensing Task Force and the Structural Professional Program. And Ms. Salazar kind of touched on that, but you'll get a lot more tomorrow as part of the discussions. So I'd be happy to answer any members' questions related to that.
Thank you very much for that. Do we have any questions from the board on that? Seeing none, let's ask for public comment for, sorry, we have a question.
Hi, Mr. President. Yes, to the directors of NASBA, with the new leader, Mr. Dustin, is it Dustin? Is there any chance we will be able to invite him once he's in place to come and to one of our meetings in the future dates and let us have a chance to get to know him a little bit and for him to meet us?
Yes, please.
Yes, I would say the answer to that is yes. He has been before this board before as Vice President of Board Relations, so the Committee on Board Relations. He's the liaison and a very effective and very responsive individual. So Ms. Salazar and I have known of him, of course, for a few years now. He would be very agreeable, I'm sure. I can kind of say that on his behalf that I believe he would be, yes.
Yes, Ms. Salazar.
And my understanding is, although our agenda item doesn't specify who will be attending for NASBA tomorrow, that an invitation was extended to Mr. Dan Dustin in his vice president role, as well as Stephanie Saunders of NASBA, who is also on the Professional Licensure Task Force. So they both have been invited to tomorrow's agenda item as well. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions here from the board? If not, I'd like to see if there are any public comment for anything in item number 7, which are the reports from the AICPA and the NASBA. Seeing none in Sacramento, moderator, could you please open up the lines to see if we have any comment from those attending via WebEx on agenda item number 7?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the reports from the Professional Association meetings, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. And our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hands. Are there any comments on the reports from those meetings? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we look to be a little ahead of schedule now, so I'd like to go ahead and jump and pull forward some of the items that we had originally scheduled for tomorrow. So specifically, item number 12, the report of the executive officer. Can we first start with the report of the administration division, and we'll have Deanne Pierce provide that for us. 12A.
Thank you. First wanted to circle back on the insurance question, if I could, real quick, from the Secretary report. It's our portion of DCA's insurance costs that's assessed by the Office of Risk and Insurance Management Program. So it's a statewide assessment that all departments pay, and the 186, I think it is for this fiscal year, is our portion that we pay to DCA for those services. So,
thank you for that clarification.
Yeah. Okay, report of the Administration Division. The State Leadership Accountability Act, or SLAE, as we call it, was enacted to reduce the waste of resources and reinforce internal controls. SLAE requires that the California Board of Accountancy maintain effective systems of internal control to evaluate and monitor the effectiveness of those controls and to biennially report on the adequacy of the agency's systems of internal control. The CBA submitted its SLAE report in December 2023, and the risks identified in the report consist of recruitment and retention of ICPAs, online service automation, and reliance on hard copy documents. A copy of the report is also posted to our website. The next step was creating a SLAE implementation plan report that was provided and that provides an update on the progress made to the risks identified. The CBA's implementation report is currently pending review by the Department of Consumer Affairs, and then it will go to the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency to obtain final approval, and the report is due to the Department of Finance by June 30th. As discussed at the March meeting, the CBA will be renewing its current lease at this location in conjunction with the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Department of General Services Space Planner. Staff are currently evaluating office space to determine what, if any, changes are needed to continue to accommodate a hybrid and collaborative work environment. The architectural revolving funds that were previously allocated to the relocation costs are now being redirected to tenant improvements at this location. And last, I'll close my presentation with an update on the CBA's business modernization efforts. Staff are currently working on incorporating accountancy firm renewals into CBA Connect for online license renewal, and that will be followed by updating the online examination application and initial license process and integrating those with the CBA Connect platform. That concludes my presentation on this item. I'll turn it back to President Rosenbaum, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Once again, we'll hold public comment until the conclusion of everything in item number 12. But do we have any board questions or comments on this administration report? Yes, Ms. Corrigan.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. So as a matter of looking at our space requirements, we're probably referring to the third floor, and that's not necessarily a reduction of space, but maybe a reworking of the space to make it match what we need, fit what we need. Is that correct?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. We have a few areas that we are going to maybe reconfigure just to make it more collaborative, better use of space, so just things like that. And should be able to use our architectural revolving funds for any of the furniture needs that we have for that.
Sorry, Ms. Thompson, one more question.
Yeah, one more question. Just on the staffing update in the report, I just want to make sure I'm interpreting this the right way. We mentioned earlier that the May budget revised for the state will likely remove the vacant positions or cap the vacant positions. If I'm interpreting this correctly, 5 of them are the hard to fill. So are we thinking that going forward we'll only have 5 open positions?
I think if I could pause on responding to that until we get the additional clarification from the Department of Finance. Okay. I honestly don't know if it's at a point in time there's a sweep of whatever's vacant. Mm-hmm. We obviously have recruitment efforts going on for some of these positions, so the number 11 is it just changes all the time. So if I could maybe pause, sure, and then when we get additional clarification from the Department of Finance and the Department of Consumer Affairs, then I can provide another update and kind of let you know what the direction is on that. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's move on then to item number 12B, the update on the California Board of Accountancy's Communications and Outreach by Mr. David Hemphill, Information and Planning Officer.
All right. Thank you, President Rosenbaum. Good still morning, barely, members of the CBA. I am David Hemphill, the Information and Planning Officer, and I'll be presenting the Communications and Outreach Report today. So let's start by highlighting an outreach opportunity that happened just last week. CBA member Nancy Corrigan, CPA, gave a fantastic presentation at the Beta Alpha Psi Annual Spring Banquet at California State University, San Bernardino. She discussed the role of the CBA, the value of earning a CPA license, along with a few other topics to approximately 75 students in attendance. 3 of our staff from the licensing division were also in attendance to perform student transcript reviews, which are always a big hit. And we'd like to thank Beta Alpha Psi for inviting us for the 4th year in a row. We've done something with them, and we look forward to seeing them again next year. Next up, the CBA will host a student-focused virtual outreach event that will happen on Wednesday, June 26th, that anyone throughout the state may attend. CBA President Joe Rosenbaum, CPA, and Secretary-Treasurer Kristen Latta, CPA, will be participating, so we thank them for agreeing to do that alongside additional panelists that are currently being identified. So that'll be a really good event that we hope to have a lot of attendance. To ensure that students are made aware that the event is happening, the team will be creating a flyer that we'll distribute to our university partners throughout the state, and we'll definitely use them on the CBA social media platforms and website. We'll also create a Facebook event page with an option to our SVP. So we will be getting the word out here in the next month or so. Looking ahead, an assortment of outreach events are being planned to go along with the September CBA meeting to be held on the campus of California State University, San Marcos. Like the events held at Cal Poly Pomona last year, this will present a great opportunity to meet students and discuss the benefits of becoming a CPA. Staff from the licensing division will be on campus with us as well to meet individually with students to review their transcripts. In addition to those events at San Marcos, another event is being planned at the University of California, San Diego Extended Studies on September 18th, the day before the CBA meeting. So we're excited to get back down to the San Diego area in September. We're currently in the midst of 2 communications campaigns to alert stakeholders of 2 noteworthy changes coming soon: the Professional Ethics or PETH exam requirement change and the CBA's upcoming fee restructuring. Informative web pages were created for both topics. Social media posts have been well received on at least one of the subject matters. Communication will continue in the coming weeks to ensure applicants and licensees are aware of the changes and when they will be implemented. We're very close to the kickoff of the This is the CBA media campaign. Could begin as early as next week. If you recall, these are the 5 videos that were produced by the outside company that were featuring many of you, giving your CPA take, and that was appreciated. We shared one of them in the last meeting. So we don't have an official start date on the campaign, but have been alerted that it might begin next week. So we're really excited about that. Could be, we have a landing page on our CBA website featuring all 5 of the videos that the videos will be directing them to. So should be quite a bit of traffic for our website. A new production created by the CBA team is very unique. It's our first animated video. We probably won't be giving Disney a run for their money anytime soon, but I'm proud of what the team was able to accomplish here regarding the PETH requirement change. We thought it'd be interesting to create characters based on where our applicants might be right now. So for instance, we have one character, Dylan, who's just passed the PETH exam, while Taylor just passed the CPA exam but hasn't looked into the PETH exam yet. They're both planning to apply for licensure soon but aren't sure what to make of this new requirement change. Luckily, Jen has been paying attention to the CBA website, so she guides Dylan and Taylor through how the changes will affect each of them. Would you like to see it? Yeah, good. All right. Thank you for saying yes. That makes my job a lot easier. All right, so our moderator, I know she is getting ready to show this, so let's have some fun and watch this new video, which does feature some familiar voices you may recognize around the CBA office. So take it away.
Meanwhile, at an accounting firm somewhere in California.
Hey, guess what, Dylan? I just passed the CPA exam. Now I can start working on my application to get my CPA license.
Congratulations, Taylor. I actually just passed
PETH exam last week, so now I'm ready to submit my application for licensure.
Oh, not another exam. I need a break from prepping for exams for a while.
Don't worry, you won't have to do it that much longer.
I won't? That's a relief. Do tell.
The California Board of Accountancy is actually replacing the PETH exam.
Replacing it? With what?
Instead of needing to pass the PETH exam to get your license, now you'll need to complete a CBA-approved regulatory review course as part of your first license renewal.
When does this change take effect?
Well, that's the tricky part. They don't know exactly when yet, but we do know it won't happen before July 1st. You should keep an eye on the CBA's website and social media pages for updates.
So you're saying that once this happens, I can just forget about this PETH exam altogether?
As long as you don't need your license before July 1st, then yes. If you're aiming to become licensed before the effective date, which could be as early as July 1st, you're still under the current rules and will need to pass the PETH exam to get your license. But if you're going to be licensed after the effective date, you'll be under the new rules. No PETH exam to worry about. Instead, you'll need to complete a CBA-approved regulatory review course for your first renewal.
But wait a minute, I've already passed the PETH exam. What if I don't get licensed before the effective date? Did I do all that for nothing?
No, the CBA won't let your time and money go to waste. Just for people like you who have already passed the PETH exam but no longer need it to be licensed, you can use your passing score to either meet the new regulatory review course requirement or use your passing score as 2 hours of technical CE at your first renewal.
Wow, that's great! I'm starting to get worried. So, if I do get licensed before the rules change, then they obviously use my PETH score for that, and I don't have to worry about a regulatory review course for my first renewal. But if I get my license after the rules change, then my PETH score will satisfy the new regulatory review course requirement, or count as 2 hours of technical continuing education at my first renewal.
Yep, you're catching on fast.
Okay, that all makes sense. But I do have a question. You told me I won't have to worry about the PETH exam if I'm licensed after the effective date. Does that mean I have to wait until the rules change, though, to apply for my license? Or can I still submit my application earlier, even if I know I'm not going to take the PETH?
Whether you fall under the old rules or the new rules is determined by when your licensure application is approved, not when you submit it. So you can absolutely apply now, before the new rules take effect, knowing that you wouldn't be licensed until after the effective date. As a matter of fact, if your application is active and you've satisfied all the other requirements like education and experience, but just haven't passed the PETH, the CBA will award your CPA license automatically once the new rules kick in. Plus, the CBA posts processing timeframes weekly on their website and social media, so these dates can help you determine about how long it may take for your application to be reviewed and approved.
All right, I get it. Thanks for clarifying.
Is there somewhere I could go to find out more information?
Of course. The CBA has a webpage containing lots of information about the change, plus a bunch of frequently asked questions. That's how I learned all the stuff I just told you. And definitely don't forget to follow the CBA's social media pages to get the most up-to-date information on when this change is going to happen.
If you need more information on these PETH changes, go to www.cba.ca.gov.
Okay, you got the idea. The video didn't come through very well over the WebEx platform. My son playing his video games, he would call that lagging, and he's not happy about that, but that's the idea. So we're really excited about that. We're hoping those relatable characters will speak to our applicants who are currently in this situation, and we'll be going through all of that. We're even working with DCA and discussing ways, available options to potentially translate that video into other languages, which we've had suggested before. So lots of exciting opportunities there. We also created a newsreel style preview video of this meeting to raise awareness of the CPA pipeline discussion that we'll be having tomorrow. So we posted that video on social media. We're sending it out to our university partners to make sure students and other interested parties know that the conversation will be happening and encourage them to observe and, better yet, make a public comment during or following the presentation. Work is underway to produce our next update newsletter, which is issue 102, which is scheduled to publish in July. It's full of information about recent and upcoming CBA activities. We're going to feature an interview with a couple of our members, Patricia Batchelor, CPA, and Teresa Thompson, CPA, about the differences of big firm versus small firm accounting. Moving into the social media space, the CBA presence keeps growing month after month, already gaining over 1,000 followers across all of our platforms this year. By posting dynamic content with creative copy, we're hoping to deliver the messaging that helps our stakeholders and maybe even entertains them a little bit. We anticipate there being a number of questions in the weeks to come regarding the path change and the fee increases, and being able to craft informative posts about these changes, perhaps answer questions we may receive in the social space, may hopefully reduce some of the inquiries that we get to some of our other CBA divisions. LinkedIn continues to be the platform getting the greatest number of new followers. About 400 have been added just since our last meeting, and LinkedIn will surpass Facebook as our platform with the greatest following at some point, probably in the next month. As of this morning, Facebook's only ahead of LinkedIn by 114 followers. So that's going to change very soon. Both over about 5,300 each right now. So that concludes my presentation on communications and outreach. I'll now turn it back to President Rosenbaum, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, and what a great video. Do you have any questions or comments from the board? Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I was a little bit confused. Is there going to be an event at Cal State San Marcos or Cal State San Diego?
Both. So the actual CBA meeting itself will occur at San Marcos, and that'll be the Thursday and Friday of that week. In conjunction with the meetings, we're going to have outreach events, so similar to what we did in Pomona last year. The day before that, we're also going to have outreach events at UC San Diego Extended Studies campus.
Okay, so we'll be having our meeting down in San Marcos.
Correct.
What month is that?
So that is in September.
Thank you.
Yes. So I'll be giving you much more information on that soon. Don't you worry. Because I hope we can include all of you. We're going to do one of those meet and mingle events that we did in Pomona that went over so well. So I'm hoping to have your presence on those as well.
I'm a mingler.
Mingle, mingle.
Okay. Ms. Chu.
Thank you. Hey, Peter, I noticed on the animation video, I understand it's lagging.
Yeah.
When there was mention of social media, but I did not notice any of the social media show up on the video. Is there something you can add or something?
We could. We direct them to the website, and then all of our social media links are right there. So, yeah, I guess we didn't want to put too many links, but that's a good suggestion. Yeah, we could. I'll keep that in mind for future videos.
Ms. Ward?
I was going to say that's a good idea. At least have like little icons pop up.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you a question regarding you're going to have the virtual event, and you're reaching out to the colleges with a flyer or invite through email. But have we thought about reaching out to the high school for those courses, or to help high schoolers understand the profession?
Yes, I think that's a great idea, and we don't have the contact, so I think that's something I'll get my team on, and yes, we want to start it there, absolutely.
Peter, you in my town, I'll help you get the contact you need for the high school.
Okay.
Question?
Yes, Ms. Batchelor.
Piggybacking on the high schoolers, are any courses being taught in high school now, the accounting courses? And the reason that I asked, because I was exposed to it way back when in the 11th grade. And I enjoyed it and I got it. And when, with the big green ledger sheets back in those days. So you had to balance from the bottom and on the side. And to me, it looked like a work of art. So I was sold. A lot of kids didn't like it, but I was just curious. Do they
Ms.
still
Center,
have those
do you know
courses?
the answer to that question? Not to put you on the spot or anything, but you're good at that.
Thanks for putting me on the spot.
That's what I'm here for.
Michelle Center, Chief of Licensure. I don't know if there are accounting courses that are given at the high school. I do know that there is a push at the high school level, just because that's where I used to work, is for the Department of Education for K-12. There is a push for financial literacy. And that particular curriculum is being taught or encouraged to be taught, we'll say.
Thank you.
I just wanted to thank staff for their creativity, and I thought they did excellent at anticipating the CPA candidates' confusion or questions, and I thought you guys did an excellent job with that. And is it primarily going to sit on the CBA website, or is it just going on our social media platforms?
It's on, we have a YouTube channel that we posted on, and then we will kind of link to that. And, you know, that's generally what I link to. But yeah, we're going to post it on, it's on the website and social media as well. I'll send you all a link so you can watch the video, so you can see the mouths actually sync up with the everything else. So that way, if you would like to view it, that would be great.
I was just going to suggest, if it is on YouTube and you didn't want to put additional graphics on the video, in the comments, you could link to our different social media pages.
Yeah, thank you. Good suggestion.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Mr. Jacobson?
Just very quickly, I joined Yen, but in a different geographical area. If you want to get in touch with high school officials in Orange County, I could probably figure that out for you.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. I'll take you up on that.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment on item number 12, either A or B, Administrative Division Report or the update on communications and outreach? Any public comment in Sacramento? Moderator, could you please open the lines to see if we have any comments on item number 12 from those attending via WebEx?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on either the administration or communications updates, you can look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You can look for the question mark icon, click that and then type comment in the text box and click send. And our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on the reports? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, at this point, I think we will close the open session and move into closed session for the remainder of the day. We will reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Oh. My misunderstanding. Okay, we're only going to close session for the until lunch, commencing at 1 o'clock. 1:30. We will commence with petition hearings. So closed session until 1:30. Okay, let's reconvene here and begin our initial petition hearing. And I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sean Gavin. I'm the administrative law judge from the Office of Administrative Hearings, assigned to preside over these three petition matters. Do we have Mr. Stoller here? He's on his way, Your Honor. Okay. You want to pass the matter until he arrives? Yeah, maybe start with the other petition. Okay. He's flying in from Southern California. So I got delayed. He landed about 15 minutes ago. Got it. Okay. Do we have Mr. Zong here? Yes, all right. Honor. All right. You can have a seat there. And then, do we also have Mr. Deutschman in the gallery? He's in the hallway. He's here. I'm just outside. Okay. It's easier if I can just give instructions once. So thank you, Mr. Renzella. And Mr. Barnard, do you have captions? I do not. Okay. Mr. Durkar, do you have caption information for Mr. Barnard? Oh, let's see. Good afternoon, Mr. Deutschman. You can just have a seat in the gallery there. Just any chair in the gallery will work. Thank you very much. I just wanted to give instructions one time, and that way with both of you here, you'll both hear it. We're not on the record yet, of course. But in a petition hearing like this, and Mr. Zong, this is for you too, the petition hearing will have three different parts. The first part will be Mr. Durkar presenting the packet, as well as a brief explanation of the license and disciplinary history. The purpose of that is to ensure that the board has adequate information with which to make a decision. So Mr. Durkar is not here in an adversarial capacity. He's simply here to make sure the board has adequate information. After he presents the petition packet with an explanation of the license and disciplinary history, we'll then turn to the petitioners to present their case in chief. The petitioners will each have a chance to testify on their own behalf, to present additional documents if you'd like to do that, or to call additional witnesses if you wanted to do that. So that'll be the second part of the hearing, is you presenting your evidence. The third part of the hearing is closing argument. Closing argument is not evidence, but it's a chance for you to briefly summarize what you think the evidence showed and suggest what outcome should happen as a result. And I just want to ask briefly, I'll start with you, Mr. Zong, will you have any witnesses besides yourself today?
No, Your Honor, I just bring extra documents. That's very important, because it looks like I did not bring the certificate to the original petition, so I would rather present board members each copy. I sent an email to the board. The board said I have to print out 22 copies to give each one to get a copy.
Okay.
So I have extra documents, a little bit extra documents here.
Okay.
Continue education. If I don't have this one to submit to the board, maybe I do not have 120 credits with the certificate, that would be technically disqualified. So I would rather present all this 22 copies to each board members.
Okay, so no other witnesses, but some additional documents.
Yes, no witnesses.
Yes. Have you shared those documents with Mr. Durkar?
Yes.
And Mr. Durkar, have they been distributed to the board?
No.
Okay.
To the board yet, so
okay.
we could have a volunteer from staff to distribute them.
I will. I will, yes. All right, thank you to staff for doing that. And then let me check with you, Mr. Deutschman. Will you have any other witnesses today besides yourself? Okay. Do you have any other documents? Do you have additional documents that weren't presented as part of the petition packet? Do you have sufficient copies for everyone? Okay. With only one copy, that may present a difficulty because each board member has the opportunity to review that document. And so we do have some time between now and when your matter will get called. And so I don't know if anyone in the building will have the ability to make an adequate number of copies for you because the I don't reside in this building and I don't know the facilities that are nearby.
They're very important documents. If you provide us documents, I'll be good.
All right. All right. So, and then let me just say one more thing, and then we can get started with the other petitions, and you can work on getting those documents. This will be for anyone who's speaking today. We have a court reporter who, once we go on the record, his job will be to type out everything that anyone says. So this goes for petitioners, counsel, any board member, myself, anyone who will speak today. We need to follow some rules to make sure that Mr. Barnard, our court reporter, can clearly hear what's being said. Those rules are as follows. Number one, please speak loudly, slowly, and one at a time so he can clearly make out who is speaking and what they're saying. Number two, please communicate with words as opposed to gestures or non-word sounds. If you said uh-huh or or something like that, he would type what he heard, which would not make for a very clear record. Similarly, if you were to nod or shrug your shoulders or something like that, he would not be obligated to interpret that gesture. He wouldn't hear it, so he wouldn't type it. Finally, it may happen from time to time that Mr. Barnard doesn't clearly hear something. He may need to interrupt to ask you to repeat something that you just said. If that happens, he means the word repeat. He means say the exact same thing again, but louder and slower. He does not mean provide additional clarifying detail. He's not an attorney here to cross-examine you or to make sure that you say additional things to make what you just said make sense. He just wants to hear what you said, so repeat what you said. So those are the three rules that I may be reminding you of as we go through the hearing process. Mr. Zong, do you have any questions about any of those procedures?
Yes, Your Honor. I think the recommendation letter made to the board is late, and I mailed to each board member a letter. There is a recommendation letter from attorney and from CPA. They mailed out this week. I received a fact you told me, the board told me, the board has received. I got an email attachment with a recommendation letter. If the board doesn't have it, I have several copies.
Who is the author of that letter?
Jim Sung Chen.
Okay.
ESQ.
We have a copy of it.
Okay, and the Catherine Lee should be already there in the package, recommendation letter. We have, in the previous additional supplemental.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Durkar. All right, Mr. Zong, any other questions about the procedures?
Regarding the, the community release, I bring confidential information. I did not print 22 copies. I just want to show the attorney and you about this one, and you can destroy it and just show around it to the board when I do to the tax refund. I have 2 copies here. You can review it, and the attorney can review it.
All right. So what is the nature of the document that you want to be kept confidential?
It's social number, tax ID, name, telephone number, email, and the list of all the clients I have helped in the during the last 5 years.
Okay. I can take that under seal, but I can't destroy evidence. So if it's submitted in something that the board considers when deciding the case, it'll have to remain as part of the file. However, we can submit it under seal so it's not accessible to the public.
I was made a
Okay. shared that with Mr. Durkar at this point?
Yeah.
I haven't had time to look at it. Okay. So he's seeing it, and you said you don't have adequate number of copies for the board? Mr. Zong?
I have adequate copies to the board.
Okay. So that will make it very difficult for the board to consider that as evidence because each board member is entitled to see all of the evidence when evaluating the petition.
Can I just submit it?
I also would object because there's a lot of, as you said, CPI in the and I don't think it should be distributed the way it is. And perhaps the best solution is to just testify about these things.
I'll leave that to your good judgment, Mr. Zong.
Yeah, I agree with attorney's suggestion. I will do that.
Okay. Any other questions about the procedures?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Deutschman, do you have any questions about the procedures? All right. And Mr. Chan, I think your client may be here at this point. I trust that you've advised him of the procedures, but I'll ask you, do you have any questions about the procedures?
Yeah.
All right. So, Mr. Deutschman, you can go ahead and have a seat either back out in the hallway or in the gallery, wherever you're most comfortable. And then just a final note for Mr. Durkar and Mr. Zong, the microphones in front of you have a button that you must press to turn your microphone on if you'd like to be heard by everyone. And so whenever you're going to speak, thank you, Mr. Durkar. Whenever you'd like to speak and be heard, make sure that button is green.
Okay, yes.
All right. And you can adjust that forward or backward for your own comfort. All right. Mr. Durkar, anything that you want to address before we go on the record in the Zong matter?
No, Your Honor.
Give me one moment. And Mr. Barnard, are you ready to go on the record?
Yes.
All right. We are on the record in the matter of the petition for reinstatement of surrendered certificates of John Zilei Zong and the John Zong CPA and Company. This matter is being heard before the California Board of Accountancy. The board case number on this matter is SI 2024-38. My name is Sean Gavin. I'm the administrative law judge from the Office of Administrative Hearings who has been assigned to preside over this matter. The OAH case number on this matter is 2024-030363. At this point, may I take the appearances of the parties, starting with counsel?
Good afternoon. Ted Durkar, D-R-C-A-R, Deputy Attorney General, appearing on behalf of the people of the state of California.
Thank you. And Mr. Zong?
John Zong, surrender CPA in 2024, present.
Thank you, sir. Before we went on the record, I explained the hearing procedures that will follow. I will summarize those procedures now so that your record is complete, at which point I will then do a roll call of the board members to establish a quorum, and then I will turn it over to Mr. Durkar to present information. Just briefly, by way of summary, after Mr. Durkar presents the petition packet and a summary of the license and disciplinary history, Mr. Zong, you'll have a chance to present additional evidence. You can testify, you can call additional witnesses, and you can present additional documents. After you've testified, I'll give Mr. Durkar, followed by each board member, a chance to ask you any questions they might have. After you have presented all of your evidence, we'll then move to closing argument, during which time you can briefly summarize what you think the evidence showed and suggest what outcome should happen as a result. Do you have any questions about the procedures?
No, Your Honor.
If you do have questions as we move forward, I invite you to ask them, and I will do my best to make you understand the procedures that will follow.
Your Honor.
All right. At this point, let me just briefly establish a quorum. I'll call each board member's name, and you can just respond with present or something similar. President Rosenbaum? Here. Vice President Tu?
Here.
Ms. Blata?
Present.
Ms. Batchelor?
Here.
Mr. Jacobson?
Here.
Ms. Corrigan?
Present.
Ms. Thompson?
Here.
Mr. Lin?
Here.
Ms. Salazar?
Present.
Ms. Ward?
Present.
Ms. Duong?
Present.
And Ms. Hines?
Present.
Thank you. These members establish a quorum. At this point, Mr. Durkar, I'll turn it over to you, and you can proceed as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appear on behalf of the people of the state of California by authority of Business and Professions Code, Section 5115, and Government Code, Section 11522, for this hearing on the petition for reinstatement by John Zile Zong, CPA license number 97729, and John Zong CPA and Company, certificate COR 6463. Mr. Zong is here without counsel. My role is to assist the board and Your Honor in fact finding. This role is not adversarial, but is intended to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. I'm here to ensure that the board and Your Honor have all the information that you need to make a reasoned decision. Turning now to the documents before us, which we should all have. Everybody should have a set of the same documents totaling 189 pages, and these pages are marked JZZ PET 001 through 189. We also have a late edition, the little folder that you all received. I don't know how many pages are there, but I would also include this together with the pages that have been marked through 189. And let's see. And then for jurisdictional purposes, I want to, I'm sorry, the documents that we have because of a late edition, they go up to 191. We have documents through JZZ PET 191. The notice of hearing is at pages 133 to 134. The petition itself is at pages 8 to 14, and the attachments to that petition run up to page 60. I would like to start by marking the whole 191-page petition packet in Mr. Zong's late edition that was passed around just a few minutes ago as Exhibit 1, and I offer these documents into evidence.
Mr. Zong, do you object to me, or do you object to the board considering those documents that Mr. Durkar just identified when deciding this case?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 1 is admitted.
And Your Honor, I'd now like to provide a summary of the case.
Okay.
Mr. Zong received his CPA certificate in 2007. Mr. Zong obtained 2 corporate certificates in 2010, one for Hacienda Accounting Management and the other for John Zong CPA and Company. To keep these straight, I'll refer to those 2 accountancy corporations separately as Hacienda and the Zong firm. All 3 certificates were revoked when this board accepted their stipulated surrender in 2014. Those licensees admitted all the allegations that were made against them and the accusation that was then pending. Mr. Zong today seeks reinstatement of his CPA certificate and the certificate for the Zong firm. In 2014, Mr. Zong paid the CBA $36,000 in costs as required by his surrender stipulation. That stipulation provided that he would pay the costs within 90 days, and he did so. The petitioners today, Mr. Zong and the Zong firm, were disciplined for a wide range of misconduct. The facts are summarized at pages 2 to 4 of Ms. O'Connor's memo at the front of your packet, and in the 2013 accusation, starting at page 75. They were disciplined for the following things, and there's a number of things here. Mr. Zong and his Hacienda firm prepared amended tax returns for 2 clients on a contingency fee basis in 2009, which is a serious violation. The agreed compensation for them was 33% of the tax reductions that they could achieve in the amended return versus the initial return that had been prepared by somebody else. Mr. Zong and the Zong firm failed to obtain required peer review after doing a compilation report in 2010 and twice being informed by CBA of the necessity to do peer review. Mr. Zong submitted a peer review reporting form to CBA that falsely claimed they had not done any work that would require peer review. Mr. Zong and both of his firms failed to provide truthful responses in an investigative hearing before the Enforcement Advisory Committee in 2012. Mr. Zong lied about the contingency fee engagement letter and about not performing any work that required peer review. When the CBA issued investigative subpoenas in 2013, Mr. Zong asserted meritless objections. He failed to produce any of the documents sought, and he provided incomplete information too, so he didn't cooperate with the investigation. Mr. Zong advertised the Hacienda firm as a public accounting firm before it was licensed with the CBA, and then later continued to hold Hacienda out as an accounting firm after it had been legally dissolved. Mr. Zong and the Hacienda firm also practiced under a name that was not authorized by the CBA. Mr. Zong and the Zong firm failed to comply with professional standards in 3 compilation reports, all of which claim to comply with SARS, the statement, which is the Statement on Standards for Accounting and Review Services. In one compilation report, the financial statements did not include a statement of cash flows or disclosures. The report did not state that the disclosures had been omitted, or that if disclosures had been made, that they could influence the user's conclusions. There were similar problems with the reports on the other two compilation reports that were reviewed in that investigation. Mr. Zong has also incurred other discipline. After he surrendered his CPA license in 2014, in 2017, the IRS disbarred Mr. Zong from practicing before that agency. The IRS order at pages 156 to 157 of your packet says that the IRS took disciplinary action based not only upon the CBA's decision and order in accepting the surrender, but also because the California Tax Education Council, known as CTEC, revoked Mr. Zong's license to prepare tax returns. Mr. Zong submitted at least 40 IRS Form 2848 power of attorney forms under penalty of perjury that contained false information. Those forms were false because after Mr. Zong surrendered his CPA license, he continued to file these forms with the IRS, falsely claiming that he was licensed in California. Let's see, I'd like to pinpoint some of the evidence at page 142 of the materials. This is in Mr. Zong's, this is from Mr. Zong's letter to the IRS, dated March 6, 2024, in which he's now seeking reinstatement with that agency. He wrote, "I've been found delinquent in my personal and some other companies' tax returns in the year 2017, but I have filed my personal and company tax returns currently as of today. All the issues have been resolved." That relates to the IRS finding that he also failed to timely file tax returns on behalf of taxpayers, and he's saying his personal tax returns as well. It's also noteworthy that Mr. Zong's IRS case went to hearing. Mr. Zong did not appear for his own hearing, even when offered the opportunity to appear by phone. In denying his request for continuance at page 150 of your materials, the federal ALJ noted that he had a history of requesting continuances without providing adequate information or justification. The federal ALJ found his false statements to the CBA were particularly troubling and were directly relevant to his fitness to represent taxpayers before the IRS. That's at the bottom of page 155. The ALJ also found his complete lack of contrition alarming and his unwillingness to take responsibility for his actions particularly concerning. Mr. Zhang previously held a certificate from the Department of Insurance, California Department of Insurance, with 4 licenses. Those licenses were disciplined and put on restricted status in 2018 for his failure to inform the Department of Insurance of his CBA discipline when he renewed his insurance licenses. Also, he failed to accurately report the business names that he used in the insurance business. And all of those insurance licenses, they later expired in 2020. I believe they're no longer active. Moving on to the state of Minnesota, Mr. Zhang previously held a CPA license in that state, and it was revoked after he failed to renew it. And the Minnesota board noted in a letter to CBA that Mr. Zhang failed to inform the Minnesota board of CBA's disciplinary action against him. So he was required to have reported that discipline to Minnesota, but he did not do it. There was one prior petition for reinstatement by Mr. Zhang. That was 6 years ago in 2018. At that time, this board denied his petition. That decision starts at page 82 of your materials. And the board found that Mr. Zhang failed to demonstrate rehabilitation because his testimony wasn't credible. He didn't acknowledge the seriousness of his misconduct. He characterized what he'd done, his misconduct, as mere mistakes. He didn't explain his ethical failings, and his petition misrepresented the status of his Minnesota CPA license. That would be at page 85 in your materials. The board also noted that Mr. Zhang didn't have a plan to ensure compliance and prevent future violations. Turning now to Mr. Zhang's current petition, he submitted a number of CE, continuing education, reporting worksheets, claiming that he completed 140 hours of CE in 2022 to 2023, but the attached certificates only added up to 104 hours. My understanding is that the additional documents we just got today, that this validates it's some additional documentation that would validate the claimed hours. Mr. Zhang also submitted, I believe, these are numbered documents. It's a late addition to our to the packet. Another 93 hours of continuing education completed with the IRS tax forum from 2021 through 2023. So he's taken quite a bit of continuing education in recent years. Mr. Zhang has submitted, I believe, 2 letters of recommendation. The one at pages 182 to 183 of your materials is from CPA who worked with Mr. Zhang on IRS matters after he surrendered his CPA license. She praises his skill in handling IRS audits, says that he did pre-tax returns for low-income seniors, that he engaged in unspecified charitable efforts for the homeless, and she recommends him for reinstatement so that he can serve clients and the community. His other letter of recommendation is from an attorney. That's at pages 190 to 191 of the materials. This attorney has known Mr. Zhang for over a decade, has both professional and personal relationship with him, and notes that he provided, that Mr. Zhang provided pro bono services during the pandemic, but doesn't specify what he did or how much service was provided. He also says that Mr. Zhang has grown his practice in recent years, but that Mr. Zhang's been limited without having the CPA license. In his petition, Mr. Zhang explains at pages 13 and 15 in narrative form why he believes his petition should be granted. He claims that after the surrender of his CPA license, he has upheld the highest standards of professionalism, ethics, and integrity in the field of accounting. He says that he is dedicated to maintaining the trust and confidence of clients and staying current on the law and best practices in the profession. He notes that he's been doing continuing education. He says that during the pandemic, he helped clients apply for various grants, loans, and government benefits. He claims that he did tax returns for low-income people on a pro bono basis during the pandemic, but doesn't provide details or evidence of that. Mr. Zong claims that he helps clients to get bigger tax refunds than what other CPAs can get. And he says that he took over a nonprofit organization called the Overseas Chinese Business Association. No details are provided about the nature of that entity or the work it does. If Mr. Zong's petition is granted, he says he plans to continue doing tax work. He would like to represent clients before the IRS and the Franchise Tax Board, and he wants to offer financial and retirement planning, investment advice, and estate planning. Let's see, other evidence that we have in the late edition at pages 184 to 189 is some documentation that I added from the Secretary of State about Mr. Zong's corporations. He is seeking to reinstate the corporate accountancy certificate for, and I'll quote the name directly, this is on the first page of his petition, John Zong CPA and Company, certificate COR 6463. These Secretary of State documents show that there is no corporate entity with that exact name, but two entities with similar names are both terminated, which means that the corporation was canceled, dissolved, or surrendered. Their powers, rights, and privileges to operate as a business have ceased. Mr. Zong should not have brought a petition on behalf of a terminated entity because it isn't entitled to hold a license or do any business. At pages 186 and 187 is the result of my Secretary of State search for corporate entities, starting with John Zong. There is, as I said, no corporation with exactly the name of John Zong CPA and Company, but all four corporations that start with John Zong are terminated. And then I also wondered if the Hacienda Corporation, which was one of the licensees that one of the certificates he surrendered in 2014, if that one is still dissolved, and it also shows as terminated. That's at pages 188 to 189 of the materials. That concludes my summary of the case. Mr. Zong has the burden of proof by clear and convincing evidence. Once his presentation is done, I will have some questions for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durkar. Mr. Zong, I'll have you raise your right hand so I can swear you in, please. And turn your microphone on, please. You can stay seated. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you'll give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can put your hand down if you'd like. I will have you say and spell your name, please.
Zhang, Zilei, middle name, Zong, Z-H-O-N-G.
And can you spell that, please?
Z-H-O-N-G.
No, the middle name.
Yes, Your Honor.
The middle name, can you spell your middle name?
Z-I-L-E-I.
Thank you. I just need to make sure the record gets it clearly. Thank you. This is your opportunity to explain to the board what you think it should know when deciding this case. Please keep in mind that the board is aware of the license and disciplinary history and is particularly interested in any evidence of rehabilitation. With that said, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready. How many minutes I can speak?
There's no time limit. As long as you're saying relevant things, you can continue to speak.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor. My name is Zhang Song, CPA license number 97729. Thank you for the opportunity to let me to appear for this meeting. President Joseph Rosenbaum, Vice President Yin Tu, Secretary and Treasurer Christina Ladja, and Chief Officer O'Connor, board members Doug Aguilera, CPA Patricia Batchelor, and Nancy Corrigan, CPA, board members Nancy Dong, Karen Farrell Hens, Attorney Dan Jacobson, and Attorney Tony Lin. Katricia Savares, and Teresa Thompson, and Evangeline Ward, and also manager Dominic Ferranzella. Good afternoon. It is with a profound respect for the profession and earnest desire to serve that I present my case for the reinstatement for my CPA license. In 2007, I got my CPA license. I work as a tax preparer from my living room to an office. During the years till 2013, like the attorney explained, I have several violations of and got disciplined. It's a contingency fee, like a defect of the financial reports, wrongful advertising, obstruction of the board investigation, and wrongful advertising, like 5 violations of those. I have request all those I admitted in the hearing of 2014 in that period, but the board declined my reinstatement application because they found I do not set up the trust and the credibility at that year. And I just explained it at the meeting that what's going on with the with the contingency fee, contingency fee during it, in order to run away from the sanction of discipline. I fabricate a false IRS letter like CP 2000. In that way, I thought I can get away with it. That's totally wrong. And also, I have companies with the accounting name that is a violation. I don't know before the company should register with the Board of Accountancy, so I registered later on for the Hacienda accounting until it is terminated and dissolved. For the financial statement defect, I also learned that I made a mistake. The wording should be like, if they don't want the cash flow, I should wording like the management should not include the cash flow in the financial report. But I missed that word, so it's a defect financial. Like the DA said, I have 3 mistakes of that financial report. I only issue 3 financial reports. That's the report problem. Regarding the peer review, I did not, read carefully about board requirements at the beginning. I didn't realize I should do it for the peer review. I thought the company is not necessary since I did not do the peer review report and audit report. So I did not do the peer review. But the law changed. Then even you do the compilation report, you still have to do, to do the peer review. Then I do the peer review in a short period of time and failed the peer review due to the financial report problems of, defect, disqualified. And also I submit the documents through attorney, and but CBA, the board still concluded that I did not submit it in time, so it's obstruction of investigation. Then give me a penalty like $36,000. I also paid during the surrender of my license with the CPA. At that time, I paid everything, and then after that, I thought I would be no problem with keep on doing my business with tax, but the CPA reported to IRS. IRS also give me a sanctions, discipline, and disbar investigation using not only the CPA but also others that the DA said defect of my power attorney 2848 after surrender the CPA license still use the CPA. Also, I argue with the IRS that I have a Minnesota license after I surrender my CPA license in California. The Minnesota license board also received a letter from the from the California board, and they also need a hearing for it. Then I surrender the Minnesota license without a hearing in 2017. But IRS still concluded that's a violation of wrongful power attorney issued 2848 should not include the CPA, on it. I can only use EA. Then they do other, they concluded that the CPA is right. Every discipline, the charges towards my California CPA license will be lead to the violation of the IRS code 230. So they concluded that IRS, if I surrender license and discipline and admit all the charges, then the IRS will also conclude it, violation of 230. So there is disbarment, from IRS for 4 years. And currently, like the DA said, I'm still in the processing of get the, rights to practice before IRS back. Same time, during that period, after surrender the license and got discipline from the CPA, CTEC also revoked my license for a year, for that period. That has been, addressed in the last meeting in 2014. It's over 10 years. For this, after that, for this 10 years period, I just, I did not appeal of the decision of the board, and I just think, how can I improve? If then I took the law school, maybe I can improve my, knowledge, like I submitted to everyone the transcript from law school to learn law. But I know the law is ethics is two different things. I did not violate the law, but sometimes I violate the ethics. Still not, not that. I totally admit the mistakes of my in the past of those. So I totally admit all those, and I did not argue even in the last hearing or in the settlement discipline. I did not. For the IRS disbarment, also I didn't attend because I'm sick. I couldn't get get a chance to it. So it's in default. So IRS disbarred my rights to practice in 2017 for 4 years. Now it's past the period of time. I'm in that I'm in that time try to get it back from IRS. Also submit this application for reinstatement to the CPA. I not only I studied the law, I thought only studying can improve. Also at the same time, I do a lot of other things to to the community. In 2020, after the pandemic, everybody got a hate. I have a lot of hundreds of clients. They got no money, and their company got a problem. Their personal has no money, and it's small business. I speak Chinese. I'm immigrant Chinese. They don't speak English well. They don't know how to apply for the for the support for the EDD unemployment insurance. I help my clients. Like I said, I cannot submit this evidence as an evidence list because it's confidential. Everything like over 300 and 400 lists. It's all confidential information. I did not submit the board. I just testify here. I do to help my clients. It's not homeless people. Homeless people, I only donate some money to the mission. It's not help homeless to do the tax return. It's my own clients for the not only the EDD for the individuals. I do the help my companies to do the SBA grant. SBA at the beginning for the low in the low income area, they gave the grant like $15,000 to the companies. I help like a lot of companies to get that grant. Besides that payback grant, I help them to get SBA loan, and in that way they can survive. They can keep on doing business. A lot of programs during the pandemic. Also, they have the PPP program, payroll protection plan. A lot of CPA here, they know it. I help them to get the PPP. Not only the company get the PPP with a payroll W-2, and individuals also can get PPP with a Schedule C. I help them to get that one. I almost have a long list, but like your Honor said and the attorney said, I cannot present. It's in my hand. I do not have enough copies to distribute. It's over 400 individual companies. Also, at the same time, California, they distribute grant to the to the companies. and individuals. There is a called Cal grant, California grant. I help them. I also maybe 200 individual and companies called the Cal grant. Besides the Cal grant, there is Los Angeles grant. I help them to get. Anyway, I help all my clients to survive. So that's why the recommendation letter by the attorney said, okay, I grow my business. Although I don't have a CPA license, I disclose all my surrender license. I don't have license to all my clients. They don't run away. They still, keep on using me as their tax preparer. I use the EA license and CTAC license to prepare the tax return for them. That's my community contribution during the pandemic, especially for this one. For last time, I frustrated and I got sick because the board declined my reinstatement in 2014. I really frustrated, and because of I thought 4 years I didn't make the mistakes like this time. In 10 years I didn't make the similar mistakes or got discipline from IRS or from CTAC or from the board, from anyone. I just keep on cautious to do everything. To avoid to correct the problem of the contingency problem, I would rather have a fixed rate with the clients. I don't contingency. Before I try to show, okay, I don't collect money until I got, because they don't trust the people. Why you collect such and such money? I don't collect money until they got some money, they can pay me. The most taxpayers are low income. For my clients, low income. Although some a millionaire, billionaire, I do have it, but mostly poor. They don't have money to pay me. Sometimes I let them to receive the refund and pay me. So that I made an original mistake on manual return. When I see other CPAs mistakes, I do a correction. I do a manual return. Then I do on the contingency in the past. That's the error. That's the mistake. The board catch me last time for that one. Okay, I totally made that mistakes. It's a mistakes, and also for the seniors, I know the people they even don't have $50. My rate or something is pretty low. I do the tax return for them with very few money, and I just don't collect money for the seniors over 60 and low income, especially during pandemic. Even right now, I give them offer. But if they have rental property, it's another issue. But if they're low income, I don't collect money. Also, I help the seniors to help them to get the Medicare after 65. They should get the Medicare. They did not file return. I always persuade them, the people to file return, pay tax in order to get the Social Security. The new immigrant, they don't know this one. I advocate them to do this one in order to survive. Some people is really poor, I know, but after they file some returns, they can at least get something from the society. So also I do a lot of auditing franchise. Although I don't have a license from the board, I still can deal with the franchise tax board. A lot of people, they don't file returns like delinquent for many years, but from the IRS, they know, the franchise tax board know the record from IRS, from the like a stock company. They audit them like a huge money. It's unreasonable, I know. I help them amount. I don't charge them a lot of money, but they were penalized from the franchise tax board, like a huge amount of money, over almost $1 million. I lowered down like only $100,000. Even right now I can almost get them zeroed out their tax returns for the trouble ones. They don't know where to get the help. The tax lawyer may be very expensive, and the CPAs, they don't know that. I use my old experience to help them. I know the procedure of appeal. I know the IRS notice, office auditing, field auditing, correspondence auditing. appeal. I know a lot. I help other CPAs, like the other CPA has write something in the recommendation letter. So if I have the CPA license, I should be do better. Like IRS, said if IRS consider they also consider my surrender of my license. It's a problem. If I cannot get, that's why I want to get it back. For the companies that terminated and suspended, terminated in the California Secretary of State, it's after I, surrender my license, then the company terminated. But it's still there is in my CPA record, there is a better record like sanction on the company. So that's why I put, if I can reinstate the license. If that is not, not a legal issue, cannot be reinstated for suspended license, I will give up not to get that company license reinstated. For the past, I think over 10 years, over a decade, I didn't have a license, but I keep on working, practice, and help my clients and community. I didn't let them to lose the hope. I still serve them well, even right now. And like the attorney Naomi said, we recommended the clients each other, and I grew and grown up. So from my living room to a small office to large office, to purchase a office, condo, something. The clients still trust me. After I disclose, I have no license of the CPA, but I can still file return for you guys because I have CTEC and EA license. They still trust me and they still work with me. I did not lose my, clients group. But if I can get my CPA license, back, I can do more things for the clients, like financial report, like other, consultant. I can put on my name card. Not only a name, but with a CPA, they will trust you more. Although I have experience, I have trust in my old clients, but for the new clients, it's still hard. It's still hard to get new clients without a CPA license. They don't trust you, and if you don't have CPA, you just have a CTEC license. Only my old clients, they don't lose their trust, but for new ones, I couldn't get. Without a CPA license, I couldn't get easily get a new clients. Like right now, I have a new clients in Napa right now. I visit them and then come here to visit. When I want to tell them, when I tell them, they will think about it. About if you don't have a CPA license, they will think about it. They do not say, okay, I gave you this much. I didn't finish this evidence because I couldn't submit it. Also, the ERC, everybody, the CPA, a lot of CPA here, the ERC, employee retaining credit. During the pandemic, they gave the 50% in 2020, the last quarter gave you 50% of the payroll gross amount, and 70% for the first three quarters. A lot of money from IRS. They don't know. They don't know how to get it. Now, a lot of fraud, I know, a lot of fraud. That's why the IRS have a moratorium, stop to pay for that money. That is a genuine deal money to help the company to survive. They don't know how to do it, but I can help them. But without my CPA license, they don't trust. I cannot do a lot. I can only do for my clients. Like they don't know how to do amended return 941X. In order to get the money, they should file returns.
Mr. Zong, can you slow down, please?
Okay, sorry. And 70, they should know they filed 7,200 forms, but they didn't get the money. And right now, if you still can go back to file amended return 940S, 941X to get the money back. It's a lot of companies, they don't know. Even right now, they don't know how to get this money. This is their money. It's in state in IRS, and according to the CARE Act, according to the law, they should get it back. But when I try to do my advertising, I don't have a CPA license on it. They don't trust me. They don't know how come you can get so much money. I said yes, you can get so much money, and you just they are not my clients. I get all the money for my clients only, without getting new clients without the CPA license. Anyway, in the summary, maybe I talk too fast. I would rather to answer the questions of all the board members and attorneys, everybody, because I have not have my license for over 10 years, but I'm still working and working. Maybe I'm still busy with the other other CPAs in my community. I want to get it back. I know maybe not enough to take the law school to study law, not enough. A lot of ethics issue, should be careful, very careful about. It's ethics, sometimes moral and law, not ethics. I made mistakes. License for 10 years, I think maybe that's enough. That's more than enough. But I really got a lesson. I really got a lesson from this mistake. I also, for the insurance, I didn't mention that they connected together. I did not report the CPA's license basic plan to Department of Insurance. They will give me sanction. I did not report to Minnesota. In 1 year, they will give me sanction. I did not give notice to IRS, but they received notice from the CPA anyway. So they give me sanctions. All they connected, not only, so one license, even one single license cannot have problem. Insurance can influence, my CPA license. My CPA license can influence all my, license. But I survived. I think I still a qualified tax preparer, and I can do better if the board offer me the CPA. I can.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Zong.
Thank you.
I want to just go off the record briefly, so we'll be off the record presently. I just need to give Mr. Barnard a breather.
Okay.
Our court reporter, that was just a lot of words in a short period of time. So just a couple minutes so his fingers don't cram.
Really sorry. Yeah, my I'm a second language. I'm an immigrant. I'm Chinese. English is my second language, and some people also, some clients yell to me my broken English. Yeah, me. Yeah, sorry about it. That's my normal pace when I speak to my children, speak to somebody. I speak too fast. Looks like I'm excited, but I'm not excited, but maybe excited, for this, speak too fast. Sorry about it.
We've got a great court reporter here.
Yeah.
I was expecting you to be.
I'm sorry, make you tired.
Waving a white flag or something.
And in some civil court, they don't have a court report. They use the recording.
Yeah.
Like tax court, they also use recording. Okay, sorry about it. Okay, so I think I can conclude it. Everything know me after I speak. Everything know me.
Just wait a moment. Anything you need to say, I want to make sure we get on the record. But as I said,
Yes,
I just want to get Mr. Barnard just a brief.
Yeah, I expressed the board time and
Mr. Zong.
Yeah.
Mr. Zong.
It's not being taken down.
Okay.
We're not on the record yet. So
okay.
Just wait.
Okay.
Small talk.
All right, Mr. Barnard has given me the signal that we're okay to go, so we're back on the record. Mr. Zong, you referenced some additional transcript information. Would you like for the board to consider that information when it decides this case?
Yes, please.
Right.
Because I got a letter from the board said, oh, you do not provide the certificate for the IRS forum. I go to the PTN. I have an IRS account. I go to the PTN account. I print it out and put in the original package. And the board said, I do not have that certificate. Then I said that maybe that should be enough. Then last night, I quickly go online and search the past history of my certificate. Then I find out that the certificate from 16 to 2023, just missing 2022, but 2022 has the transcript put in the original package of those. For all the web CE, web certificate, I attached in the original application. But missing this one will, make a deficiency of my credits writing in the summary. So I would rather include the continuing education from IRS forum. Also, I have a law school transcript here. I studied like almost 3 years. I didn't graduate because I have a child and busy. I couldn't graduate from the law school, but I do have learned a lot of law. Some of them only, most of them passed, but some of them failed. But this one can be considered, should be, I wish the board can consider the continuing education. That will be over my, over my 120 credits for reinstatement of my license. If I don't include this one, like I talked to the DA, Mr. Ted, maybe technically it doesn't work for reinstatement without the continuing education.
Mr. Durkar, do you object to what's been marked as Exhibit A?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. By my count, it's 10 pages of the law school transcript and continuing education certificates, plus a 3-page outline for today's presentation. That's what's been marked as Exhibit A, and that will be admitted, so the board can consider that. At this time, Mr. Zong.
Just one point of clarification. Did he mean to include the outline for today's hearing, or is that his own notes?
Mr. Zong,
yeah, you can. I request if you can put this as also, because I put together, but it's your discretion.
No objection. I just don't have a copy of it.
You have a copy?
I don't.
Oh, you don't. Okay. This is the copy.
All right. The folder that
clean copy. This is the clean copy for you.
All right.
If anybody don't have it, I have extra copy. Anybody?
All right, Mr. Zong, just hang on one second.
Okay.
I don't know if all of the board members have that. The folder that I got had that in the back, so I assumed that was the same as all the other folders, but it appears it's not. So we'll make sure that all of the board members have that as well. But we can do that off the record and give our reporter an additional break. We'll be off the record. As a board member, if you don't have that 3-page comprehensive presentation outline, just raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Yes.
The other materials don't have address information, so the materials do that is different from the evidence.
The official copy will be redacted. The copies that you have can have the information on it, but thank you for asking. Mr. Knotts has shared his copy, so maybe we can pass that down to Ms. Ward, but I don't know if...
Yeah, there's 2 copies, maybe they don't have it.
She got one.
Thank you.
All right, it looks like everyone now has the appropriate documents. Mr. Barnard, are you ready? All right, we are back on the record. It appears all board members and Mr. Durkar now have copies of the entirety of Exhibit A, which is admitted into the record. Mr. Zong, I'll now give Mr. Durkar, followed by the board members, a chance to ask you any questions they might have. As you're answering questions, please do your best to listen to what's being asked, answer just that question, and then wait for a new question. All right? Mr. Durkar, whenever you're ready.
Mr. Zong, starting at page 141, there's your letter to the IRS, and after that at page 147 is a letter from the IRS telling you about how you can seek reinstatement. Have you been reinstated yet by the IRS?
They said I'm going to receive a letter in the mail. They have completed all the documents request. It's pending decision. It's pending, not received yet.
All right. And following your discipline by this board, your certificate with CTEC was disciplined as well. Was that restored? Is your privilege to prepare tax returns through CTEC, has that been reinstated?
The CTEC license was revoked also after they received a letter from the board. After that period, I didn't work for a year and I'm sick at that year. That struck me because I can work with the CTEC license with my clients, but after I was taken away by the CTEC license, I was got a heavy blow, so I got sick, and I couldn't answer the question of IRS. Also, IRS have investigation about this board. IRS have investigated the board discipline about me. Why? Or reasons? Sorry.
So are you saying that you got your CTEC permit back in about 2017?
2018, I got it back.
Your petition claims that you have maintained the highest standards of professionalism, ethics, and integrity since you surrendered your license. Do you stand by that claim?
I stand by my list.
However, you submitted 40 false affidavits to the IRS claiming to still be a California CPA. Wasn't that unethical?
That's, I have a pre-printed form. After that, I still, submitted to IRS to represent the clients. The CPA were not deleted. I should be careful. I explained it to the IRS. They said, it's your fault. You didn't delete the CPA name on it. I have a mistake until the end of the year. After I surrender license in September 30, 2014, then from that period for 3 months, it still show up on my power attorney. So that's a violation of IRS.
As a CPA, aren't you responsible to make sure that the documents that you submit to an agency like the IRS are accurate?
Yeah, that's my error. That's my mistake. I admit that.
The IRS also found that you failed to timely submit tax returns. Was that unprofessional on your part?
That's because I'm sick. I filed extension and, my tax return late, my personal tax return late. And that's a private, during the, divorce period with my, if I didn't submit the tax return, that's another, reason maybe.
You also failed to inform the Minnesota board and the California Department of Insurance about your discipline. Was that unprofessional of you not to report your discipline to those agencies?
And I don't know until later when they try to sanction me. I don't know. I have to report within 1 year.
Isn't it your job as a licensee to be familiar with the rules and requirements for that license?
Yeah, that's my deficiency of, my knowledge reporting to the board.
What can you tell the board about your approach to following the rules and being aware? Has that changed at all? Why should they have confidence in you going forward?
Some rules I learned from, from gradually, but sometimes suddenly come out. I don't know. For the CPA license, I should report to the insurance agency, insurance board. I don't know that. I did not do insurance. I just have that license. So I didn't, report. I didn't report to IRS, and I didn't report to insurance. I didn't report to Minnesota after the, I got a discipline here, surrender license. I didn't do it. Yeah. That's my mistake. That's my fault.
One of the things you got disciplined for by this board in 2014 was continuing to operate the Hacienda firm after it no longer existed. Why are you here today now seeking to reinstate the certificate for a terminated corporation, the Zhang firm, that no longer exists?
I thought when I click on the link of the board, there is a discipline link of my personal and my company. So maybe in order to reinstate that corporation, that issue will be resolved in the website. That's my my self-concern. When they click on it, I have a company called Discipline also, besides the Hacienda and Zhang Zong CPA. So I want to reinstate, maybe remove that problem, correct that website. That's my thought. Maybe it's not realistic. to correct that one. But I don't want it to stay there forever, even after if you reinstate my license, but my company still got sanction, still got disciplined record in the website.
Do you recognize, though, that that company no longer exists?
I realize, yes, sir. I realize it's not there, but I still want to get corrected.
And you personally dissolved the corporation, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Durkar. I'll now give the board members a chance to ask any questions they might have, starting with President Rosenbaum.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Zong, you've got a letter of recommendation from Catherine Lee. Can you explain your relationship with Catherine Lee?
Catherine Lee is my associate, and my we work together. She's my spouse. She's my wife.
And you have a professional relationship with her as well?
Yes.
Is she a licensed CPA?
She's a licensed CPA.
Okay, thank you.
Vice President Tu.
Thank you. Mr. Zong, can you help me understand why is it that you have all these clients that you have done either pro bono work or help with all kinds of situations during the pandemic? Do you not get anybody to write a letter recommendation for you or even be a witness to some of the good work that you said you did?
I tried to, and the board listed it should be professional, 2 recommendation letters of professional. I have a lot of thank you letter. Maybe it's not enough, to like a professional. So I only asked for the recommendation letter from professional. So I didn't, put a lot of, thank you letter. I just do a free tax return for them, ask them to write a letter. I didn't do that. I have that one, but I think that's not very persuasive. Maybe, it should be included since, you asked. I should include it. It's better. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lata?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Batchelor?
I have a question. Besides, getting your profile updated, why do you actually initially think that you're ready to get back into the profession?
Can you repeat? I'm sorry.
Okay, besides getting your profile updated, like your corporation and different things like that on the website, is that your main goal, or why would we give you reinstate your license?
I think the society, they respect the CPA more than CTAC license and EA license in the society. They respect more than the EA and CTAC license. I'm a CTAC license, I'm a EA license, not as good as a CPA, so I still want my CPA license. That's my thought. That's the whole community, the society look up the CPAs, like EA, the CPA is hard to get, and EA and CTAC easy to get, so they don't respect so much about those. And also, I have a discipline record on my CPA. I should correct it and get my CPA license back. And maybe it's a selfish thought, but that's my frankly saying I respect the CPA also more than the CTAC and the EA. Did that answer your question?
Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jacobson?
Thank you. Who issues a CTAC license?
CTAC is California Tax and Education Council.
And
it's a California tax preparer license.
Does it allow you to prepare federal taxes?
Federal and state. They can prepare federal and state.
Thank you. Was Hacienda ever, excuse me for not understanding, but was Hacienda licensed by this board?
Hacienda was licensed by this board. When the board find a problem and try to discipline me, then I apply Hacienda Accounting as a CPA firm. I don't know. I have a company that's a violation with the accounting word. It's very, it's very tough for me. And at that time, I have a company called Zhang Zong CPA. At the same time, I have a Hacienda Accounting and Management. The board said, you did not register in the Hacienda Accounting. Then I make up and do a registration with the board, finally. Then after I lose my license, I dissolved both companies, like Mr. Ted said.
But are you currently trying to reinstate the licenses for the corporations?
Since it's already terminated, maybe it's not necessary or it's not technically, it doesn't work in that way. So I just try to reinstate my personal.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Corrigan?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Zong, thank you for being here today. I just have a couple of questions for you. In your petition form, you indicate that if you should be reinstated, that you'd like to do a variety of tax return preparation, tax consultation, and representation. And if you want to look, I'm sure you know this, I'm at PET 013. But when I refer back to Catherine Lee's reference letter at PET 182, she references that you plan to include comprehensive financial reporting.
No, that's not correct.
So that reference letter is incorrect as to what you plan to do.
Yes, in the future, if I can do, I will do that. If I can get my CPA license back, I probably will do some.
Okay, but your petition today mentions you want to confine it to tax work. Is that correct?
Tax work mainly, yeah.
Well, mainly or not? I mean, that's what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah,
what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to do tax, mostly tax. 99% is I do tax work, Ms. Corinne. Tax. You're welcome.
And another question on the PET 144. Now, that is your, let's see, PET 144, a letter that you wrote, and there's a kind of a third long paragraph that starts with by consistently engaging. Okay, and if I go back to Catherine Lee's letter and I look at PET 183, I mean, I basically see the identical paragraph. So your letter and the reference letter are identical, and I wanted to understand why that would be.
I think I send my paperwork to her after to write. She may copy some contents from.
Okay, so it's not really independent of what you were doing. I mean, they're basically identical paragraphs. I'm just pointing that out.
I don't know. I just send my application, let her review, and let her write a recommendation letter.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about it. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson?
Hey, thanks for being here. Outside of your CPE trainings, what are your plans in the future to help you maintain and keep up to date with the changing professional standards in the industry?
Yeah, last time I recall, this is a tough question, how I maintain it. I know the continuing education is one part. Also, I try to pass the exam of the IRS USTCP, is called the U.S. Tax Practitioner Examination. If I can pass that one, the CPA and EA can be like a lawyer in the tax court. So I try to learn that one. They have a lot of updated information. It's very hard to get. And just you said the Catherine, she just passed. Maybe I will also want to pass that examination to update at the same time update the knowledge of tax. That's a critical area. 5% passing rate, and only CPA and EA can attend that examination. And she just got that congratulation letter from the IRS, and he's going to take the oath in DC. So I'm going to also learn that one. Maybe that's a tough besides the continuing education. It's a simple, sometimes regular. That is really challenging and tough. I can learn that one to update my knowledge of that one. I have taken 3 times, but I failed 3 times for the examination. I can learn a lot more than the continuing education. Thank you.
And just for my own clarification, that's a one-time exam, or is that?
It's a 2 years biannually. Every 2 years there is an examination from the IRS.
Okay.
From the tax court. I'm sorry, tax court.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah.
Mr. Lin.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I just found, for the continuing education, you provided the both for the law school and the continuing education. So for the CE, is that good enough for you to request to reinstate the?
Besides this paper, I just called this the makeup. In the original pile, there is a lot of web CE I did in the original application, so it's enough to reinstate it. It's over 120 credits for the CE credit. For the transcript, I think it's more than enough than ours. It's 3 semesters, 3 years. It's almost 2.5 years for the transcript.
You mean the transcript from the law school?
Law school. I think the board will consider this, more hours enough. If there is discrepancy, this transcript will make up my continuing education. Like what I just answered, the questions. I should use this one also. Besides the continuing education, I take law school.
So can you specifically more detailedly, what's the relationship between these continuing education?
I try to get my GD degree, Juris Doctor degree, and take the bar examination. So I take this school, but I didn't finish yet for this school. I learned, only tort, criminal law, contract, constitution, and legal writing, and some, legal procedures. Not finished yet. Not finished the law school yet.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
One more question about your personal tax issue. So when you say you were sick, you filed the extension, but IRS still complaining about your personal tax return. But you were telling us that you filed the extension already. So I just want to know why they still complaining about the personal tax return after you filed the
over October 15th.
So
you passed over October 15th.
So you passed it already.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Elliser.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure what my question is. I'm trying to track what your intent is, and I think I've heard law, financial planning, tax, maybe eventually some audit, and your petition requests that you'd like to work with a firm as well as, sorry, I don't have the reference here, also with tax consultation and representation in IRS. It looks like in front of the IRS, sort of summarizing that. So I guess my question is, you have a lot of information here about education. You've talked about a lot of potential plans. What guardrails have you put in were you to be reinstated that would protect the consumers in the area that you might choose to work in? Because you've mentioned a lot, and each of those is very complex and has a lot of rules and regulations. So really, that's my question. How do you, how would you respond in terms of the ways you would plan to keep consumers safe and ensure that you are providing the highest quality services, were you granted the right to do so?
Yeah, that's a very hard question and very hard to answer. But I already taught a lesson for 10 years without a CPA license. Right now, I can only think it's like a self-restraint is not enough. Then I learn law is not enough. Also, since last time I failed, I also visited a lot of places. I try to think why I didn't make a mistake after I surrendered the license, why I couldn't get the license back. I'm not a religious people before. Later on, I'm religious people. I have visited, Jordan, Jerusalem, and try to learn something and think the things. Then I finally released. Okay, even I don't have this one CPA license, I still have to self-restraint to work to my clients. That's why my clients increased, not decreased. Even I surrender my license, the problems. So although it's a very challenging questions, but I think this question was raised last time. I think another board members also I didn't answer very well. It's education not enough, self-strength if it's not enough. How did you get it? Then I think it's the hard and pain of 10 years without a CPA license. If this is still not enough, then what else can make me awake? It's a painful experience. No one has a lot of 10 years, a decade. So I will learn. I just say I learn it. I'm afraid to make the same mistake. I'm afraid. Okay.
Ms. Ward.
Thank you. Hi. I just have a question, just a little bit different. The other documents you submitted, going back for the School of Law, it sounds like from hearing you talk, you have a passion for taxes, but you did start this program. Is it something in your future to finish this program?
It's a GD program. It's a GD program, and try to do it. It's it's very hard. It's a part-time. It's a part-time school. It's not a full-time school. I have to work while I have to make a living. I have a lot of clients. I have to deal with them, especially during the tax season. I have to file returns while attending the school, so I cannot concentrate well. That's why you can see that I failed several courses. I couldn't finish the law school in time, and I have to keep on going maybe in the future. But it's my grade is not high enough. It's not high enough. It's just passing and failed some. So I know it's very hard to attend law school while I'm still practicing. I'm not a student. I hope I can be a student. I can learn. I'm pretty sure I can pass the bar if I am a student. I don't have a family. I don't have my clients. I can do it. I missed the chance. That's why when I still have adult children, when they don't they play games or something, I'm very frustrating. But only society can teach them. I tell them to learn law. They don't learn law. They learn computers. And like me, I teach a lesson from societies. And that's why it's hard to finish the law school. I didn't finish it.
Yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Duong.
Thank you for your remarks today and for sharing some of the work that you've done since you lost your license, and especially during the pandemic, the work that you've done, particularly for low-income immigrant communities. I would think that immigrant communities are even more vulnerable because they don't have the requisite language skills to file tax returns, properly vet insurance policies, things of the nature that you sort of hold yourself out to be capable of. And so I was surprised to hear, and I don't know if it's a direct quote, where you said that you've never violated any laws, but you might have maybe violated some ethics. So in your mind, what's the difference between ethics and laws, and what is more important to you?
Both are important. If if I violate the law, I will be put into the jail. If I violate the ethics now, I have to be disciplined and lose the license. And put even worse, break the law, you have no chance to make money. And also, I think the aim is for the break the ethics to lose the license. Usually the people will change to another career and change. They have no way to keep on making money in the same path. I heard a lot of people they changed, but I did not change. I keep on working. I try to, because they said last time when I tried to reinstate, they said you are not rehabilitated well. I don't know a good and a degree of well or bad or something. So I said if I learn something like all the laws, if I became a lawyer or something, maybe I can I can be better than that one. So yes, I really try to learn something more to convince the board that I learned. I not just a regular continuing education like Tony asked. I also do law school. I also wholeheartedly I help my clients. They are the vulnerable people. They don't know how to survive. Like poor people during the pandemic, they have no money. Not like regular people. You have salary, you have W-2 salary. They are so protected. They are handyman. During pandemic, they stay at home. They have nothing, and they don't know. Oh, there is a law that even self-employment they can get insurance. I help my clients. So it's 100 people. I help them to get their food money. They use that to buy their food, to pay their rent without just became homeless. So I thought not bragging. If I said this one is like bragging, but anyway, this is the evidence cannot be put inside, but I can still make this testify here. I really do a lot. I really apply a lot of grant and money, grant loan, EDD, SBA, PPP, and family sick leave. I really help them to do a lot of this one. I just do what I think is right. Of course, I should be careful with the board requirement, with the law requirement, to not break the law, and and at the same time maintain the pace without making complaint or mistakes, without let another clients to report to the board another contingency or something. I will not make the similar mistakes in the past. So I hope that can answer your question, Nancy.
Ms. Hines?
I just had a question about your reinstatement with the IRS. You stated that you submitted all your documentation and that it's under consideration. When did you submit your request to be reinstated, and did they give you any timing as to when you might hear back?
It's the OPR office. OPR office treat this issue. They have assigned 2 lawyers, 1, 2, because they keep on changing. The other lawyers, move to another department, so they have another lawyer, Tom Tomakich, another lawyer. They ask about the questions, especially the board surrender.
Mr. Zhang, the question was, when did you submit the application?
I sent the application. It's in February this year.
And did they
February
say,
this year? It's
hang
almost
on,
finished.
Hang on. February of this year. Thank you. Did they say when you might expect an answer?
They didn't say that, but I said, do you need any more documents? I talked to the lawyers of the OPR office. They said, okay, it's enough. we are going to review it and send you a notice.
Thank you.
They didn't say any specific time to let me know, but I think I'm confident it's pretty soon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, Ms. Hines? All right.
Thank you.
All right. I'll look around and see if any of the board members have any other questions that were raised. Yes, Mr. Jacobson?
Very quickly, the transcripts that, I'm a little confused. The law school transcripts, are you submitting them as part of your continuing education?
I try to use this one as part of the continuing education if it is not enough for my 120 credits. Since the letter from the board said, oh, you provided enough credits in the summary, but they don't have proof of certificate. Then last night, I found out and printed out this certificate, submitted to the board. Then maybe it's enough. We don't need to use it, the transcript to credit, but the board can consider it, of my, diligence to follow the law, to learn law, and not only using as a continuing education credit.
So you think you have enough continuing education without the law school?
Without law school, it's already enough. Enough.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yes, Ms. Batchelor.
Yes, I have another question. CTEC had revoked you. That's correct, right? When all of this happened.
Yeah.
When did they reinstate you?
2018.
Mm-hmm.
2018, 1 year, because they have a sanction of 1 year, and I said this are already being disciplined by California Board of Accountancy. It's a like double. After the lawyer, I asked the lawyer, write them a letter. They reinstated the license.
So there was no corrective action needed. It was just to wait out a year.
They just let you to give the certificate. You can keep on filing tax return.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other hands raised, Ben, Mr. Zong, do you have any other witnesses you'd like to call or any other evidence you'd like to submit?
No, Your Honor, I just have this one. I cannot submit it, but I already testified. I have helped the people. I can say that I helped them all. The other CPAs or, EAs in the community, the others just rest, cook and sleep and rest at home, but I work for my clients. I stay at home, but I work for them remotely.
Thank you. That takes us then to closing argument. Mr. Durkar, I realize you're not here in the adversarial role, but if you'd like to make any closing remarks, you may whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The petition should definitely be denied with respect to the corporation because it was terminated, so it doesn't legally exist and it can't do business. And in answer to a question that Board Member Jacobson raised, once a certificate of dissolution has been filed, which he said he filed one for the corporation, that can't be undone. It could only be done by court intervention, and then only if there was evidence of fraud in the dissolving of the corporation. So it's just gone. You can't revive it. It's kaput. And it is worrisome that Mr. Zhang, as part of his petition, is seeking to reactivate the certificate of a non-existent corporation. It is more than just a violation of legal formalities. It is, whether he meant it to be or not, something that would deceive the board and this public, and the public, were he to reinstate that certificate. The entity doesn't exist. And he got into trouble for this before, for continuing to operate the Hacienda firm after it had been dissolved. So, and contrary to the theme of his petition, Mr. Zong's misconduct continued after he surrendered his certificates in 2014. And he has since then also minimized his misconduct. When he appeared before, or when he was fighting the IRS action in 2017, and in some of his statements just characterizing it as accidents, but he keeps on violating the rules. That seems to be an attempt to minimize the misconduct. An individual seeking relief from revocation must provide strong proof of rehabilitation. And the Supreme Court has suggested this inquiry. Has the petitioner coupled his acknowledgement of wrongdoing with sustained exemplary conduct over an extended period of time, which may be viewed as a true indication of rehabilitation? The answer here would seem to be no. There's very little evidence of rehabilitation, mostly just a description of the work he's been doing and a desire to be reinstated. So thank you for hearing from me on behalf of the people. I believe you do have all the information you need to make a reasoned decision.
Thank you, Mr. Durkar. Mr. Zong, I can give you about 90 seconds for closing if you want to just briefly summarize what you'd like the board to know.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for everyone to give me the chance to this one for the hearing reinstatement. I totally understand what the DA said here, and besides, I only can study and restrain myself, and I can only say I did not make any violation since last time for the reinstatement. I did not make any wrongdoing or mistakes. That's why I strongly request the board to reinstate my license to let me to serve the community well, and for the sake of the people also. Thank you, Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zong. I'll now ask if the matter is submitted, and by that I mean, are you satisfied you've had a full opportunity to present all evidence and make all argument on your behalf? Mr. Durkar, for the people, is the matter submitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Zong, for you, is
Yes,
the matter?
Your Honor.
The matter is submitted, the case is closed, and we are off the record. Mr. Barnard, do you need any spellings from Mr. Zong?
There was one, I'll have to find it.
And just so people know, we need to take probably a 10-minute break for our reporter and for everyone's needs. So what time is it now? 3:13? All right, let's take 10 and come back at 3:23. Thank you.
continue when I was there. You have to pay for that? Oh, no, you're not a CPA.
Oh, no, yeah. Yeah. But I am a lawyer. I do have two fees for law.
I know, but I'm just wondering if they have to pay for it.
Yeah, they do. They do because of the classes.
Okay.
Yeah, their classes.
So it's not offered by, like, a nonprofit entity,
Well,
like NASBA or AIS?
yeah, they all have to pay. I mean, there are opportunities where they might be included in something that they're doing, but yeah. I mean, it's an additional expense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's very similar to other licensed, like, medical professions and, legal professions, where they have to take the fee, fees are offered by, accredited entities, and you generally have to pay some fee, for the course. Yeah, but there are opportunities for unpaid, like you might have something in the magazine for the,
There might be a conference too where
yeah, you're already going and attending workshops to qualify for the CE. Yeah, it's still paid.
I know. Every, licensed program has a different kind of standard for pricing.
Yes, it's an additional cost. Yeah, so when we're thinking about what does it cost
Mr. Durkar,
for licenses.
is Mr. Deutschman here? I'll take whoever's ready first.
Did you get cold feet? Or petitioner?
Okay.
All right, welcome, Mr. Deutschman. Mr. Deutschman? Can you hear me, sir? Okay, can you hear me okay? Okay. Were you able to make copies of all the documents you need to copy? Okay. All right, I think staff will be distributing them now. Thank you. All right, Mr. Deutschman, are you ready to? Mr. Durkar, are you ready to begin? And Mr. Barnard, are you ready? All right. We are on the record in the matter of the petition for reinstatement of revoked certificate of Michael Deutschman. This matter is being heard before the California Board of Accountancy. My name is Sean Gavin. I'm the administrative law judge from the Office of Administrative Hearings who has been assigned to preside over this matter. The board case number is SI 2024-21, and the OAH case number on this matter is 2024-030350. Can I take the appearances of the parties, starting with counsel?
Good afternoon. Ted Durkar, Deputy Attorney General for the people of the state of California.
And here for petitioner is Mr. Deutschman appearing without an attorney. Is that correct, sir? All right. Please turn your microphone on and move it closer so that we can hear you.
How's this?
Perfect, thank you. Before we went on the record, I explained the hearing procedures. I will just briefly summarize those procedures now. In a moment, I will take a roll call of the board members to establish a quorum. After that, I will turn the matter over to Mr. Durkar to present the license and disciplinary history. I'll then give you a chance to testify, call additional witnesses if you want, or present additional documents. After you've testified and presented your evidence, I'll give Mr. Durkar, followed by each board member, a chance to ask you any questions they might have. After all of that, the parties will have a chance to make closing arguments during which you can summarize what you think the evidence showed and suggest what outcome should happen as a result. Do you have any questions about those procedures?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let me just briefly then establish a quorum, starting with President Rosenbaum.
Here.
Vice President Tu.
Here.
Ms. Lata.
Present.
Ms. Batchelor.
Here.
Mr. Jacobson.
Here.
Ms. Corrigan.
Present.
Ms. Thompson.
Here.
Mr. Lin.
Here.
Ms. Salazar.
Present.
Ms. Ward.
Here.
Ms. Duong.
Present.
And Ms. Hines.
Present.
Those members establish a quorum. Mr. Durkar, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I appear on behalf of the people of the state of California pursuant to Business and Professions Code Section 5115 and Government Code Section 11522 on this petition for reinstatement by Michael Deutschman. This is his second petition for reinstatement. I would like to mark for identification and offer into evidence as Exhibit 1 the petition packet that everybody should have. It totals 304 pages. They're sequentially marked, starting with MD-PET001. The notice of hearing is at page 300. So I offer this set of 304 pages as Exhibit 1, Your Honor.
Mr. Deutschman, is there any reason you think the board should not consider these documents when it decides your case?
There is.
What is that reason?
Okay. There's a major case that the SEC brought against. The last time I was here, the board there was a case, Anton and Chai, which was brought by the SEC against the firm I was working for. And when I was here, the board very generously allowed me to, it hadn't been adjudicated yet, finally, which now it has been. It's been dismissed. So what basically happened was that the board, and some of the people were here when I did this last time, very generously allowed me to give my take on the case. And To my surprise, a lot of people were asking me about the legal ramifications of it and what would happen if it got appealed and all these sorts of things. And I'm not a lawyer, but I knew quite a bit about it, so I offered all of that information to the members of the board. And I expressed my gratitude for being able to do that. And basically, it was a case that the SEC brought against the firm. They spent millions of dollars, basically. And when it was finally the expert in the case who I had opposed and defeated before in another matter before the board, they brought that expert in the administrative law court, and he was basically impeached. So the judge was left with no expert. But instead of the judge dismissing the case, the judge made himself an expert. So essentially, and the members of what I found disturbing about this package when I got it was that everything involving this case was in here, despite the fact that the case has been dismissed. And when the SEC dismissed the case, I mean, this case was horrible. They destroyed a firm. They put 90 people out of work. They didn't know what they were doing. They didn't have a good expert. They bankrupted the owner of the firm. The owner of the firm was, he basically had to represent himself before the SEC.
Let me stop you for a second, sir, because you're not yet sworn in as a witness.
Right.
The things that you're saying right now don't have evidentiary value.
Right.
I want to understand what part of the petition packet and supporting documents are you objecting to? What
I
specific
think that
part?
nothing involving Anton and Chai should be in those documents.
Nothing involving what's the name?
Anton and Chai should
Okay.
be in those documents. The case was dismissed.
Do you know what pages you're objecting to?
I couldn't tell you, but anything involving Anton and Chai should not be a part of this package. That case was dismissed.
Mr. Durkar, do you want to respond?
Yeah, that case was dismissed, but it was one of the factual matters covered in the previous petition for reinstatement, and discussion of it appears in the decision by this board denying the previous petition. And so it is worthwhile to cover what transpired, what ultimately happened with that case. It's just part of the procedural history of what has happened, procedural and factual history of what has happened since the last petition.
Can I respond to that, Your Honor?
Briefly.
Okay. I mean, basically, what happened in the case was it was to be confirmed by the board of the SEC. And what happened was they delayed the confirmation of the case 6 times because they knew they didn't have a case. And then the way they dismissed the case, we never heard from them. All of a sudden, we got a letter. We knew they had no case. All of a sudden, we got a letter saying that because of internal control deficiencies, they decided to dismiss this case.
All right.
Well, the federal government
let me stop you.
Yeah.
I just want to explain a legal concept.
Right.
There's 2 things to consider
Right.
when we think about evidence.
Right.
One thing that we first consider is the admissibility of the evidence.
Right.
In other words, can that evidence be introduced into the record? That's the first part. The second part is what weight should we give the evidence? Meaning, what do we think it means, if anything? Admissibility is the gatekeeper. It's deciding, does this come in at all? In terms of admissibility, your objection is overruled. I do see that there is included in the petition packet the order dismissing the proceedings in the Anton and Chai case, the SEC matter. Hang on, 1 second.
Sir.
So the objection to the admissibility is overruled. Nevertheless, when it comes time for you to testify, you can certainly explain why you think the board should give either very little weight or no weight, for example, to that matter. So you're permitted to explain to the board why it shouldn't consider the Anton and Chai matter if that's what you believe. But those statements don't go to the admissibility, they go to the weight. So the objection is overruled, the petition packet will be admitted as Exhibit 1. And as I said, when it comes time for you to testify, you can make the points you'd like to make about that.
I appreciate that, Your Honor.
All right.
May I just, and I appreciate, I'm here without a lawyer, so I'm just doing this best.
Okay. Well, that's fine. We'll get to your opportunity to present your case, but Mr. Durkar was presenting the petition packet, so he presented and offered the petition as Exhibit 1. I asked if you objected. You did. We've now explained, or I've explained why I'm overruling your objection. So I'll now turn back to Mr. Durkar.
I'd like to interject something, if you'd be kind enough to let me do that.
Can you explain what you'd like to interject without interjecting? Can you just tell me what you want to say?
Yeah, I would like to draw the attention of the board to this letter that they now have, which was put together by the firm of Anton and Chai, which
so not yet.
Specifically.
Not yet.
Okay.
I realize that you want to make sure that the board considers the information. You'll have a chance to draw the board's attention to all the information you'd like to draw their attention to, but we have to go in order.
Okay.
And so first, Mr. Durkar.
It was so upsetting to see all of this in here when it had been dismissed. And not only that, after I had had an
Mr.
opportunity
Deutschman,
to tell the members of the board.
Mr. Deutschman.
Yeah.
It's important to me
Right.
that we preserve a good record for you.
Right.
In order to do that, we need to make sure only one person is speaking at a time. So even though you're anxious to tell your side of things, please don't interrupt. And please just wait. You will get a chance. But I'm first going to give Mr. Durkar a chance to finish presenting the licensed disciplinary history. So Mr. Durkar, Exhibit 1 is admitted, and you can pick up from where you left off.
Thank you. Michael Deutschman received his CPA certificate in 2007 here in California. The CBA's first amended accusation against Mr. Deutschman, which led to his license revocation, that begins at page 221 of your materials. It was filed in April 2019, and it alleged that he was subject to discipline because he had been disciplined by the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, which I'll refer to as PCAOB. The accusation explains that in January 2015, a PCAOB order barred Mr. Deutschman from being an associated person of a registered public accounting firm and imposed a $35,000 fine. And I think this is a good time for me to say that this matter had nothing to do with Anton and Chai. That's a later SEC matter, which I'll get to further on. This is a prior one. His discipline had nothing to do with Anton and Chai. The PCAOB barred him from being an associated person of a registered public accounting firm, and the PCAOB imposed a $35,000 fine against Mr. Deutschman. And I'll explain for those who don't know, the registration of public accounting firms. The Sarbanes-Oxley Act requires firms to register with the PCAOB to prepare or issue an audit report for a public company or a broker-dealer, or to play a substantial role in audits of public companies. Other parties were disciplined by the PCAOB order, including CPA Hamid Kabani and the firm Kabani and Company. Those parties were here before the board twice before on petitions for reinstatement. That is why these facts that I'm going to go through may sound familiar to you. And Mr. Kabani and I believe his firm, they were both reinstated after their second petition for reinstatement. Mr. Deutschman and Mr. Kabani appealed the PCAOB decision against them to the SEC. And in 2017, the SEC issued an order sustaining the PCAOB decision. They then appealed the SEC order to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. In 2018, that court denied the petition by Mr. Kabani and Company, which challenged that SEC order. That made the SEC order final. So that is why there was a long period of time between the misconduct involved in that PCAOB order and when this matter got before the CBA, because for years they were appealing it. The CBA's case against Mr. Deutschman followed that, and also against Kabani and Company, followed that 2018 court decision. The series of appeals by Mr. Deutschman and his co-defendants is why it actually lasted so long, as I said. Mr. Deutschman contested the CBA accusation against him, and it went to hearing before an administrative law judge in June 2019. The decision and order after that hearing, which revoked Mr. Deutschman's license and imposed $6,800 in costs, that starts at page 213 of your packet. Mr. Deutschman petitioned the board for reconsideration, and the board's order denying reconsideration is at page 212 of your packet. The revocation order became effective. It was September of 2019. So he hasn't had a CPA license since that time. Here are the circumstances behind the board's decision against Mr. Deutschman. In 2007, Kabani and Company did audits for 3 public companies. Mr. Deutschman and Mr. Kabani were the only 2 partners in the firm. In June 2008, the PCAOB notified Kabani and Company that it would be inspecting the records for its 2007 audits of 3 public companies. Mr. Deutschman was the concurring partner on all 3 of those audits. Kabani and Company found that the audit files had the kind of problems that could result in deficiency findings by the PCAOB when they were coming to inspect. The PCAOB, the SEC, and the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal decisions all found that Mr. Deutschman and others engaged in a wide-ranging and resource-intensive effort to improperly alter documents in the audit files in an attempt to deceive the PCAOB inspectors. Mr. Deutschman participated in the so-called cleanup effort to eliminate deficiencies in all 3 of the audit files. PCAOB auditing standard number 3 allows information to be added to the audit work papers after the fact, but only if the person adding the information notes their name, the date of the addition, and the reason for it. No information can be altered or deleted. Kabani and Company and those involved in the cleanup effort, including Mr. Deutschman, did not make notations about the changes. When PCAOB staff performed the inspection in October 2008, they were not informed that the audit files had been altered. There was an evidentiary hearing on the PCAOB's charges, and the hearing officer issued a decision in 2014 that subsequently got appealed through all those steps I described. And that PCAOB decision from 2014 found that the respondents, quote, participated in a widespread and resource-intensive effort over several weeks in 2008 to alter documents in the audit files of 3 issuers in an attempt to deceive PCAOB inspectors in an upcoming inspection, unquote. The PCAOB found that Mr. Deutschman had violated PCAOB Rule 3100, which requires compliance with audit standards, and Rule 4006, which requires cooperation with PCAOB inspectors. And was specifically found that Mr. Deutschman acted with a high degree of scienter, which is the knowledge of wrongfulness of his actions and the actions of others. I'm going to point out some key findings from the PCAOB decision, which is in your packet, including these statements. Kabani, Deutschman, and Kahn, yet another one of the respondents in that case, participated in the scheme to alter the work papers and to provide the altered work papers to the inspectors. Also, the PCAOB assessed the credibility of the parties and found that they were often not credible on issues pertaining to work paper alterations, including their claims to not recall important events, inconsistencies between their investigative and hearing testimonies, and attempts to distance themselves from incriminating evidence. The PCAOB's rationale for discipline was summarized as misconduct is especially troubling and deserving of serious sanctions, whereas here, respondents went to considerable lengths to conceal their actions and might have been successful in deceiving the board, if not for a whistleblower who reported what had happened. In 2004, Mr. Deutschman let me explain, I'm switching gears here to another matter. He had, before this PCAOB matter, he had a disciplinary case with the SEC. And that pertained to some conduct in 2004, and it resulted in an SEC disciplinary order in 2008. That SEC consent order begins at page 290 of your materials. Mr. Deutschman was sanctioned by the SEC for preparing and issuing a public company audit in 2004 when he wasn't registered with the PCAOB, and he knew that registration was required. He was ordered to cease and desist from further violations, and he was censured. Turning now to that Anton and Chia matter, which is a more recent SEC case involving Mr. Deutschman, there was an initial decision that was reached against Mr. Deutschman in that matter in 2021, and that was covered at the previous petition for reinstatement. But last year, the SEC decided to dismiss that case and about 20 others at the same time. The order of dismissal, which starts at page 43 of your materials, says that the dismissal was due to a control deficiency in the separation, or rather, it would be a lack of separation between the enforcement and adjudicatory functions in the SEC's administrative hearing system. No evidence of prejudice to the respondents was found, but the SEC decided, I said there were about 20 cases, I'm sorry, I actually counted them. There were 42 cases, it's on the list in the materials there. 42 cases, including Mr. Deutschman's, that were dismissed as a cautionary matter. The dismissal means that the SEC case, the Anton and Chia case that Mr. Deutschman was referring to, ended without any discipline against Mr. Deutschman at all. The order says that in dismissing the cases, quote, we take no view on the merits of enforcement's allegations and claims or any defenses, unquote. That's at page 45 of your materials. The dismissal was not a reflection on the weight or quality of the evidence that supported the charges, but rather it was the agency's reaction to an important legal technicality about how they should operate the enforcement cases. Yes, what the allegations were that the had alleged that against Mr. Deutschman that as an audit partner, he ignored material misstatements of fact in corporate filings. Prior to the dismissal, Mr. Deutschman had vigorously disputed those allegations, and because the case was dismissed, that matter, nothing was formally established against him. Let's turn now to two decisions that the CBA has reached against Mr. Deutschman. I alluded to them before on the accusation and the petition for reinstatement. The CBA's accusation case against Mr. Deutschman was, as I said, based upon the discipline imposed by the PCAOB. And in spite of all of the different steps of appeal that had already occurred unsuccessfully with the discipline always sustained, when it came to the CBA, Mr. Deutschman still fought the charges and went to hearing in 2019. The ALJ and the proposed decision and the board in adopting that decision found that Mr. Deutschman participated in the creation of false documents given to PCAOB inspectors. That's at page 38, paragraph 18 of the decision. The decision also found that Mr. Deutschman's conduct was part of an egregious scheme to deceive regulators. In other words, his actions smack of fraud, conduct that disqualifies one from being a CPA. That is at page 41. And as of the 2019 hearing, Mr. Deutschman had not made any payments to the PCAOB on the $35,000 fine that the PCAOB imposed. At pages 40 to 41 of the packet, the decision addresses the passage of 11 years since the 2008 misconduct in that PCAOB inspection. The board's decision found that the passage of significant length of time, 11 years, was unimportant for two reasons. First, Mr. Deutschman didn't provide evidence of rehabilitation or mitigation. And second, Mr. Deutschman didn't take responsibility for his actions. He spent years appealing the PCAOB decisions, and a finding was made that his arguments weren't credible. Mr. Deutschman's first petition for reinstatement, that case, was heard by this board at the January 2023 meeting, and his petition was denied. That decision starts at page 30. At page 36, paragraph 16, the decision notes that Mr. Deutschman testified that he wasn't comfortable with what happened at the Cabani firm leading up to the PCAOB inspection, that he faulted himself for not talking Cabani out of doing whatever he did, and that the CBA's revocation, kind of complained that the CBA's revocation was a much harsher penalty than what the PCAOB had done to him. These statements, it seems, are echoed in his second petition as well. At page 38 of this board's decision on that first petition for reinstatement, it's noted that there is no evidence of investor harm as a result of Mr. Deutschman's misconduct, but that misconduct was still serious because he participated in a scheme to deceive the PCAOB regulators by altering files that were the subject of PCAOB inspections. The decision also noted that Mr. Deutschman continued to deny wrongdoing, pointing the finger of blame at Mr. Cabani. This was last year. The board also denied that first petition because, as it says on page 39, he presented minimal evidence of rehabilitation. I'll now give a summary of the documents that have been submitted by Mr. Deutschman. His petition begins at page 8. His narrative answers to the questions, they are attached as pages 15 and 16. As to his recent professional activity, Mr. Deutschman says that at around the time his license was revoked, he was only doing a few tax returns, and he was serving on the board of the Los Angeles chapter of the California Society of CPAs. And he was also, for an extended period of time, caring for his longtime partner who died, apparently, unfortunately, of a degenerative nerve disease he was spending significant time caring for. Apparently since, although the timing isn't clear, since his license revocation, he worked on a shopping center development, and he's recently, he says, been involved in unspecified efforts to develop low-income housing. He says that he would like to get his CPA license for the housing project so that he can deal with taxing authorities directly, and also would like to have the CPA license for any other opportunities that might present themselves going forward. On page 16, he answers why he thinks his petition for reinstatement should be granted. He points to the recent dismissal of the newer SEC case. And he says, having emerged from that case, that he's had no regulatory issues for many years. He notes that the CPA Cabani, with whom he engaged in the misconduct in the cover-up of for the 2008 PCAOB inspection, that Mr. Cabani recently got his license reinstated by the board, and that is true. He claims that there was no investor harm from his misconduct, and in the future, he says that he'll be more careful about documentation, which is what was lacking, apparently, from those public company files that the PCAOB was inspecting in 2008. He says that the SEC only prescribed a 2-year ban for him and a $35,000 fine, but that this board took a much harsher approach when it revoked his license. He claims that he will avoid future trouble by never working again as an at-will employee at somebody else's firm. And it seems that he downplays his culpability in the PCAOB misconduct, saying, quote, as an employee and not an owner, I was not in a position to conduct business in a manner that I was comfortable with, unquote. He says that what happened at the Kabani firm was not right. And I quote, he says, I also understand that I should have taken a much stronger stance against his, meaning Kabani's, behavior and if necessary, resign from the firm, unquote. But as I recited before, all of the decisions from the PCAOB, the SEC, the Ninth Circuit, and this board found that Mr. Deutschman participated in the PCAOB cover-up. He wasn't just a passive observer, yet he still tries to make it sound that way. Turning now to continuing education. Between 2022 and 2024, Mr. Deutschman has completed quite a bit of coursework, 132 hours. Mr. Deutschman has not submitted any recommendation letters with this petition. And that concludes my summary. And I'll examine, I have some questions for Mr. Deutschman once he's done.
Thank you, Mr. Durkar. Mr. Deutschman, that takes us now to your case. I'll have you raise your right hand so I can swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. I'll have you say and spell your name for the record, please.
My name is Michael Deutschman.
And just spell the last name, please.
Sure. Deutchman.
Thank you. This is your opportunity to explain in your own words what you think the board should know when deciding whether to grant your petition. Please keep in mind that the board is particularly concerned with rehabilitation, and you can begin whenever you're ready.
I appreciate this opportunity that the state of California and the board is giving me to reinstate my license. I think that it says a lot about the state that there are 12 or 13 people here that are going to give me an opportunity to basically see whether I can continue in a profession.
Sir, can you move your microphone a little closer so that all the board members can hear you?
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity and all the resources devoted.
Make sure the green light is on. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I appreciate the opportunity, I really do. I mean, there's 13 people here, and it makes me feel worthwhile and important. I think it's very heartfelt that I have this opportunity. I held a CPA license for 48 years, and in those 48 years, I've probably done more work than 90% of the CPAs that have done. I've done hundreds of tax returns. I've written United States GAAP for the American Institute of CPAs. I'm sorry. Yeah. I've, let's see.
Written the United States GAAP.
Yeah, U.S. GAAP for the American Institute of CPAs. I work for the SEC, and I work for Pete Mark, KPMG and Company. That's where I got my initial training. And finally, I did SEC work at the highest level with Kabani and Anton and Chai, signing audit opinions for companies that raised hundreds of millions of dollars. So I've done as much work as anybody I know of in this profession. So my feeling is that after having I have a very good record overall, although these items over here certainly are not good, and I take responsibility for them. I do. But I think in totality, I have a very good record. There's nothing really dishonest about anything I've ever done. I've never been sued by a client in 48 years of practicing. No investor has ever lost any money. I've never signed a financial statement where the numbers weren't ostensibly correct or had a problem with the IRS, ever. So I think overall I've had a very strong record. And despite the fact that I'm 77 years old, right now as I sit before you, I feel like I could still work, and I feel a moral obligation to work if I'm given the opportunity to do so. I think it's immoral not to work after you spend 48 years and have all this experience. And that experience also includes the stuff that happened with Kibani. You know, it wasn't good, but it certainly is experience that I have and that I can impart onto other people and contribute to the profession. Now, when my license was revoked, as I pointed out, all I was doing was volunteer work for the California Society of CPAs. And the reason I was doing that was because I was asked to do it. I wasn't very active at the time, but I was going to all these seminars and I was asking questions because I love the work. And basically they said, we would like you to be on the board. So I went on the board, but I was very uncomfortable taking any work for any clients with all this stuff going on, because, as I said, I never had a problem with a client, I never was sued by a client, and I didn't want to put a client in jeopardy because of all these things that were going on around me. So my take basically is that I want to be productive, I'm healthy, I can work, my mind, I feel, is quite sharp, and I would like to have the opportunity to continue in the profession at the highest level that I'm able to work in this profession. That's what I like to do. Now, as far as these items that caused the revocation of my license, I take responsibility to a large extent for what happened at the Kibani firm. Now, I didn't own any of the stock in the Kibani firm, and I couldn't tell Mr. Kibani what to do, but I didn't like a lot of things that I saw going on there. So basically, I don't know that I participated in this the way it was described by the PCAOB necessarily, but nor did I change things myself or tell anybody to change anything. But I was uncomfortable with what was going on, and I was faced with a decision of either resigning or continuing to work in the firm. And I decided that I'd be better off working in the firm and doing the best I could under the circumstances, keeping everybody employed, keeping all the reports going out. So basically, I turned a blind eye to a lot of things that I didn't like. But what I'd like to also point out about this particular circumstance that resulted in the revocation of my license is that there was a fine of $35,000 that was assessed against me. And I paid that out of my own pocket, despite the fact that Mr. Kibani is obligated under California law to pay that fine. I didn't go after him, I didn't bother him for it or anything like that. I paid $35,000 out of my own pocket. I am not a wealthy person. So contrary to what counsel has represented, I paid that fine. Now, something else, whenever I read these documents, it seems to me that it always says that I have been permanently barred by the PCAOB. That is not true at all. Now, I put these documents in the package that I gave the board today. What it says is not that. What it says is...
Can I pause you for one moment? I just want to make sure we're all looking at the same document. Can you identify what you're holding up, please?
Yeah, it's the document I was given a copy. It says PCAOB. It has 3 pages on it.
Is it the order summarily affirming?
Yeah, that's the one. If you look at page 19 of that order, if you'd be kind enough to look at page 19 of that order, and you look at the 3rd page, it talks about Hamid being permanently barred and being fined $100,000. And what it says about me is that, and nobody got involved more than this than the PCAOB did. They litigated this forever, and they determined, based upon everything that they saw, that this was the punishment that I deserved to get. And the punishment that I deserved to get was a $35,000 fine and an ability to petition the board after 2 years to be back in business. And that's why I found it disturbing what the Board of Accountancy did, California board did, because like this basically, they ratcheted up this punishment for a revocation of a license that I had for 48 years. And the only thing that happened when my license was revoked was that I was forced to resign from doing volunteer work from the California Society of CPAs. So that's, you know, that's the way I feel about this. Also, this is 17 years old. 17 years old. That's a long time. If you had a child, they would graduate from high school after 17 years. This is 17 years old, and it's still being brought up. I think it would serve everybody and everyone well if, you know, there's a time and place to learn from a situation like this. If you're in a firm and you see something you don't like, then quit. Just quit. You know, and you can't pay your bills, maybe you can't pay your child support, you could quit and go look for another job. That's the choice you have. That's the choice I had, and I didn't do it. So I have no CPA license for the last 5 years. I haven't made any money for 5 years. I can work. I'm healthy as can be. I can't sign a tax return. 48 years of doing this stuff, and I have no professional basis whatsoever. Nothing. My reputation has been destroyed, and I think that that is enough punishment for what took place in this particular instance. That's how I feel about that. Now, as far as I read very carefully the rules about that the board considers for the reinstatement of a license, and I'm in agreement with everything I see. I feel that they're very generous, and I feel that this is a very generous hearing, and I appreciate the opportunity I've been granted. I really, really do. But basically, I think the idea is what contribution can you make going forward to society if you have a professional license? Well, what I've been doing is that there's a homelessness crisis in the state of California. Well, 30 years ago, I had some success developing a shopping center. It was very successful. I did all the things that a developer does. I did the zoning. I could raise the capital. I paid the bills. I dealt with the contractors. I did everything, and I got it to the point where it sits in Colorado. It's 140,000 square feet. There's a Chase Bank in it. There was a Fuddruckers in it, and it's there because I did that. I went through that process. So I said to myself, what I'd like to do is, I mean, there's this homelessness crisis, so I concentrated on going to an area. I spent quite a bit of time on this. I must have taken at least 30 trips to Paris, California, which is an area that is primed for a low-income housing project for homelessness people. They don't have enough housing. They have plenty of employment. So the question is, how do you go about doing this and utilizing what you can as a CPA? Well, there's something called opportunity zones. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that, but when people want to go ahead and develop real estate to house people in areas that are economically challenged, about 8 years ago, they passed a law, part of the Internal Revenue Code, where you can, if somebody invests, say, $100,000 to build a low-income housing project, and they have capital gains on stock sales, then they won't pay those capital gains for years, maybe never. So you can take all that money and put it and give somebody a place to live. So I have some more documents, but I prefer not to put them in there because I think it kind of obfuscates things. But the opportunity zone section of this is something I like to practice in as a CPA because that brings money into economically challenged areas and can create housing for homeless people. So basically, that's a big part of it. So I've dealt with the building department in Paris. I've talked to investors that I know. I was a CPA for 48 years, and still some of them still talk to me because they knew me for 48 years. So I have a reputation in some places. I was a CPA in New York for 30 years. So I would really like to be able to create 50 units of like low-income housing for people in Paris, California. I know how to do it, I think. It's like $300,000 a unit. You have 50 units, it's $15 million. The state of California will give 95% financing for a project like that. So all you have to put in is like 5%, and the state will give you the other 95%. And you can create housing for 50 families and give them an opportunity to basically have a chance at a good life. And I have gone out there numerous times, and that's what I really want to do. But not having a CPA license and running around with a revoked license is something that really gets in the way of doing something like that. It makes you look like a criminal. People don't trust you. And, you know, so I've been putting on the brakes until I get my, if I'm able to get my license back, it will motivate me to do something like that. And I've done it before. I've developed things before. I know how to do it. So what I've basically done is I've gone out to Paris and I've looked at all the sales of all the land, all the downtown area of all the land in like in about a 20 or 30 mile radius. I know what all the land is like. I've met with the building department. So the next step basically would be I'd have to form an entity and basically raise some capital so I can buy the land and set up an opportunity zone to invest in it, and then go ahead and see if I can do some good. If I was able to like create a project like that, like I did before, I would feel that it was worthwhile coming here and basically getting my license reinstated, because this license is very important. It's more important in terms of credibility in a project like this than anything else, because when you deal, I mean, I've got great credit and all that kind of stuff, but it doesn't matter. If people pick up something and they see that you got your CPA license revoked, because there was this grand scheme that took place and all this sort of stuff, it's not going to help getting that done. So, and other than that, going forward, there aren't too many people that are 77 years old that are partners in CPA firms that do public audit work, because you really have to work. It's the most demanding work I've ever done. I mean, it really is, you know, honestly. I mean, when I worked for KPMG in New York, when I started, you know, it was incredible pressure. I mean, like 70, 80 hours a week, and the 10-Ks had to go out right on that date. And basically what happens is you have to sign that audit opinion. I know how to sign an audit opinion of a public company. And basically what's happened right now is that the SEC and the PCOB in their infinite wisdom put a good firm like Cabani out of business, where there was never, I mean, he should have never done the things he did. No question about it. But he never signed a financial statement where the numbers weren't right, and he never, and all the work was always done. So the only thing that, you know, he really got kind of hung up on was like, he kind of like just making sure that, you know, the files, and almost like an anal retentive thing. The files had to be perfect and this and that. He would never sign a financial statement. He never gave into, I loved him because he never gave into a client. I mean, he would write things off right away, and he's a good man. And he would never, ever sign a, and that's why he never had a problem with that. The only problem he had was with his documentation issues. And just to clarify, what's happened in this profession is there's a firm called B.F. Borgers. I don't know if anybody knows about that, but that's the firm that basically took the place of like Cabani. It's in Colorado. It took the place of Cabani, and it took the place of Anton, because Anton was really getting big. If you look at the document that's in there, they were employing 90 people. So when the SEC came in, basically issued a press release and shut the firm down, they put 90 people out of work. All the tax revenues went kaput. Nobody paid any taxes to the state of California. So basically what happened with all of that is that the audit of small public companies is very specialized work, because that's why I was good at it, because I had a lot of experience. I worked for the last piece, I worked for the SEC, and I worked for a lot of different firms getting it. So it took about 10 or 15 years to get really good at it. But a small public company has every single documentation, every single issue that a large public company has. But people don't want to pay the fees that large companies they pay. So instead of paying like Ernst & Young $1 million to audit a small public company, Kobani will do it for maybe, $400,000, which is enough money, or Anton will do it for $500,000. So when they put those firms out of business, BF Borgers comes up in Colorado, and they had tons of business. They just pulled it all in, and they never did the work. They didn't do the work, and they got fined $12 million 3 weeks ago.
Objection. I object that this isn't relevant to the petition for reinstatement.
Sustained.
Okay.
Mr. Deutschman,
Okay.
do you want to focus on your own rehabilitation?
Yeah, okay, all right. Okay. So my rehabilitation, okay. This will never happen again in any firm that I'm associated with, ever. It will never happen again. If I get the chance to do this again, the rule that I'm going to have is the PCAOB just issued a rule where they have, it used to be 45 days. You could put the documentation in 45 days. So the problem they had with Kobani was it was more than 45 days. So basically, in the old days, files were open all the time. So we were creatures of that kind of like habit. You never had to close a file. You could always add something or take it out or whatever you wanted to do. But so the PCAOB came in and put a 45-day rule in. I just read the other day where they're changing that rule, so it's 14 days. So you have 14 days to update basically to put it in there. And when I was here the last time, I put forth a document which was objected to by Attorney Dykar, and what it said was, because it didn't have the proper citation, but what it said was that it was done by a very experienced auditor, and what they said was that the way to do the work is not 45 days or 14 days. It's you sign it when you do it, and that's it. Which in my experience of doing this work for all these years is that that's the only place I wouldn't work someplace unless they did that. Because if you do work and you don't sign on it that day, that's where the trouble comes in. Because you go off to doing something else, and then whether it's 14 days or 45 days or whatever it is, then you have to go back and say, I did this or I didn't do this. So basically, this will never happen again, because I would not work in a firm where if the work wasn't done, it wasn't signed off that day. Because I know that if they don't sign off the work when it's done that day, you have nothing but trouble. It's just the beginning of the end, And that's what happened with Kobani, same thing. So as far as rehabilitation is concerned, I can assure the board that would never happen again. I don't know whether I'll ever be able to work in this field again. I'm kind of old, But if I love the work, otherwise I wouldn't have worked at the SEC, written United States GAAP, signed my name on all these financial statements. I mean, I love the work, and I'm really good at it, but I'm old, so I don't know whether I'll ever get a chance to do it again. And I don't know if I want to work 60, 70 hours a week and travel to China and go to these places. I don't know if I'll be alive anymore. So, but if someone presented me an offer and I felt I could do it, this would never, ever happen again. Ever happen again. Never in a million years. And as I stated before, my weakness as an accountant is in documentation. And the reason I'm really good at all the work, obviously, I taught taxation of real estate, CPAs, You know, I've done just about everything. I'm really, really good at it. But what I'm not so good at is writing things down when I do them. And when you're in a big firm like Ernst & Young or KPMG or a place like that, they're really good at that. They're really, really good at that because they've been through this before and they know what the repercussions are if you don't have proper documentation, that you're in court and people say, what happened? So when you're working in, and you're going to see a lot of this at the board, I think, when you're working in a smaller firm, they spend maybe like 15, 20% in documentation. When you're working in a bigger firm, they spend 50% of time on documentation. They have like 4 or 5 signatures on a work paper.
All right, let me stop you again, sir.
Okay.
We're getting a little
I'm
far
sorry.
afield.
I like to work, I'm sorry.
I want to balance giving you a chance to
Right.
say what you want to
Right.
say with, we have another petition matter to hear.
Right.
I need to give the board
Okay, I'm
members a
sorry.
chance to
I'm
question
sorry.
you. You talked about this 3-page document.
Right.
Are you wanting this to be something the board considers?
Oh, absolutely.
Mr. Durkar, do you object? It's the PCAOB order summarily affirming findings.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right. That'll be marked as Exhibit A and admitted. You also, I think, would like these additional 2 documents offered into evidence, but do you want to talk a bit about what they are? The first is a 2-page document that says regarding SEC administrative proceeding file number.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Okay, I'd like that to be submitted. I felt it was only, at the last hearing of this board, the board generously allowed me to give my take on this particular Anton and Chai case. And sure enough, the case was dismissed. So I like to think maybe I got some credibility based upon that. But I spoke to Greg Wall, and I was almost going to have him come here. He was willing to come here because he was so upset what happened in his case. So I said, why don't you write me a letter and I could present it to the board so they could see what your take is on the SEC's case, since the Board of Accountancy decided to put all these documents about a dismissed case in my hearing file. I think it's only right that you should put forth your feeling about this case.
All right, Mr. Durkar, do you object to the letter from Mr. Wall?
No objection.
It's marked as Exhibit B and admitted.
Right.
The final document is, looks like maybe an email. I don't know what it is. It says reminder Prop 1 ballot curing.
Yeah, I was working with, with the governors group on some of the homelessness things, so I just had that in my file. I don't know if it's that important, really.
Would you like?
But I mean, as far as I just wanted to kind of like show that there's sincerity in the interest, and that I'm working politically in it, as well as to help solve this problem. It's a horrible problem. I mean, today when I came here, I was eating. There's people like living in the street right here, up the block. So.
Would you like the board to consider
this document? I think if you put it in there, it would be nice, because I think it's important that we do something about this.
Mr. Durkar, do you object?
Yes, I don't understand how it pertains to the petition.
The objection is overruled. The board can give it the weight that the board thinks it is owed, if any. So Exhibit C, it'll be marked as Exhibit C and admitted. Mr. Deutschman, if you have anything else to say briefly, I'll give you the chance. Otherwise, I'd like to have Mr. Durkar begin with his cross-examination.
No, I think that's fine.
Mr. Durkar, any cross?
Yes. Mr. Deutschman, have you petitioned the PCAOB for reinstatement?
No.
So you're still barred from being an associated person of a public accounting firm that's registered with PCAOB?
I assume that's correct.
Have you paid any part of the costs that were assessed in your revocation order?
No.
Do you admit what the ALJ and the board found after an administrative hearing, that you could covertly altered audit work papers before the PCAOB inspection.
I don't agree with that.
Please tell us the misconduct by you that resulted in your discipline.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Please tell us what misconduct you engaged in that resulted in your discipline.
Well, if you read in detail what happened at the hearing with the PCAOB, the administrative law judge came to the conclusion after hearing everything that, and the reason he gave me a 2-year bar instead of a permanent bar was because it was his opinion that I should have talked Mr. Cabani out of doing what he was doing. But from my point of view, I didn't like what I saw going on around me, but I didn't devise what was happening. I didn't plan any of it. I had nothing to do with the methods that were going on or anything like that. So as far as changing things or altering things or anything like that, or deceiving people, that's not what I was involved in. I was just working in a place where these things were happening. And his conclusion, and I agree with his conclusion, I should be punished, and I was punished for something that happened 17 years ago, for which I paid a $35,000 fine, which my employer was obligated to pay, but never paid it. And he determined that I should have a 2-year bar, not a permanent bar, which is what I've seen. And what he came up with, he said, why didn't you talk Mr. Cabani out of doing this? It's very difficult to talk somebody out of doing something when they just go ahead and do whatever they own 100% of a firm, and they do whatever it is that they're going to do.
All right, thank you. You've answered the question.
Okay.
Mr. Deutschman, you said that you paid a $35,000 fine that your employer was supposed to pay, but isn't it true, it says here on page 2 of your Exhibit A, that your employer, Mr. Cabani, got his own $100,000 civil money penalty, but a $35,000 civil money penalty was imposed directly against you?
Right, but my understanding from lawyers that I've spoken to is that if you work in a firm and you get fined, that is the obligation of the employer. And $35,000 is a lot of money for me. I never made a lot of money as an accountant, ever. I just made a living at best. So $35,000 for me would have been like 3/4 of a year's pay after taxes. But I didn't want to go after Mr. Cabani because I respect him. I didn't agree with him. I felt he should pay it, but I respected him, and I felt that he gave me an opportunity to work for many, many years. So I basically paid it.
All right,
it wasn't very pleasant, but I paid it myself.
You've answered the question.
Yeah.
Mr. Deutschman, can you point to anything specific that you've done since you were revoked in 2019 to rehabilitate yourself?
To rehabilitate myself, let's see. Well, I have all the CPE that I've taken, hundreds of hours of CPE. I just think that the problems that came, and I think that the important part of this for me is that, and what I was missing in all of this all the time through, 5 years is a long time when you had a license for 48 years not to be working. It gives you a chance to think about things. And what I understand is that, especially when you're doing public work, it's tantamount that you document everything right then and there. And that's what happens in the big firms. You go in a big firm and there's 3 signatures on a work paper, and if that had happened here, if that had happened here, then there wouldn't be this would have never occurred ever. It just wouldn't have happened, So but as far as rehabilitation, if you're looking for worthwhile life, I took care of a dying person for 4 years, and the doctors couldn't believe what I did. I had almost no help. I changed diapers. I took care of her. This was actually good that I lost my license for 5 years, because otherwise I never would have been able to take care of her. She's dying a little bit every day. So rehabilitation. So in 5 years, for 3 years, I took care of a person that died of PSP, a neurological condition, every single day. I cooked every meal. I changed her diapers. I took her to the doctor. I picked her off the floor. So that's what I did for 3.5 years. And she died in her sleep. I woke up in the morning and she was dead in the bed. And that's what I did for 3.5 years. And maybe you'd have 3 or 4 people doing that. It would take 3 or 4 people. I basically did the whole thing myself. I couldn't believe I was able to do it. So that's what I did for 3.5 years. After that, she died in November, just before I had this first hearing. She died in November of 2022. And since that time, you know, we were together 20 years. She's a wonderful woman. I really loved her. And since that time, it takes a long time to get over something like that. You know, I had to mourn her. But now I feel like I can go back to work. So as far as how I was rehabilitated, I don't know too many people that would have done what I did for her. And as far as this problem about documentation in the work papers, it would never, ever happen again, ever. Just wouldn't happen. So I don't know what else I can do. If I practiced as a CPA for 48 years and never had a problem with the Internal Revenue Service when I signed maybe like 1,000 tax returns and did tons of private work. The only difference between that work, there was nothing wrong with this work. All the financial statements were correctly done in terms of United States GAAP.
All right, sir. Sorry,
Okay.
you're going
Okay,
beyond the
sorry.
question again.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Durkar, any additional
Okay.
questions?
No, Your Honor.
I'll now see if the board members have any questions, starting with President Rosenbaum.
Yes, I do have a few questions. First of all, I'm sorry to hear about your personal travails.
Thank you.
But I do have a question going back. You've made several references that you didn't like the way things were done at the Cabani firm. You said that you had turned a blind eye to a lot of things that were done there. And I don't want to make you a whistleblower or anything like that, but are you referring to just the things that were in the PCAOB's findings, or are there other issues that you encountered while working at the Cabani firm?
I appreciate the question, but Hamid is a terrific accountant. Hamid, yeah, he's a wonderful accountant, and he's very serious about the work. And so basically, the reason I believe that you don't see any investor harm or anything like that is because he would never sign a financial statement. He would never sign an opinion on a financial statement that he didn't think was done correctly.
No, I understand. You said that, but my question is really more, when you say you turned a blind eye to a lot of things, what exactly does that mean? I guess the question too is, to me, that sounds like there were some other things that weren't properly done at the Cabani firm.
I don't think so.
And I'm wondering then, I mean, at the time the PCAOB findings were occurring, you had been a licensed CPA for 30 years.
Right.
And so the question is, why didn't you do anything, and what would you do now?
I quit.
What prevented you from doing that then? Or from raising your hand and doing something about it, rather than, as you say, turning a blind eye?
Well, I think in retrospect, I could have done a better job. I think that administrative law judge did a very good job of assessing my culpability. After having heard this hearing for many days, he came to the conclusion that, yeah, I mean, I should have more forcefully asserted myself into the situation, see if I could have helped, and if I couldn't have, which I didn't do. I should have done that, but I didn't do it.
So at the time that was going on, you knew about the 45-day documentation rule, did you not?
Yes.
And so you knew it was being violated?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
No. No, I didn't. See, that's part of the problem.
So let's go. Let me ask you this question. When Mr. Durkar asked you, what did you do? You referred to the conclusion that the ALJ came to.
Right.
Which I think, by the way, you said you were only barred for 2 years, but that's not what the PCAOB order is. The PCAOB order is you're barred for at least 2 years, but after that you can apply to get reinstated. But aside from what the ALG said, can you explain to us what it is that you did that was improper back in the 2007 audit?
It's a long time ago.
I'm sure you have time to think about it, but I just want to know, in your words, what did you do? Now, I don't want to hear what the ALJ found that you did, but what did you do?
I didn't change any documents. I didn't ask anybody to change.
Not what you
documents.
didn't do. What did you do?
What did I do? Let's see. I guess, like, presenting the files to the PCOB auditors.
You were the concurring partner, correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so that's exactly what I just said, right? So that's what I did.
So you knew that you were presenting files to the PCAOB that had been, documentation had been altered?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
If
the last time, let me respond to your question, if I may. The last time I was here, we had a long hearing, and right at the end of the hearing, you came in with a loaded question right at the end. Right at the end of the hearing. And you said, did you know what Mr. Cavani was doing? That's how the hearing ended. And I thought about it for a while. Did I know what he was doing? Well, I saw things I didn't like, but did he tell me what he was doing? No. Did he make me a part of his plan that's been alluded to? No. So did I see things that I didn't like and made me uncomfortable? Yes. But did I know what he was doing? It would be dishonest for me to say that I knew what he was doing because he didn't share. He's 100% owner of the firm. He didn't share almost anything he did with me, including financially, 100% of the firm, including just about everything else. He didn't ask me when he hired people. He didn't ask me when he got particular clients. And he didn't ask me when he set up whatever system he set up to deal with the PCOB. This is just something that he decided to do. He didn't share any of that with me.
The confusion that I have is that you say you don't know anything about what he did, and yet part of your testimony is you turned a blind eye to a lot of things, which means that you did know something.
I had a sense of things. Things were just messy. That's what I didn't like. They were messy, you know? It wasn't like you would go in and you'd see like, you know, a very methodical, it's kind of like you walk into a house and the house is kind of messy and all that kind of stuff and that kind of thing. But in terms of knowing what he was doing or anything like that, he didn't share that with me.
You know, part of the reason why there's a requirement for documentation for audit work is so that people know the work was done.
Correct.
And so if the work isn't documented, one can't know that it was done. But you're saying that you were still able to do that as a concurring partner, even knowing that work wasn't documented?
Well, I don't know that the work wasn't documented. You know, it may not have been documented in a fashion that the work was done. I mean, one thing I'd like to make clear to this board and everybody else is that in that firm, we would have never issued a financial statement if the work wasn't done, ever. So you get into a firm, if you have like 20, 30, 40 people doing work, doing receivables and all the rest of this stuff, and you pick up the work papers and you look at it, and you see the confirmations and you see all the work that's in there, you know whether the work's been done or not. We never issued a financial statement if the work wasn't done, ever. But as far as having pristine files like you would see in Ernst & Young or a place like that, we just didn't have that. The files were messy, but the work had been done. No question about it, the work had been done.
Vice President Tu.
Thank you, Mr. Dutchman. For your own rehabilitation,
right,
at Kobani, do you feel that it's kind of follow up with President Rosenbaum's questioning?
Right.
Do you feel that, and you mentioned also that you would have quit, but if you do see some things that are suspicious and not instead of turning a blind eye, do you feel that there is a responsibility on your part as a CPA to report something like that?
I think it's very similar to what you have as a. This is my own personal feeling, you know. Honestly, this is how I feel about that. I think if you don't like a place where you work, quit. Just quit. You know, if somebody's paying you, it's not easy to run a business. You know, and Hamid employed, I don't know. He had an office in China. He employed. It's very difficult.
Sir, I'm
yeah.
sorry to interrupt. I'm trying to try to focus you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The question.
Would I report them to the authorities? You know, if I didn't like, you're saying, would I go to the police basically and report them to the police or the county board? You know, I would be very reluctant to do that. What I would do is I would quit. That's what I would do. I just quit. Yeah.
One more quick question. I'm still confused about the $35,000.
Right.
Did you paid it already?
Yeah.
Because earlier, okay, you did. Okay.
I paid it years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Lada, any questions?
Yes. Mr. Deutschman, you did mention that documentation is one of your weaknesses as a CPA. I just want to hear in your own words, why is documentation in our profession necessary and important?
Well, it's tantamount because of what especially public company work, because what basically happens is that the files wind up in places that you can never imagine. So what basically happens is if you don't write down exactly what you've done, you know, you have your tick mark and you don't write down exactly what you've done, then basically someone looking at the file a year or two later picks it up and they don't think you ever did the work, which in fact you may have done. If it's something like a tax return, it's very different because like you're imputing a tax. It's important to have documentation with that too, but it's not like public work. You're under a microscope, especially now. So every single thing that you do, it absolutely has to be documented because you never know where it's going to wind up. And especially, you know, so, you know, believe me, I've been rehabilitated in terms of documentation. I've paid a significant fine. I haven't worked for 5 years after working for 48 years. You know, I've learned my lesson.
Thank you. And a follow-up question to that. If your license is reinstated, how do you plan to rectify your documentation deficiencies?
What I would do is if I do this kind of work, what I would do is I would have whoever I was working with, I would just make a point of having them reinforce my weakness. So in other words, I'm working with somebody, I say, make sure when I work with you, why don't you review my work papers like every couple of days just to make sure it's there. That's the way to do it, you know, because you develop bad habits sometimes, which I did. I mean, I developed bad habits because I did so much work that I didn't document it as well as I should have. So I would basically tell the people around me, you have to watch and make sure that I am documenting. Look at my work every week. I'll come in on a Saturday. That's the way to do it. I'll come in on a Saturday morning and we'll sit down and we'll go over it and make sure every Saturday that I'm doing what I'm supposed to do so that a catastrophe like this doesn't happen again. This is a catastrophe. Believe me, I've learned my lesson. This will never happen again if I practice, ever. If you don't document the work correctly right then and there, then it's a very serious thing.
Thank you. And just one final question
Right.
to follow up President Rosenbaum's questioning. On page 215 of the petition packet, the PCAOB says they had evidence that emails were circulated to you in regards to the PCAOB cleanup. Do you deny seeing any emails with that subject line or any related information?
I don't deny seeing any emails.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Batchelor?
I have a question about the statement that you made in
Right.
terms of 90 people were put out of work based on the closing of
Right.
Kobani.
Right.
Do
Not
you
Kabani, this is Anton and Chai.
Oh, Anton, okay.
Yeah.
So do you think that with the magnitude of what has happened, that particular organization should have stayed in business?
Should
or
have
no?
stayed in business?
Uh-huh,
Yeah, I do.
you do,
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
Now, in terms of the documentation, you trained with Big Four, now probably Big Six or Big Eight in your
Right.
day?
Yes.
So they still had those standards of documentation. You did that for about 2 years in terms of being an auditor, or how long were you at one of the national?
I was there 4 years in New York.
4 years.
In New York.
So wouldn't that become a second nature in a sense with documentation being trained that way?
Not necessarily, because what happens is that when you're working in a big firm, and from there I wasn't working in big firms for a lot of years. I was a practitioner like a lot of people here. I had a tax practice doing that sort of thing. And then for a while, then I did peer reviews too, actually. Private company peer reviews, I did a lot of those. So basically what happens is when you're doing that kind of work, then you develop habits that result in this. So in other words, if you're doing private company work and you're doing tax returns every day, when you do a tax return, you don't sit down and write down everything that you do all the time. You do a tax return, right? So the level of documentation that you see in a Big Four firm that I did when I was younger, I didn't do it for many, many years. I just didn't. So when I would get up and go to work in the morning, I wasn't working it was then Pete Marwick on like the Audit of United Artists Company with 8 people around me, everybody documenting everything, doing the work, getting it done. I wasn't working like that. I was doing people's tax returns, or I was doing private company work, or being a controller. I was a controller for CVS, for a division of CVS, before it became CVS. I wasn't documenting anything. I was being a controller. So those habits, when I went back to doing public company work, this was really weird how this happened. I wound up doing this kind of work because like what basically happened with me was I was giving a talk before.
Mr. Deutschman, I'm going to
Yeah.
cut you off. You're going beyond the
Okay,
the
I'm
scope of
sorry.
the question.
I'm sorry.
You've answered the question, which is why
Okay.
you didn't develop those habits.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Jacobson?
No, thank you, no
Okay,
question.
thank you.
Ms. Corrigan?
No, thank you. No questions?
Ms. Thompson?
No additional questions.
Mr. Lin?
No additional question.
Ms. Salazar?
No questions.
Ms. Ward?
No questions?
Ms. Duong?
Actually, I did have a clarifying question for Mr. Drucker. Just a point of clarification, when you said that the petitioner did not pay the revocation order, what is that in reference to? Because the $35,000 he paid, the $40,000 I guess was dismissed along with the SEC case.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Board Member Dong. The $35,000 was assessed by the PCAOB, and there was $6,000, it wasn't exactly $6,000 cost assessment in this board's order of revocation in 2019, stating that in connection with any future potential reinstatement that he would need to pay that amount of costs. And sometimes the petitioners have paid costs in advance of their petition, and Mr. Deutschman has not.
Okay. And just one question for the petitioner. So thank you for sharing your story with us. And
Can you speak up, please, and talk to me?
I also want to say, thank you for sharing very personal information about you and your late wife and how you had to spend the last couple of years being her primary caretaker. As you look forward, you mentioned that you're interested in working on low-income housing, affordable housing projects in Paris. What prevents you from doing that if you aren't granted this, if your license isn't renewed by us?
Okay, if you want to raise capital for like an opportunity zone, and you have to put your resume in that document, and it says that you are a disbarred CPA, it's highly unlikely that you're going to get any capital.
No further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Hines?
I actually do have a couple of questions also. Again, thank you for being here and for sharing. Just following up a little bit on my colleague's question. So you're looking at, you've talked a lot about how you recognize that documentation is your stretch, is your area of stretch. And if you were to go back into the accountancy profession, you see how you would need support in that area because you know that's a gap for you. But you're talking about regaining your CPA license to give you credibility to work in an area that's not accountancy, but is highly regulated, is very technical, and is quite frankly new to you. It's a new industry to you. So how would you go about making sure that you don't make other kinds of mistakes, where you have these gaps? Do you see the requirement for documentation and for, following up on your work and substantiating your work, an area where you need to provide some supports for yourself to make sure that you're not using your CPA license as kind of a shield to allow you to go out into the industry and do certain kinds of work? How would you protect the public against, when you're doing that kind of work in this area where you have a stretch?
Well, I think that it's sort of like a little quality control kind of a document. Like when you look at a big firm, they have all this quality control to make sure that they do the things they want to do. Well, I would have to do the same thing. So knowing that this is a problem that I have, I would basically have to make sure that, that there was, I was in a structure where I would have to make sure that the documentation was there every week or I would make sure that the documentation was there, not only for me, but for anybody that I'm working with, because they do the same thing. They have the same problem that I would have. So if you have a staff person working for you and they go out and you have to supervise them, that's part of the professional standards, right? And they have to document everything. So I would have to supervise them to make sure they documented it, and then somebody would have to supervise me to a certain extent to make sure my documentation was correct as well. And that's pretty much what they do in the big firms, actually, when you think about it. Because like on the work papers, they always have like 3 or 4 signatures. So that's why the extra signature is there, because they're making sure that the work was done and written down. So I would have to have that, because believe me, I don't ever want this to happen again.
All right, thank you. And then a second question I have, the email that you provided, it's been entered as part of, like, I guess, evidence of work you've done in the community, and you talked about how you worked with the, as a representative with the, Cal CPA, and then, just other work that you've done in the meantime. Why haven't you submitted any letters of support, even just of people saying, the kinds of things that you've done, the ways in which you've been supportive, even if it were outside of the accountancy practice? Why haven't you been able to submit any letters from folks just to attest to your professionalism or your credibility, or maybe even what you want to do and how you can be impactful if you were to get your license back?
The reason I didn't do that was the last time I was here, I submitted 2 letters of recommendation, one from an investment banker and the other one from a partner at Deloitte and Touche for 20 years. I'm sorry. Deloitte and Touche, yeah, a partner. His name is Joseph First. It was submitted. He's a partner that I've known for like 30 or 40 years, and it was submitted to this board, and it was ignored. So I figured, what's the point of doing it?
All right. Thank you for your honesty. I appreciate you answering my question.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Sure.
No further questions.
All right, if by show of hands, board members can indicate whether they have additional questions. All right, seeing none. Mr. Durkar, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Deutschman, do you have additional witnesses or additional evidence you'd like to offer?
No.
All right, that takes us then to closing argument. Mr. Durkar, would you like to briefly make any sort of closing remarks?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
The passage of time since that PCAOB cleanup that Mr. Deutschman participated in would be mitigating if there was contrition. But Mr. Deutschman continues to this day stubbornly denying responsibility. And this board shouldn't even entertain this notion that he was just a bystander whose only fault was not being a whistleblower. This board previously decided in its decision to revoke his license that issue. I'll turn your attention to page 215, paragraph 7 of this board's decision. This is following an evidentiary hearing. It says, in the cleanup effort, Kabani acted as the engagement partner and respondent acted as the concurring partner regarding all 3 of the audit files subject to inspection. Eventually, the cleanup was completed and the 3 files as changed were given to the inspectors. So much time was inspected on the effort by Kabani, respondent, Khan, and Saeed that little billing was generated on other files over this period. In other words, he was spending almost full time on it. This board's already decided that. He was intimately involved in that cleanup effort. To hear him still denying it establishes that he hasn't taken responsibility. Without taking responsibility, I don't see how it would be in the public interest to find that he's rehabilitated and is ready to be a CPA again. Thank you for hearing from me on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mr. Durkar. Mr. Deutschman, would you like to make any brief closing remarks?
Yeah, I would.
Go ahead.
I think that what the council just said is not accurate. I do take responsibility for what happened, just as you would take responsibility. And I was a partner in that firm, irrespective of whether I owned any of it or not. I do take responsibility for what happened in that firm because I was a partner and a licensed CPA, and it should never have happened. But at 17 years old, I've been punished. I've lost my license, which has been taken away from me, and the board has assessed a penalty far in excess of what the PCOB is assessed against me. But to say that I don't take responsibility for it or I have contrition is not true. No one could have more contrition than I have regarding this, because I haven't been able to work for 5 years. It's like being in jail. When you've had a CPA license for 48 years and you haven't had it for 5 years, that's contrition. It's like a part of who you are. So how in the world can you say that I wouldn't have contrition? I mean, I do. And I take responsibility for what happened.
All right, thank you, sir. In a moment, I'm going to ask whether the matter is submitted. By that, I mean, are you satisfied you've had a full opportunity to present all evidence and make all argument? Mr. Durkar, for the people, is the matter submitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Deutschman, for you, is the matter submitted?
Yes.
The matter is submitted, the case is closed, and we are off the record. Let's take another 10-minute break. We'll come back at 5:15.
behalf of the people of the state of California.
And for petitioner?
Yes, good afternoon, Paul Chant. I'm here to represent the petitioner, Mr. John Stoller. He's present.
Thank you. I explained the hearing procedures before we went on the record. I'll just ask now, Mr. Durkar, any questions about those procedures?
No.
Mr. Chan?
No.
Mr. Durkar, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I appear here on behalf of the people of the state of California on this petition for reinstatement by John David Stoller, who's to my left. This is for the CPA certificate only, not his surrendered corporation certificate. My role is to assist the board members and the judge in fact-finding. It's not an adversarial role, but just to help you make sure that you have the information you need to make a reasoned decision. I would like to mark as Exhibit 1 the set of documents that everybody should have. The documents total 114 pages, and they're marked JDS PET 001 through 114. That includes the notice of hearing at pages 97 to 100. The petition itself is at pages 5 to 11, and the attached documents run to page 75. And so, unless there's an objection, I'd like to have this marked as Exhibit 1, and I offer it into evidence.
I have through 113.
You're right, I misspoke. It's just 113.
Mr. Chan, do you object to Exhibit 1?
No.
Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Your Honor, I'd like to present a summary of the case.
Okay.
Mr. Stoller received a CPA certificate in 1983. His license was revoked in 2016 when this board accepted Mr. Stoller's stipulated surrender. Mr. Stoller was disciplined for his practice of accounting under the name John D. Stoller CPA, Inc., after his CPA and corporate certificates had expired in 2011. He also continued to advertise with that firm name when the firm's certificate was delinquent. Mr. Stoller also violated a 2011 citation order that required him to complete required CE hours that had been due with his 2009 renewal. Starting at page 78 of your materials is Mr. Stoller's stipulated surrender agreement, which provides that he will reimburse the CBA approximately $12,000 in costs prior to the reissuance of a new or reinstated license. This is Mr. Stoller's first petition for reinstatement. In his petition, he describes his professional history, saying that he practiced tax preparation and consulting up through 2011, and he practiced as an enrolled agent from 2011 to 2017 when he retired and moved to Costa Rica. At page 8, Mr. Stoller explains that he needs to practice as a CPA again for financial reasons. At page 9, he says the petition should be granted because he previously was an active member of the tax accounting community, including volunteer work, and got recognition from the IRS. He says he didn't appreciate the value of the CPA designation at the time, but going forward will strive to act with integrity and be a good role model if he's allowed to be a CPA again. If reinstated, he says he wants to practice tax preparation and representation from his home office. He agrees to comply with terms of probation and any continuing education requirements that the board might impose. And he submitted documentation of 125 hours of CE courses, which he's taken all in the last 6 months. Page 113, I'm sorry, that was the one I thought was 114, is a letter of recommendation from Charles Rettig, who was the commissioner of the IRS from 2018 to 2022. Mr. Rettig explains that he was a tax attorney before becoming the IRS commissioner and knew Mr. Stoller both professionally and personally for over 30 years. He does not comment on Mr. Stoller's misconduct, but understands he's applying for reinstatement He doesn't describe anything about rehabilitation, but he does recommend and endorse Mr. Stoller for reinstatement. That concludes my summary, and I will have questions for Mr. Stoller after his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Durkar. Mr. Chan, do you prefer to question your petitioner or have him testify in a narrative format?
He's going to testify in a narrative format, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Stoller, can I have you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
All right. You can put your hand down if you'd like. I will have you say and spell your name, please.
John Stoller, Stoller.
All right. You can begin whenever you're ready. If you are reading something, please keep your pace and volume at a level that we can all follow you.
All right. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here before you to present my petition for reinstatement of my certificate. I am eager to resume practice as a certified public accountant at this stage of my life. I first obtained my California CPA license back in 1983. After almost 2 decades of practice, I did not renew my license, which then expired in 2011. This was largely due to my failure to complete the required continuing education hours. To be frank, I was not fond of taking continuing education back then due to the time and expense since we did them in person. After the expiration of my license, I failed to remove CPA from my website and from my old business cards and letterheads. Although I did not perform any services in which a CPA license is required after the expiration of my license, I understand it was my responsibility to remove the CPA from my website and business cards. This mistake on my part, for which I accept full responsibility, resulted in the surrender of my CPA certificate on January 2016. Since the surrender of my CPA certificate, I still remained employed in active working as an enrolled agent. I did this until my retirement in 2017. Since my retirement in 2017, I have remained retired, but life has provided me with challenging opportunities. I got married and decided to return to work to provide financial support for my wife so that she may pursue a medical career. To prepare for my return to practice, I have started relearning the changing tax laws and learning the technology of office systems. At an early age, I was instilled with lifelong learning and adopted that idea, a good idea to share with clients and contemporaries. I strive to be a good example to all. I have been taking a lot of CPE regarding taxes, individual, partnership, and corporations. I believe I have sufficient knowledge to prepare accurate income tax returns and advise clients of their responsibilities. I will continue to improve my expertise by seeking out information and education. I truly enjoy being reminded of my ethical responsibilities so that I will be a credit to my profession. I didn't realize the value of the CPA designation until I started this process of reinstatement. I do now and will strive to be a positive example of my trusted profession. I will continue my studies and share my ideas for improvement with providers. My intention is to practice primarily preparation of tax returns and helping those who fail to file their returns back into compliance. I would also like to reactivate the Los Angeles Tax Committee with monthly live meetings with lunch and interaction together and with guest speakers. I would like to have an annual tax night again, where CPAs would meet and interact with each other and IRS personnel. I am requesting reinstatement because I believe that I can still be a positive example to this trusted profession. I will be compliant with probation if this board feels it is necessary. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Stoller. Mr. Chan, do you have any questions for your client?
I do not.
All right. Mr. Durkar, do you have any cross?
Your Honor, just one question. Mr. Stoller, what has changed in the past dozen years that you now would be enthusiastic about complying with the rules for continuing education and license renewal? Why do you now value the CPA certificate?
Well, I've taken a lot of continuing education, some of it concerning auditing, government accounting, and the whole range of CPA activities. And it reminded me, I guess, a flashback to my first job. When I first graduated college, I worked for a small CPA firm, and we did an audit of a company on the New York Stock Exchange. And I was a junior accountant, and they had a lot of subsidiaries. And over a couple of months, I learned how to do all aspects of the audit. And it sort of rekindled the thrill of auditing, the responsibilities of it, and how important that function is for what CPAs do. I mean, they're really the honest voice out there. And it's so important for our business to have that so that financial statements can be trusted. And I like that, the respected role. However, when I was just specializing in taxes, that was far away from me. I rarely got that feeling. And it was a burden taking all these classes at locations and driving and parking, and I didn't enjoy it. And I never got into it as much as I have recently with the wide range of education that I've taken.
Nothing else at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Chan, any additional questions for your client before I turn it over to the board?
No, Your Honor.
President Rosenbaum, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Vice President Tu?
No question.
Ms. Lata?
No question.
Ms. Batchelor?
No questions.
Mr. Jacobson?
I have no questions.
Ms. Corrigan?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here today. You just mentioned your, I guess, renewed or discovered passion maybe for auditing and accounting through some of the courses you've taken and that sort of thing. But in your petition form, you mentioned that you will practice tax preparation representation out of your home office. So what is it that you plan to do?
Oh, I plan to work part-time out of my apartment. I have an extra bedroom set up as an office, and not work a whole lot, but just service enough clients to supplement my retirement income.
I guess my question is, are you going to focus on tax? Are you going to focus on audit? You're going to focus
Tax.
a little bit, so tax.
The audit, I'll have to save for another life.
Okay, so we're talking about tax. Now that would be another life, so
Yeah.
thank you.
But I will, try and reactivate the tax committee. I was chairman of that for a while, and this tax night is really important for CPAs. The Tax Executives Institute, I was a member there for 2 years, and they have an annual IRS get-together that'll really knock your socks off. I mean, the extent that they do to foster a relationship between the IRS and their members. I like to do that on a smaller scale, just with CPAs with each other and with IRS group chiefs or whoever come there. I was a revenue agent for 4.5 years, and I appreciate the interaction with CPAs.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Thompson?
No additional questions.
Mr. Lin?
Thank you. I have a couple questions. I just want to know why you did not renew the license on time in 2011.
Well, I didn't like taking the continuing education, and I was also an enrolled agent. Now, with the enrolled agent license, I could go to Las Vegas for a few days and take enough CPE to cover me for 2 years. And it was fun socializing as well, because I knew a lot of the IRS people there. And so that just was a trip to Las Vegas, whereas having to go and drive and park, and it's a hassle when you just have it to go to an event.
Thank you. So my last question is, I know you don't like to take the continuing education, but I know you just say you don't like to take that continuing education, but the after the license expire, you pay the fine of $12,000, but you still did not take the continuing education. Why you pay the fine and did not comply with the continuing education for that?
Well, I mean, looking back, it was a mistake. I should have maintained my education, meaning just done it, and not let the license expire. But I was thinking ahead about retirement, and I had my enrolled agent, and I could work under that. I did have a web page for EA, and I did change the designation on to John D. Stoller EA Inc. But I missed taking down some of the CPA website information, and so that showed up on there.
Okay, thank you. That is all my questions.
Ms. Salazar?
No questions.
Ms. Ward?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Duong?
So thank you so much for your comments today. So you mentioned that your primary purpose for picking this up again is so you could provide tax assistance. What prevents you from continuing as an EA? Why do you want your CPA back? Because you could do that.
I spoke with Charles Reddick about that, and he said, John, the CPA is a much valued certificate to have. So it's worth it to do it that way.
No further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Hines?
No questions.
Let me see, any other? Yes, Ms. Lata.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Stoller, you mentioned that you had let your license lapse thinking forward towards retirement and just continuing to use your EA license instead to prepare tax returns. Why didn't you just renew as inactive status back in 2011?
I don't know. I don't know if I could have at that point, because I was already delinquent with my my education requirements. I think it would have meant me having to make up the education requirements and then switch to inactive or retired.
Okay, thank you.
Other board members could indicate additional questions with a raised hand. Seeing none, Mr. Durkar, any follow-up questions?
Yeah, one question for clarification. The disciplinary order from this board says that prior to reinstatement, of a new license or giving you a reinstated license that you would pay the amount of $12,091.18. Did you ever pay any part of that?
Could you repeat that number, please?
Yes, $12,091.18.
I don't know, I'm not sure if I paid it or not. If I haven't, then I'd like to make arrangements for, to make payment on it.
Those are all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Chan, any follow-up?
No.
Any final questions from board members?
I do actually have a question. So did you make the payment or did you not make the payment?
I'm not sure, I thought I did.
Okay. So
Or I read somewhere in the materials that I paid it.
would interest be assessed
No interest is due
Okay.
on that amount.
on that amount, even though it was due more than 10 years ago?
That's correct.
Any other follow-up questions from the board? All right, seeing none, Mr. Chan, do you have additional witnesses or additional evidence you'd like to offer for petitioner?
No, Your Honor.
That takes us then to closing. Mr. Durkar, would you like to make any closing remarks?
Briefly, the primary public protection concern here would seem to be whether Mr. Stoller will comply with the licensing rules this time if he's a CPA again, when he previously disregarded them about maintaining an active license and performing continuing education. However, I note that the volume of continuing education that he's taken in just the last 6 months seems to indicate a dedication and a willingness to do the CE that previously was lacking. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chan, would you like to make closing remarks?
Yes, briefly. Thank you. As the board knows, the criteria for reinstatement of a revoked or surrender certificate rests on 2 factors. One, did the petitioner submit sufficient evidence of rehabilitation? In this case, I believe Mr. Stoller has met that burden of sufficient rehabilitation. It's important to understand and remind ourselves that the underlying conduct in this case wasn't any type of specific misconduct. It was failing to renew due to the continuing education requirement, but that did not result in any harm to the public. The second prong, once you determine if the a rehabilitation submitted is sufficient, then we ask, would it be contrary to this board's mission of public protection, public safety? And the answer in that case would be no. For the really simple reason is, as you all know, Mr. Stoller is not seeking a reinstatement of a license without conditions. This board has the opportunity to reinstate his license with conditions and place him on probation. Probation is designed as safeguards. Those are the guardrails that some of you have mentioned today about public safety. And those conditions of probation would ensure that Mr. Stoller, moving on to this, how many years he still intends to practice, that the consumers and the public in the state would be protected from any potential or actual harm. And with that, I will comment that he has very sufficient amount of continuing education. Obviously, times change when he didn't want to do it because he didn't want to go through the hassle of ending in person. You know, and obviously, in 2024, you can do a lot of these continuing education online. And more importantly, the single letter that he submitted from Mr. Reddick, I think is taken in totality, supports that this petition should be granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. Mr. Durkar, is the matter submitted for the people?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chan, is the matter submitted for petitioner? Yes, Your Honor. The matter is submitted, the case is closed, and we are off the record. Thank you, sir. I'll now turn it back over to take control of the hearing and order what happens next.
Okay, so once we have the room cleared, we will begin deliberation. All right, so, Michael, is it okay if we begin? A couple of preliminary things